Chapter 32:16. On the left and right sides of each wooden cabinet were jade slips. Kai Yang took a jade slip from the left while Biyao took a jade slip from the right. The two of them maintained the same pace and frequency as they walked forward. There was only a single wooden cabinet between them, so when they raised their heads, they could clearly see each other. There was no choice when it came to copying these jade slips. Yang Kai was completely stuffing himself with them, preparing to copy all the jade slips from the 4th floor to the 8th floor of Ice Heart Valley's Secret Art Pavilion. For a time, the Secret Art Pavilion was silent. Only the jade slips in their hands kept changing. There were thousands of jade slips on the 4th floor, but it only took the two half a day to copy all of them. "Let's go to the next floor," Biyao said and took the lead. The 5th floor was slightly smaller than the 4th floor. There were fewer wooden cabinets, only about 10 of them. The jade slips were also only half as many as the 4th floor. With their previous experience, the two were even more efficient. It only took them a little more than an hour to finish copying all the jade slips. Then the 6th floor, the 7th floor. At first, Yang Kai was still a bit uneasy. He had always felt that Biyao following him was not a good thing, but seeing her calm demeanor, even if they occasionally exchanged a few words, it was just casual chatter, so he slowly relaxed. He was afraid that Biyao would mention what happened in the ancient lands to him. Although Biyao's mind was a little unclear at that time and she mistook him for Bing Yun, Yang Kai had no choice but to pretend to be her for a while. However, he always saw something he shouldn't have seen. If word got out, it would damage Biyao's reputation. Now that he saw her calm and collected, he gradually felt relieved. What happened back then was really an accident. He understood this, and Biyao also understood this. Naturally, there was no reason for her to keep harping on it. After entering the 8th floor, there were only a few wooden cabinets. Roughly counting, there were probably no more than 100 jade slips. However, the secret arts and secret techniques stored in these jade slips were the most advanced in Ice Heart Valley, and they were suitable for cultivation in the Emperor realm. Bing Yun sharing these things with Yang Kai showed how generous she was to Yang Kai. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even be able to enter this secret art pavilion. There weren't many jade slips, so Biyao didn't get involved in the matter of copying. Instead, she walked to the window and leaned against it to look into the distance. The side of her face revealed a slightly lonely expression. Yang Kai continued to make skill rubbing. "I heard that you brought 4 madams from the Star Territory." Biyao suddenly spoke. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at her. He saw that she was still showing him the side of her face. If he didn't pay attention, he would have thought that he was hallucinating. He immediately broke out in cold sweat. "Who did you hear that from?" Biyao turned her head to look at him, a teasing smile hanging from the corner of her mouth. "I've already met little junior sister. When can I meet the other 3? "Why would you want to meet them?" Yang Kai cursed in his heart. What puzzled him even more was, how did Biyao know about this? Although it had already been over a month since he returned from the Star Territory, and it wasn't a secret that he had brought 4 madams, who would be so bored as to tell Biyao about this? "You planted a spy in my high heaven palace?" Yang Kai looked at her in disbelief. If not for this, Biyao definitely wouldn't know about this. "You still haven't answered my question." Biyao evaded the question. Yang Kai bitterly smiled and said, "If junior sister Yao wants to meet them, you can go to the high heaven palace at any time." Biyao lightly snorted and flicked her sleeve. "I want to go, but I'm afraid that some people won't welcome me." "Who dares?" Yang Kai glared. Biyao's eyes stared at him without blinking. Yang Kai pointed at his own nose and said, "It can't be me, right? What kind of joke is this? If junior sister Yao wants to go to the high heaven palace, you can go at any time. There won't be anyone who won't welcome you." "You said it yourself." Biyao pursed her lips into a smile. "Then I'll have to go to the high heaven palace more often in the future." She had often gone to the high heaven palace before, but 9 times out of 10, she wouldn't see Yang Kai. The news she received was that Yang Kai had gone out and hadn't returned. Even if this was true, it still gave her the illusion that Yang Kai was avoiding her, causing her to feel somewhat disappointed. Now that she heard Yang Kai say this, her uneasiness immediately disappeared. That's right, I also heard that Miss Zhu also fell into your demonic hands. Yang Kai's eyes twitched. Who has such a big mouth? Several possible candidates flashed through his mind. The three great monster king? It shouldn't be, they had no reason to gossip behind his back. Could it be Hua Qingxi? Could it be the Southern Gate Army or Hou Yu? Perhaps it was Hou Yu. Yang Kai swore in his heart. If it really was her, he would definitely lock her up for 100 years and force her to constantly refine artifacts. He definitely wouldn't let her out until 100 years had passed. Big Brother is truly amazing, having two beauties in each hand and enjoying the blessings of two, making others envious. Yang Kai said with an awkward expression, Junior Sister Yao, if you have nothing else to do, why don't you help me copy a jade slip? There isn't much left. The main reason was that it felt strange to talk about this with a woman like Ji Yao. If it were a man talking about this, perhaps Yang Kai would have some interest. Ji Yao looked at him with ridicule. Big Brother, are you feeling embarrassed? What's there to be embarrassed about? Aren't you men all like this? You can't wait to take all the beautiful women in the world. That's not right. Yang Kai shook his head. It's undeniable that a beautiful woman can always make a man take a few more glances and perhaps even have some fanciful thoughts, but taking all the beautiful women in the world is just too unrealistic. Is that so? Ji Yao was expressionless. So Big Brother is already satisfied with having 5 beauties? Yang Kai sternly said, how would I dare not be satisfied? Ji Yao slowly walked towards him and said solemnly, Big Brother, can you guarantee that you won't fool around in the future? Yang Kai reached out and rubbed his forehead. Junior Sister Yao, we really should change the topic. Big Brother, are you avoiding my question? Or do you have other thoughts in your heart? If another woman throws herself at you, you won't refuse? Stopping in front of Yang Kai, she raised her head and stubbornly stared at him, her delicate fragrance wafting towards him. Yang Kai took a step back and pressed his back against the wooden cabinet. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, Junior Sister Yao, you're meddling too much. Ji Yao said, if it was before, I could just sit back and ignore it, but since Master has agreed to accept Junior Sister into the sect, then Junior Sister and I are family. Although this is the first time we've met, I can see that our Junior Sister has a cold temperament and probably won't restrict you in the matters of men and women. As a senior sister, I naturally have to think for her. You're being unreasonable. Yang Kai frowned. Ji Yao sneered, you don't mean what you say. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, how do I mean what I say? You obviously do. Don't say it like you understand men very well. Yang Kai sized her up and sneered, if Big Brother isn't wrong, Junior Sister, right now you're probably still a virgin. Ji Yao's white cheeks flushed red as she angrily shouted, rogue. Yang Kai spread his hands, you were the one who insisted on discussing this topic with me, I'm just stating facts. You haven't even met a suitable man and have been bitterly cultivating in Iceheart Valley all this time. How could you possibly understand the thoughts of men? Who said I haven't met one? Ji Yao angrily shouted, her chest heaving up and down as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai felt inexplicably guilty under her stare and couldn't help looking away as he shrugged, that's why, let's change the subject, continuing to discuss it is meaningless. No. Ji Yao stretched out her hand and grabbed Yang Kai's collar, I used to think you were a good person, that even though you were a man you knew how to keep yourself clean, but I didn't expect you to be such a worthless man. If you don't make things clear today, I'm afraid Junior Sister will still suffer in the future. Yang Kai flew into a rage, who's a worthless man? This is too much. How could I be a worthless man? This is simply a personal attack, how can I tolerate it? Ji Yao's grip tightened, causing Yang Kai's body to suddenly lean towards her as she spat, I'm talking about you. Ji Yao. Yang Kai shouted, don't go too far. I'm going too far, what can you do about it? Biyao raised her head, her face filled with anger, not showing any intention of backing down. She was half a head shorter than Yang Kai, but at this moment, she seemed to be superior. Yang Kai stared at her fiercely, his nostrils puffing hot air. Her beautiful face was so close that her two full breasts gave off an amazing amount of elasticity and heat. Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded as his fierce expression suddenly changed. Just now, he had been so focused on quarreling with her that he hadn't realized the two of them were so close together. Now that he had woken up, his heart began to pound. The corners of his eyes twitched and his tone softened. If you have something to say, then say it. Let go first. He reached out to grab her little hand, wanting to pry it open, but unexpectedly, Biyao didn't have any intention of letting go. However, the moment their skin touched, that white and tender little hand trembled slightly and her cheeks slowly turned red. Their eyes were still facing each other, but there wasn't a feeling of hostility. Instead, there was a hint of charm and ambiguity. Yang Kai took a deep breath and earnestly said, "Great aunt, I was wrong, okay? Let go first and we can talk." "I won't let go." Biyao lost the courage to look at him, but her face was stubborn. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "Something will happen." Biyao didn't say anything, but that silent resistance showed her attitude. "I'm warning you one last time, something will really happen," Yang Kai said with a serious face. Biyao remained unmoved. She couldn't bear it anymore, there was no need to bear it anymore. Yang Kai let out a light breath and slowly lowered his head. Tilting his head, he pressed his lips against hers. Biyao's body suddenly began to violently tremble. The little hand that had been grabbing onto Yang Kai's collar suddenly tightened. A vigorous aura rushed over and the distance between the two of them quickly closed. Biyao's eyes suddenly closed and only her long eyelashes continued to tremble, showing the nervousness in her heart. A soft and cold feeling came from her lips and there seemed to be a hint of sweetness, making her enjoy it so much that she didn't want to leave. Biyao's trembling body instantly stiffened, as if someone had cast a spell on her. Yang Kai's movements were incomparably gentle, as if he was afraid of scaring her. Every time he touched her, he would quickly withdraw, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. That stiff, delicate body gradually relaxed and the little hand that had been grabbing onto Yang Kai's collar had unknowingly let go. It was held in the palm of Yang Kai's hand and turned behind her back. Her waist tightened and her entire body leaned forward. Chapter 32:17. On the lowest floor of the cultivation method pavilion, the woman who had called Biyao martial aunt before raised her head worriedly. Just now, she seemed to have vaguely heard the sound of quarreling. The cultivation method pavilion had been cleared out, so now, besides her guarding the door, only Biyao and Yang Kai remained. The quarrel must have been caused by the two of them, but she couldn't figure out what had caused the two of them to quarrel so loudly that even she could hear them. Could something have happened? Palace Master Yang had shown great kindness to Iceheart Valley, and she had heard that the relationship between her martial aunt Ji and Palace Master Yang was quite good. Her martial aunt Ji had been missing for so many years, and it was Palace Master Yang who had brought her back safely. Since that was the case, how could there be a quarrel? She wanted to investigate this matter, but she was also afraid of encountering something she shouldn't see, so she hesitated. Fortunately, the quarrel came and went quickly. Soon, there was no more activity, which made her feel a lot more at ease. She listened carefully, but couldn't hear any clues. She could only shake her head and sigh. She continued to guard the door, secretly praying that nothing bad would happen. What she didn't know was that something had really happened in the 8th floor of the cultivation method pavilion. Biyao was an inexperienced woman, so how could she be the opponent of Yang Kai, a veteran in the field of love? He hadn't even done anything yet, just holding her waist with one hand and kissing her red lips for a while. Biyao's entire body went limp like mud, without the slightest bit of strength left in her body. If it weren't for Kai Yang's hands supporting her waist, she would have immediately collapsed. Her breathing was rapid, her chest heaving up and down as her cheeks burned. Yang Kai was no longer satisfied with just a light kiss, so he opened Ji Yao's mouth, grabbed her soft tongue, and tasted it wantonly. Ji Yao let out a moan as she was startled. She had never thought she could make such a strange sound. This sound also woke her up from her daze, her eyes widening. She didn't know where her strength came from, but she forcefully pushed Yang Kai away. Turning her body, she escaped from Yang Kai's embrace and leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, like a fish that had jumped ashore. Yang Kai smacked his lips, savoring the taste just now, and then grinned at her. I told you something would happen. Ji Yao covered her chest with one hand, as if her heart would jump out of her chest if she didn't do so. Her face was still red, and her beautiful eyes were misty, but she sneered, now, what else do you have to say? What did you say? Yang Kai was stunned. Beautiful on the outside, but rotten on the inside. You can't control yourself when a woman throws herself at you. Ji Yao said hatefully. You're blaming me? Yang Kai was speechless. He thought to himself, isn't this your fault? If you weren't like that, how could I be like this? I'm a man, after all. Ji Yao said coldly, the truth is right in front of you, and you still want to quibble. Yang Kai lowered his eyes. A few strands of black hair fell on his forehead, covering his expression. He said indifferently, Junior Marshal Sister Yao, you fed yourself to the tiger just to prove that your point of view was correct? Ji Yao said, yes. Yang Kai raised his head and grinned. Junior Marshal Sister Yao, you're quite brave. Aren't you afraid of being eaten until not even your bones are left? As he spoke, he approached her step by step. She was already powerless and was leaning against the wall, so with Kai Yang's approach, she couldn't escape. Her long eyelashes trembled violently as she cried out in alarm, what do you want to do? Yang Kai supported himself against the wall with one hand and lifted her jade-like chin with the other. He was like a demon that had been completely released. He looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. What do you think I want to do? Without waiting for her to respond, he leaned over and kissed her again. This time, he didn't show any tenderness, but directly broke through all the barriers and wantonly took. Ji Yao was suddenly out of breath, almost suffocating. Only now did she understand that men weren't people she could casually provoke. This was the second time she experienced this kind of thing. In any case, her performance was a bit better than before. She was able to feel something, but it was also because of this that she felt even more unbearable. Something seemed to be stirring in her body, and the blood in her body flowed several times faster than usual. Her whole body emitted an astonishing heat, as if it wanted to burn her clothes to ashes. When a large hand climbed from her waist to her chest, Ji Yao finally grabbed Yang Kai's wrist. She opened her eyes and shook her head pleadingly. Yang Kai had been paying attention to her reaction. Seeing this, he smiled faintly and didn't force her again. After a long time, their lips parted. Ji Yao absent-mindedly looked at the sparkling silk thread connecting them. Her already red cheeks became even more ashamed. A short figure slipped out from under Kai Yang's arm. His footsteps floated to the top of the stairs. Stopping, he turned around and fiercely glared at Kai Yang, absolutely. Absolutely. Don't tell Junior Marshal Sister. She then hurried downstairs as if she was fleeing. She still dares to be so fierce. Yang Kai looked in the direction she disappeared and sneered. Bringing his hand to the tip of his nose, he smelled the lingering fragrance, a look of fascination appearing on his face. But then again, he had only come here today to obtain some secret arts and secret techniques from Ice Heart Valley. How had things developed to this point with Ji Yao? Thinking back to what had just happened, Yang Kai felt like he was dreaming. But what was done, so there was no point in thinking about it now. He just didn't know if it would be awkward if he met Ji Yao again. What made Yang Kai even more concerned was that she actually didn't want him to tell Su Yan. He had thought that Ji Yao had sacrificed herself to feed a tiger and would definitely use it against him, but she was actually more afraid of this matter being exposed than he was. Rubbing his chin and thinking for a while, Yang Kai shook his head. He really didn't know what Biyao was up to today. On the first floor of the secret art pavilion, the middle-aged woman in the palace dress heard the noise and quickly greeted, "Martial Aunt Ji." Biyao didn't look around, as if she hadn't heard anything. Her mind was still immersed in the sudden change just now. The impact of what had just happened on her was unimaginable. She definitely wasn't as calm as she appeared on the surface. The middle-aged woman asked, "Disciple heard some noise upstairs just now. Did Martial Aunt quarrel with Palace Master Yang?" Biyao glanced at her and frowned. "Did you hear it?" The middle-aged woman hurriedly said, "Disciple didn't mean to, it was just a bit loud." Biyao's eyes flashed. "What did you hear?" The middle-aged woman lowered her head and said, "I didn't hear it clearly." Biyao didn't know whether what she said was true or false, so she could only say, "Don't spread it, just now I just had some disagreements with Big Brother." And the middle-aged woman nodded before asking curiously, "Martial Aunt, why is your face so red?" Biyao said with an unnatural expression, "I was angered by him." The middle-aged woman didn't doubt her, but those who cultivated ice attributes secret arts generally had relatively stable mental states. She was really curious about what Martial Aunt Ji and Palace Master Yang were arguing about that had angered her. That Palace Master Yang was really too much. Her Martial Aunt Ji was such a good person, yet she was angered by him. It was definitely his fault. There weren't many jade slips on the 8th floor, so Yang Kai only needed a moment to organize them. Looking up at the 9th floor, he guessed that it should contain Ice Heart Valley's secret arts. The 9th floor was completely unguarded for him, so if he wanted to enter, he could easily do so. But since Bing Yun didn't allow him to do so, he naturally wouldn't trespass. In the end, he came here to collect secret arts and secret techniques just to give the disciples more choice. He didn't need anything too profound. His harvest was quite bountiful, but he didn't know how Li Jiao was doing. Yang Kai went downstairs, and the middle-aged woman immediately stepped forward and bowed. "You haven't left yet?" Yang Kai looked at Biyao, who had her back to him, in amazement. He thought that after what happened just now, she would avoid him, but she was actually still waiting here. Biyao turned around and said, "Why should I leave? I didn't do anything shameful." "How can you say something like that?" Yang Kai's eyes widened. She had betrayed her little junior sister and her man. Wasn't this shameful? But since it happened to him, Yang Kai naturally couldn't say anything, so he nodded and said, "This matter is over, so I should go back. I'll send you off." Yang Kai didn't refuse. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but along the way, Yang Kai felt that she seemed to be deliberately keeping a little distance from him. He said a few words to her but didn't get any response, which made Yang Kai feel bored. He really wanted to ask Biyao what was going on just now. "We're already like that, so why are you still showing me such a cold face? It's like you have some kind of deep grudge against me. Could it be that you're angry?" Thinking so, Yang Kai's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. It really was possible. He had been a little too complacent just now, so it was inevitable that Biyao would be angry. It's just that it takes two hands to clap. If you weren't willing, why didn't you refuse from the start? Why was her resistance so weak? Yang Kai thought that she had acquiesced, so he took a mile after giving her an inch. This is so King awkward. I don't know how to interact with her in the future. Soon, they arrived at the Ice Island Forbidden Area. Yang Kai stepped onto the space array and glanced at Biyao, but saw that her expression was the same as usual as she quietly stood there. Yang Kai sighed and cupped his fists. "I'll have to trouble junior sister Yao to take care of Su Yan." Biyao lightly replied, "Don't worry, she won't suffer the slightest grievance here." Yang Kai nodded and activated the space array. With a flash of light, they disappeared. After returning to the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai found Hua Qingxi and handed over the things he had obtained on this trip to her, letting her place them in the cultivation technique pavilion for the disciples to choose from. After Hua Qingxi received them, she reported, "Palace Master Li came over earlier and also sent over many cultivation techniques. I already thanked him, but he seems to have something to say to you. Where is he? He's in the discussion hall. I'll go take a look. After saying this, Yang Kai flew into the air and left. In the discussion hall, Li Jiao sat upright with Lu Sanyang accompanying him. The two whispered to each other and laughed heartily. Suddenly, they felt someone flash by the door. When they looked up, their expressions shook as they stood up and bowed. Brotherly, are you looking for me for something? They were no longer outsiders. After going through life and death together, Yang Kai had gradually changed his opinion of Li Jiao, so there was no need for formalities. Li Jiao smiled and said, "This Li wants my Fire Dragon Palace and Brother Yang's High Heaven Palace to form an alliance and help each other from now on. What does Brother Yang think?" Chapter 32:18. Alliance? Helping each other? This was a good thing. Although the High Heaven Palace's foundation wasn't bad, and they even had more than 100,000 disciples, they were still a new force in the Northern Territory. If they could form an alliance with the Fire Dragon Palace, it would definitely be beneficial to their future development. Li Jiao was no longer an outsider, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse this kind of thing and immediately agreed. Li Jiao chuckled and cupped his hands. Then in the future, my Fire Dragon Palace will have to look up to Brother Yang and follow the lead of the High Heaven Palace. He knew Yang Kai's abilities better than anyone else, so he knew that there was a hierarchy in this alliance. The Fire Dragon Palace couldn't compare to the High Heaven Palace, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. The alliance between the two top forces was a big deal, but it was decided by the two of them in just a few words. They didn't even need to sign a document because no matter who it was, there was no need to sign a document. Brother Yang, since we have formed an alliance, we are family. Li Jiao grinned meaningfully. Look at those debts. Can they be waived for us? Back then, Li Jiao followed Ji Ying to the High Heaven Palace to cause trouble and took advantage of the fact that the two were competing in alchemy to set up a bet. As a result, he lost miserably and owed the High Heaven Palace several decades of debt. Every year, he had to pay tens of millions of high-rank source crystals, causing the Fire Dragon Palace to live frugally. The elders and deacons under him complained that sometimes they couldn't even gather enough source crystals for their disciples to cultivate. Only a dozen years had passed, but the Fire Dragon Palace couldn't hold on any longer. Thinking about the 20 to 30-year repayment period, Li Jiao felt a headache coming on. You tricked me. Yang Kai glared at Li Jiao. Those debts weren't a small number. Li Jiao grinned meaningfully and said with a thick face, in any case, you're not an outsider, not an outsider. Yang Kai snorted twice, it's not impossible to waive them. Li Jiao hurriedly took advantage of the situation and cupped his hands. Thank you, Brother Yang. Yang Kai raised his hand. But I have a condition. Li Jiao said, Brother Yang, please speak. Yang Kai said, you also know the current situation of my High Heaven Palace. More than 100,000 disciples have just arrived. For the time being, we don't have to worry about cultivation resources, secret arts, and secret techniques. However, cultivation experience is indispensable. They need someone to teach them. My High Heaven Palace has too many gaps, and we can't spare so many people to teach them. Therefore, I would like to ask Li Jiao for help. On the path of cultivation, having someone to guide you and fumbling around on your own were two different concepts. Yang Kai had a deep understanding of this throughout his journey. He already had this plan before, and now that Li Jiao had come up to him, how could he let him go? If not for the fact that Ice Heart Valley's disciples only cultivated ice attributes, secret arts and secret techniques, which were not suitable for the general public, Yang Kai would have asked Bing Yun to send some people to support him when he went to Ice Heart Valley. However, the secret arts and secret techniques cultivated by Ice Heart Valley's disciples were too monotonous and might not be suitable for other cultivators. What kind of support? Li Jiao was puzzled. I'll have to trouble you to send a group of experienced instructors from the Fire Dragon Palace to teach my disciples how to cultivate. So that's what it is. I thought it would be a big deal. Li Jiao immediately patted his chest and promised, no problem. After a pause, he continued, however, there are too many disciples in High Heaven Palace. Even if my Fire Dragon Palace supports them, I'm afraid it won't be enough. With more than 100,000 disciples, even if one instructor taught 500, they would need 200 to 300 people. How could the Fire Dragon Palace send so many people? After all, if one wanted to be an instructor, their cultivation had to be at least at the Tao Source Realm. Cultivators below the Tao Source Realm were useless. The cultivator from the Star Territory could already cultivate to the Origin King Realm. All they lacked was the cultivation experience to reach the Origin King Realm. Even if the Fire Dragon Palace had so many Tao Source Realm Masters, it was impossible to send all of them. Just respond to this urgent request first. I'll think of other ways to deal with the rest. Yang Kai sighed. With so many people, there were also many trivial matters. It was impossible for him to take care of everything. He could only lay a foundation for the entire High Heaven Palace. As for how it would develop in the future, it would depend on the management of his subordinates and the progress of the disciples. How many people does Yang Kai need? Li Jiao asked. 100. Li Jiao pondered for a moment before nodding, all right. Although 100 people wasn't a small number, the Fire Dragon Palace could still transfer them. If there were more, it wouldn't be possible. Since they were instructors, they had to be able to teach others how to cultivate. Not everyone could take on this position. Cultivating and teaching others to cultivate were two different things. The Fire Dragon Palace was a big sect, so even if it was a little difficult to gather 100 instructors, it should be enough. The debt will be the monthly salary of these 100 instructors. Brother Li doesn't have any objections, right? No objections, no objections. Li Jiao replied with a smile. It had to be known that the debt was a huge amount of wealth. Sending out 100 instructors was a huge profit, so how could he have any objections? What's more, these 500 instructors were definitely going to be returned, so it wasn't a loss at all. Standing up, he said, there's no time to lose. This Li will rush back and send the people Brother Yang needs over as soon as possible. I'll go with you. Yang Kai said. Li Jiao was startled for a moment before he suddenly understood. Brother Yang wants to connect our two palaces? This will also make it easier to communicate. Alright, Li Jiao didn't refuse and immediately set off with Yang Kai and Lu Sanyang towards the Fire Dragon Palace. The three of them were all from the Emperor Realm and had the help of flight artifacts, so their speed was naturally very fast. In just half a day, they arrived at the Fire Dragon Palace. Li Jiao led the way, leading Yang Kai to a quiet and secluded place in the Fire Dragon Palace. Yang Kai immediately began to arrange a space array. When night fell and the stars twinkled, the array was completed. With this array connecting the High Heaven Palace and the Fire Dragon Palace, the distance of millions of kilometers could be crossed in an instant, and they could truly help each other. Yang Kai originally wanted to rush back immediately. After all, there were many trivial matters in the High Heaven Palace that required him to deal with personally, but Li Jiao forced him to stay, saying that he wanted to set up a banquet to entertain him. It wouldn't be good to reject him, so he could only agree. In the main hall, the lights flickered, illuminating the entire hall in detail. Every reputable person in Mythical Dragon Palace came over to sit with him, from Palace Master Li Jiao to the Elder of Law Protectors, filling up the entire table. Perhaps because they had received news from Li Jiao that the Fire Dragon Palace would no longer have to hand over source crystals to the High Heaven Palace every year in the future, everyone was in a good mood and their attitude towards Yang Kai naturally changed. Everyone flattered him, and Li Jiao even boasted about his friendship with Yang Kai. When they were drunk, he even put his arm around Yang Kai's shoulder, completely forgetting how much he hated and feared Yang Kai in the past. The atmosphere was lively, with dancers adding to the fun. Yang Kai sat next to Li Jiao, not putting on any high and mighty airs. In the end, he was just a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and after seeing more powerful strength, how could he put on airs? This made the higher-ups of the Fire Dragon Palace feel that Yang Kai was a good person. There was wine, and they drank heartily, making their eyes hazy. The banquet lasted until the middle of the night before everyone dispersed. Li Jiao ordered a young and beautiful maid to help Yang Kai rest, but Yang Kai refused and returned to the High Heaven Palace that night. Li Jiao personally sent him off. In front of the space array, Yang Kai suddenly turned to look at Li Jiao. "Brother Li, I want to unify the Northern Territory, what do you think?" The night wind blew, and Li Jiao suddenly sobered up. He said in surprise, "Unify the Northern Territory?" "Yes." Yang Kai also had a sudden idea. More than 100,000 disciples were crying piteously for food in the High Heaven Palace. Although they didn't have to worry about cultivation materials in the short term, and they even had a trade route with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Territory and a trade route with the Wild Ancient Land in the Eastern Territory, it was definitely not a good thing in the long run. If the High Heaven Palace wanted to continue to develop, it needed to have its own harvest and industries. In the past, the Seeking Passions sect had many properties of its own. There were more than 20 cities, both large and small. Every year, the Seeking Passions sect would receive a large amount of offerings from those cities. Correspondingly, the Seeking Passions sect protected those cities. However, after Yang Kai destroyed the Seeking Passions sect, he only plundered its wealth and didn't pay any attention to the industries left behind by the Seeking Passions sect. In other words, the 20 or so cities weren't under the control of the High Heaven Palace at all. However, it was easy to take them back. With the current strength of the High Heaven Palace, they could just send a monster king to deter them, and they wouldn't be afraid that they wouldn't compromise. However, this kind of income obviously couldn't satisfy the cultivation needs of more than 100,000 disciples. If they could unify the Northern Territory, then they wouldn't have to worry. The entire Northern Territory had enough resources. Not to mention 100,000 people, they could even feed 1,000,000 people. However, he also knew that there would be some resistance. Even if the High Heaven Palace was powerful, the hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory weren't to be trifled with. The Monster King was indeed powerful, but there were only 3 of them. Moreover, the Monster King's identity was too sensitive, and it wasn't suitable for them to appear in public for a long time. Otherwise, if they provoked some almighty expert to come out and slay demons, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. He didn't believe that there weren't any masters in the Northern Territory. The masters he could see were only on the surface. There were always some capable people hiding under the surface. Yang Kai didn't know about them now because he hadn't touched their interests. Once he really provoked them, those people definitely wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Currently, there were several top forces in the Northern Territory. The High Heaven Palace, Iceheart Valley, and Fire Dragon Palace could be said to be advancing and retreating together. If Yang Kai really wanted to unify the Northern Territory, these 2 forces definitely wouldn't have any objections. Yang Kai also wouldn't touch the interests of these 2 forces, but the other forces would have to stand aside. Li Jiao understood Yang Kai's nature. He knew that this guy was skilled and bold. He even dared to kill his way out of Dragon Island, so there was probably nothing in this world that he didn't dare to do. If it was someone else who asked this question, Li Jiao would probably laugh it off because it wasn't very realistic. However, since Yang Kai asked this, it was likely that he really wanted to do this and had the confidence to do so. Looking up, Li Jiao saw that Yang Kai's eyes were clear, without the slightest hint of drunkenness, so Li Jiao knew that he wasn't talking about drunkenness. After pondering for a moment, Li Jiao said, "If Brother Yang really has such intentions, this Li will definitely do his best to help." He had just reached an agreement with Yang Kai to help each other, so Li Jiao naturally wouldn't slap his own face, but, "Brother Yang, are you mentally prepared to be condemned by thousands and cursed by hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory?" Yang Kai laughed heartily. "What does the life or death of others have to do with me? I only care about my High Heaven Palace." Li Jiao nodded. It was every man for himself. Since he had embarked on the journey of the martial Tao, he had to be mentally prepared to fall at any time. Killing and being killed was normal. Chapter 32:19 There's only one thing, Medicine Pill Valley. Li Jiao looked at Yang Kai with some worry. Although there were no great emperor's sects in the Northern Territory, and Medicine Pill Valley was only a place for the great emperors to cultivate, not a sect, if Yang Kai really stirred up trouble in the Northern Territory, he might provoke Medicine Pill Valley's people. Once Medicine Pill Valley intervened, there would be no end to this matter. Yang Kai sneered, I don't want to exterminate the hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory, I just want to occupy some cities and make them pay tribute every year. Why would Medicine Pill Valley care? Tilting his head, he looked at Li Jiao and said, Brother Li doesn't think I want to exterminate the Northern Territory's great sects, does he? Li Jiao broke out in cold sweat, I misunderstood. When he heard Yang Kai say that he wanted to unify the Northern Territory, he really thought he was going to start a massacre, but now he realized that he had been overthinking things. If he only wanted to occupy some cities and make them pay tribute every year, it wouldn't be too excessive. After all, there was still a lot of room for negotiation. Yang Kai reached out and patted his shoulder, since you want to do this, you need to establish your prestige first. The High Sky sect is a good target, so I'll have to trouble Brother Li to send a message to Mi Qi and tell him to come see me at the High Heaven Palace as soon as possible. Li Jiao smiled bitterly, Brother Yang wants me to be the bad guy. Yang Kai blinked, who asked Brother Li to be so familiar with Mi Qi? Alright, I will inform him as soon as possible, but I don't know what he will do. As long as you inform him, Yang Kai smiled slightly before turning around and stepping into the space array. With a flash of light, he disappeared. The High Sky sect was also one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, not inferior to Fire Dragon Palace or Ice Heart Valley in terms of strength, both of them having third-stage Emperor Realm Masters. Since Yang Kai wanted to establish his might and spread the name of the High Heaven Palace, he naturally had to choose a suitable target. If Ice Heart Valley and Fire Dragon Palace didn't work, then he could only start with the High Sky sect. Having said that, the High Sky sect, like the Fire Dragon Palace, also owed Yang Kai a large amount of source crystals. Over the years, they had paid back a lot of source crystals, but who knew how long it would take for them to pay it all back. The days passed quickly, and Yang Kai was also busy every day. He didn't even have time to talk to Shanqing Luo and Shuiyu. The food, accommodation, and cultivation of the hundreds of thousands of disciples was a big problem. If they didn't solve it properly, they couldn't do anything else. Under his instructions, Hua Qingxi returned to the Southern Territory and bought a large number of source condensing pills from Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, distributing them to the Peak Origin King Realm cultivator who was preparing to break through to the Dao Source Realm. A few days later, 100 instructors also came over from the Fire Dragon Palace. Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi discussed and arranged for the 100 instructors to be distributed to the various peaks. These 100 instructors were all Dao Source Realm cultivators, so it would be no problem for them to teach the disciples who came from the Star Territory. When new Dao Source Realm Masters were born in each peak, the gap in the High Heaven Palace would be filled. At that time, the old would teach the new, so there was no need to worry too much. The various peaks were of different sizes, and the number of people living in them also varied. The smallest had 200 to 300 people, while the largest had 2,000 to 3,000 people. It wasn't until evening that the crowd gradually dispersed. Someone hurriedly reported from outside the hall, "Greetings, Palace Master, Master invites you over." Yang Kai looked over and found that this person was Ji Ying's eldest disciple. He immediately became spirited, "Brother Ji, you're back." The disciple said, "Master only returned at noon. He heard that Palace Master was in a conference with the Peak Masters, so he didn't disturb you." "I'll go take a look." Yang Kai immediately rushed to Spirit Dan Peak. When he reached Spirit Dan Peak and entered the main hall, he looked around and saw that Ji Ying was alone. Yang Kai's face lit up and he cupped his fists, "Brother Ji." Ji Ying returned the greeting, "Brother Yang, fortunately I didn't disappoint you." Although he had guessed before seeing Xia Ning Chang, Yang Kai was still overjoyed when he heard him say this. He grabbed Ji Ying's arm and pulled him to sit down. The great emperors agreed to accept Ning Chang as a disciple? Ji Ying smiled, "No. Yang Kai's face stiffened. How could that be? Ji Ying had been gone for more than a month, and Yang Kai hadn't seen Xia Ning Chang just now, so he thought that the great emperors had already accepted his little senior sister as a disciple. Who knew that Ji Ying would pour a bucket of cold water on him? Brother Yang, listen to me. Ji Ying smiled faintly. Master said that he would no longer accept a disciple. Since he had said that, he naturally couldn't go back on his word. Yang Kai glared. Ning Chang has the sacred spirit medicine body. How could the great emperors not be tempted? Ji Ying said, it is precisely because sister-in-law has the sacred spirit medicine body that Master felt that if he left her alone, he would waste such a good physique, so he left sister-in-law in Medicine Pill Valley. What does that mean? Yang Kai was puzzled. If he didn't accept Xia Ning Chang as a disciple, why did he leave her in Medicine Pill Valley? Ji Ying said, Master's meaning is that eldest brother, second brother, and fourth senior sister will work together to teach sister-in-law. Master even said that if there is anything she doesn't understand, sister-in-law can ask him for advice, but this master-disciple relationship is waived. Yang Kai was stunned. Is there any difference between this and taking her as a disciple? Xia Ning Chang stayed in Medicine Pill Valley and was taught by several disciples of the great emperors. She could even ask the great emperors some questions about alchemy. No matter how he looked at it, she was no different from a disciple. Ji Ying smiled faintly. Master seems to be a little annoyed that he said he wouldn't take any more disciples back then, and he is even more annoyed that word has spread. Yang Kai was stunned for a long time before he laughed loudly. Only now did he realize that it wasn't that the great emperors didn't want to take Xia Ning Chang as a disciple, but that he didn't want to slap his own face. If those words hadn't spread, the great emperors definitely wouldn't have refused. So Brother Yang can rest assured. With brother and the others teaching little junior sister, she will definitely be able to carry forward Master's legacy. Yang Kai looked at him mockingly. The great emperors didn't accept my humble wife, but Brother Ji called her little junior sister. If the great emperors heard this, that's the truth. Ji Ying didn't care. As the fifth disciple of the great emperors, how could he not see through the great emperor's thoughts? The great emperors were also people who cherished talents. Although they couldn't accept Xia Ning Chang as a disciple because of a single sentence, they would definitely guide her carefully. Calling her little junior sister was just a matter of not having a proper status, but Ji Ying's other brothers all agreed. Good, good, good. Yang Kai clapped his hands excitedly. Su Yan went to Ice Heart Valley to become a little junior sister, and Xia Ning Chang went to Medicine Pill Valley to become a little junior sister. It could be said that they shared the same fate, but this was inevitable. Compared to others, they couldn't compare in age and cultivation. Little junior sister was just a little junior sister. It was cool under a big tree. Shanqing Luo and Shuiyu didn't have a place to stay. Shanqing Luo didn't want to go to the ancient wild lands, so the two women could only stay in High Heaven Palace and cultivate. Shanqing Luo was better off, as she could ask the three great monster king for some cultivation experience, but as for Shuiyu, she could only be taught by Yang Kai himself. Although Yang Kai had experienced many hardships along the way, he was still a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so teaching her cultivation wasn't a problem. In a good mood, Yang Kai stayed on Spirit Pill Peak to drink and chat with Ji Ying. The High Sky sect was one of the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory. Sect Master Mi Chi was a third-order Emperor Realm Master and was famous throughout the Northern Territory, but ever since the High Heaven Palace appeared in the Northern Territory, life had become difficult. Every year, more than half of their harvest had to be handed over to the High Heaven Palace, so they lived a tight life. Fortunately, they had the Fire Dragon Palace as a fellow sufferer, otherwise, they wouldn't know what to do. On this day, Li Jiao came to visit. Mi Chi was an old acquaintance of his, so he naturally welcomed him warmly. A banquet was set up to entertain him, and after 3 rounds of wine, Li Jiao smiled slightly and said, "This Li came uninvited today because someone asked me to." Mi Chi was startled. "Who asked you to come? What is it?" Li Jiao was also a third-order Emperor Realm Master like him, and he also had a half-dragon bloodline. If they really fought, Mi Qi admitted that he wasn't his opponent. Who had such great face to ask him to come? Chapter 32:20. High Heaven Palace's Palace Master. Li Jiao replied. The corners of Mi Qi's eyes twitched as he bared his teeth. How could it be him? With a disgusted expression on his face, he obviously didn't have the slightest good impression of Yang Kai. This was not surprising though, although he had only met Yang Kai once. It was during that meeting that he had lost a large amount of source crystals from the High Sky sect. Every time he thought about it, he felt like his heart was being cut by a knife and regretted joining in on the fun. Looking at Li Jiao from the corner of his eyes, Mi Qi asked, Brother Li, haven't you been oppressed enough by him? Why are you trying to curry favor with him now? His tone was slightly sarcastic and his heart was filled with resentment. He had some friendship with Li Jiao, and although their friendship wasn't deep, it was still better than Yang Kai's. Now that Li Jiao had actually come to pass on a message to Yang Kai, of course Mi Qi wasn't happy about it. He felt that Li Jiao was really a spineless coward and that he even had a half-dragon bloodline. Li Jiao was also a little embarrassed by Mi Qi's words, but it was not convenient for him to say that his relationship with Yang Kai had greatly improved. Even Yang Kai had waived the debts of the Fire Dragon Palace for many years, so he could only bitterly reply, There's nothing I can do about it. Who told him to be the creditor? People have no choice but to lower their heads under the eaves. Humph. Mi Qi slammed the table as a fierce light flashed in his eyes. That despicable villain schemed against us in the past. If not for Grandmaster Ji's face, this king wouldn't have bothered with him all these years. This was the truth. The High Sky sect was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, and Mi Qi was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Even if he had lost a bet with Yang Kai back then, he could have reneged on it afterwards. With such a large amount of source crystals involved, what was a little bit of face to him? However, what happened back then happened right under Ji Ying's nose. Later, he heard that even Ji Ying was sent to the High Heaven Palace and became the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace. That was why Mi Qi had no choice but to compromise. If he really went back on his word, he might anger Ji Ying. He wasn't afraid of Yang Kai, but he was still very wary of Ji Ying. That wondrous pill was a disciple of the great emperors and an emperor pill master. Neither of these could be underestimated. Li Jiao thought that it was not a scheme, but a fair and square victory in alchemy. If he had not gone through life and death with Yang Kai a few times, his thoughts would not be much different from Mi Qi's. However, after going out with him a few times, Li Jiao's impression of Yang Kai had changed a lot. He felt that Yang Kai was not bad, but of course, the premise was that he did not provoke him. Mi Qi picked up his glass and downed it in one gulp, as if he wanted to vent the anger in his heart, quickly asking, Brother Li, what did that evil creature want you to convey? Li Jiao's expression was calm as he replied, Palace Master Yang's meaning is that the High Sky sect should submit to the High Heaven Palace. What? Mi Qi's eyes widened. I seem to have misheard. Brother Li, what did you say just now? Li Jiao sighed in his heart. How could he not know that Mi Qi was asking the obvious? There were only the two of them here, and there was no noise. Mi Qi was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so he could only repeat what he said just now. Haha. Mi Qi was so angry that he laughed, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he played with the wine glass in his hand. Then how should I submit? His tone was cold, and it was obvious that he had some complaints about Li Jiao. Daring to make such a rude request, Li Jiao, as the messenger, was very difficult to like. Brother Mi, why do you have to say such unpleasant words? Whether this matter succeeds or not has nothing to do with me. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Palace Master Li, please leave. Mi Qi changed the way he addressed Li Jiao from Brother Li to Palace Master Li, clearly drawing a clear line between him and Li Jiao. Li Jiao shook his head and stood up. Considering their friendship, he still reminded, Sect Master Mi, please reconsider. Before the High Heaven Palace rose, they were able to destroy the Seeking Passion sect. Now that several decades have passed, I'm afraid they have become even stronger. Do you think the High Sky sect is comparable to the Seeking Passion sect? Why do you want to bring disaster upon yourself? Mi Chi sneered. Palace Master Li should mind his own business. You don't need to worry about my High Sky sect's affairs. If Yang Kai wants my High Sky sect to submit, he might as well come and talk to me personally. Let's see if my High Sky sect agrees. That's all I have to say. Li Jiao nodded lightly, cupped his fists, and turned to leave. He had already passed on the message. As for what choice Mi Chi would make, that was up to him. Since Yang Kai wanted to use the High Sky sect to establish his prestige in the Northern Territory, he probably expected that the High Sky sect would not easily agree to such a request. Perhaps this situation was what Yang Kai wanted to see. Otherwise, how could he establish his prestige? Of the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory, 2 had a good relationship with the High Heaven Palace, and the only remaining one was the High Sky sect. Inside the main hall, Mi Chi coldly looked in the direction Li Jiao left, a disdainful sneer on his face. He felt that Li Jiao was exaggerating. He didn't know what method Yang Kai used to make the Fire Dragon Palace follow his lead. Even Li Jiao had come to pass on a message to him. He had also heard about the destruction of the Seeking Passion sect. It was a big deal in the Northern Territory, so it was difficult for him not to know about it. The Seeking Passion sect was indeed not inferior to the High Sky sect. Such a big sect could be easily destroyed, but that did not mean that the High Sky sect would be as vulnerable as the Seeking Passion sect. The reason why the Seeking Passion sect was destroyed was because all the masters had been dispatched to Iceheart Valley, but Yang Kai had led some masters to join forces with Iceheart Valley and wipe them out. Mi Chi did not intend to attack the High Heaven Palace. If Yang Kai really provoked him, he could rely on the High Sky sect's sect defending array and the masters in the sect to deal with him. If he could lure him into the sect's sect defending array, he might even be able to kill him. Taking the initiative to attack and defending the sect were obviously 2 different concepts. However, there was one thing he had to guard against. Yang Kai had 3 Monster King subordinates, each of them comparable to a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master. They would not be easy to deal with. Rolling his eyes, Mi Chi clapped his hands. A black-robed man immediately walked in. Mi Chi looked at him and asked, "Is the blue jade fruit in the medicine garden about to ripen?" The black-robed man did not know why Mi Chi suddenly asked this and cupped his fists. "It will ripen in a month." Mi Chi nodded. "Good, send a message to Old Tao and invite him over to taste it." The black-robed man cupped his fists and nodded before leaving. Turning around, Mi Chi looked in the direction of the High Heaven Palace and sneered. "Yang Kai, oh Yang Kai, you'd better know your place. If you really don't put my High Sky sect in your eyes, you won't be able to leave this time. Sect Master Yi, this is the situation. You know the current situation of my High Heaven Palace. There are too many disciples, and the 100 peaks are full. Some of the peaks have between 2,000 and 3,000 disciples. It's very crowded. Going out is like going to the market. Your 1,000 Leaves sect doesn't have many disciples, but you occupy such a large spirit peak. Many peak masters already have some complaints. After thinking about it, I can only thicken my face and come here to discuss it with you." Yang Kai said helplessly. Sitting across from him was 1,000 Leaves sect Master Yi Hen, but the food on the table in the middle was untouched. Palace Master means. Yi Hen looked at Yang Kai inquisitively. "Back then, I brought you to the High Heaven Palace for 2 reasons. First, the cultivation environment here is good, and there are no disturbances. It's suitable for you to recuperate. Second, the calamity your 1,000 Leaves sect encountered was caused by me. This Palace Master feels guilty. Palace Master is too serious. It's my 1,000 Leaves sect's weakness. Speaking of which, it's also thanks to Palace Master's care that my 1,000 Leaves sect was able to protect Xianhua. There's no need to thank me." Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Today, I'm going to be the bad guy. I'd like to hear the details." Yang Kai smiled bitterly, as the saying goes, a mountain can't hold two tigers. Although it's not very appropriate to place it in my high heaven palace, it's just that. It's not that this palace master wants to burn the bridge after crossing it, but there is another sect in my high heaven palace. Chapter 32:21. Palace master wants us to move out. Yi Hen was shocked. After what happened back then, Thousand Leaves sect was reduced to less than 200 to 300 disciples, and their strength was also mixed. If not for Yang Kai's care over the years, they would not have been able to survive. Not to mention, the disciples' cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and even he, the sect master, had been promoted to the emperor realm. Sect Master Yi, you still have a choice. Yang Kai raised a finger and said, first, Thousand Leaves sect will completely merge into the High Heaven Palace. From then on, Thousand Leaves sect will cease to exist, only Thousand Leaves peak, and you will become the peak master. We have discussed this before, but that was then and this is now. This way, the other peak masters will not have any objections. Yi Hen's expression changed slightly. If that was the case, Thousand Leaves sect would truly cease to exist, so he asked hesitantly, what is the second choice? Yang Kai said, I will send you back to Thousand Leaves sect's old grounds. Every time Manager Hua goes to the Southern Territory, she will pass through there. I heard that no one has occupied it yet, but it is a little shabby. Sect Master Yi only needs to order the disciples to repair it a little and you should be able to move in. As for safety, there is no need to worry. Sect Master Yi is now in the Emperor realm, so you should have some ability to protect yourself. With those heavens puppets, no one will be foolish enough to cause trouble for you. In addition, I am also a guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. When the time comes, I will greet Azure Sun Temple and ask them to take care of Thousand Leaves sect. You will naturally have the time and space to grow. Yi Hen was moved when he heard this and said gratefully, Palace Master is too kind. He knew that Yang Kai had already done all he could, so he did not have any complaints in his heart. The fact that Yang Kai was willing to discuss this matter with him so openly was already the greatest respect he could give him. Otherwise, with Yang Kai's current strength, he could easily sweep them out of the sect. However, if they really left and returned to Thousand Leaves sect, would they still have a chance to take revenge in the future? Over the years, the disciples' cultivation had improved rapidly, and even he had broken through to the Emperor realm. It was all thanks to the High Heaven Palace's excellent cultivation environment and endless supply of resources. Once they returned to the Southern Territory, they would have to start all over again. Even if Azure Sun Temple could protect them, where would they get cultivation resources? The Thousand Leaves sect was proficient in refining puppets, but refining them required a large amount of materials. Moreover, would the disciples really be willing to return to the Southern Territory with him? There's no need to consider. Yi Hen suddenly spoke. Yang Kai turned his head to look at him. Yi Hen stood up and cupped his fists respectfully. This Yi Hen is willing to lead the disciples of Thousand Leaves sect to the High Heaven Palace, but I have a request. Yang Kai grinned, let's hear it. When the time comes, I hope Palace Master will allow me to lead Thousand Leaves Peak's disciples to Flowing Shadow Sword sect to seek justice. Flowing Shadow Sword sect was the sect that had destroyed Thousand Leaves sect. Although they had been ordered to do so, it was indeed them who had done it. Yi Hen had painstakingly cultivated for so many years in order to one day set foot in Flowing Shadow Sword sect and take revenge for the deaths of his disciples. If Palace Master can agree to this condition, this subordinate is willing to serve High Heaven Palace like a dog or horse. Of course, how can I not agree? Yang Kai chuckled, you and I have discussed this matter before, and I'll say the same thing now. If you want to personally take revenge, then work hard on your cultivation. Flowing Shadow Sword sect is not a pushover. Yi Hen nodded and waved his sleeves, cupping his fists and bowing respectfully. Thousand Leaves Peak Master Yi Hen greets Palace Master. Although he had addressed Yang Kai as Palace Master before, it was clearly different from before. From now on, the original members of Thousand Leaves sect would truly belong to the High Heaven Palace, and their puppet refining techniques would also become part of the High Heaven Palace's capital. To be honest, Yang Kai wasn't too willing to let Yi Hen leave, but what he said was also the truth. Thousand Leaves Sect's 200 to 300 disciples occupied an excellent main peak, causing the other peak masters to have a lot of complaints. It would be fine if they were from the same sect, but the key point was that Yi Hen and the others were just outsiders. It was only because they had arrived relatively early that they were able to occupy a good place. Now, there was no need to worry about this. He informed Yi Hen that in a few days, some people would be sent to Thousand Leaves Peak. With such a large main peak, it would be a waste not to accommodate at least 3,000 people. Returning from Yi Hen's place, Yang Kai had a relaxed expression on his face. After entering the main hall of High Heaven Peak, a maidservant immediately greeted him. "Palace Master, Master Ji is here." "Brother Ji? Is something the matter?" Yang Kai was stunned. The maidservant covered her mouth and smiled. "It's not Master Ji Ying, but Master Ji Yao." Yang Kai's footsteps paused as he walked in and asked with a guilty conscience, "What is she here for?" Last time, something had happened in Iceheart Valley's secret art pavilion. Although Yang Kai had some lingering memories, he could not understand Ji Yao's attitude. The two of them had already done such intimate things, but Ji Yao acted as if nothing had happened. No matter how he looked at it, it was very strange. Fortunately, she had warned Yang Kai not to let Su Yan know about this matter, otherwise, Yang Kai would have to worry about whether she would use this to blackmail him. Since she had warned him so, he definitely would not take the initiative to reveal this secret. After returning, Yang Kai had been busy these past few days, so he had put the matter of that day to the back of his mind. Now that he heard that Ji Yao had come, he could not help but feel a little apprehensive. That day, Ji Yao seemed to have lost control of her emotions. Could it be that she regretted it now and came to settle accounts with him? If that was the case, he would lose a lot of face. The maidservant replied, "I don't know." After Master Ji Yao arrived, she went inside and told this servant to tell Master to see her when he returned. Yang Kai scratched his neck with an uneasy expression, then looked at the maidservant and asked, "What was her expression when she arrived? Was she angry?" The maidservant was puzzled. "No, Master Ji Yao was always cold. I don't know if she was angry or not." "Can't you tell if she was angry or not?" Yang Kai glared at her. The maidservant hurriedly lowered her head. "This servant really doesn't know." Forget it, Yang Kai waved his hand. "Go back to your work." The maidservant obeyed and fled. Yang Kai paced back and forth in the hall, really not knowing what Ji Yao's intentions were. It was reasonable to say that the two of them meeting now would be somewhat awkward, but Yang Kai didn't know what her intentions were, so he was somewhat hesitant. After pacing back and forth a few times, Yang Kai even walked to the entrance of the hall, preparing to ignore Ji Yao. In any case, it was impossible for her to stay in High Heaven Palace forever, so he could naturally avoid this awkwardness. Thinking about it again, the one who should be embarrassed wasn't him, but her. She wasn't afraid, so what was a man like him afraid of? In any case, the one who suffered a loss was her. Turning around, Yang Kai valiantly walked into the hall, his steps like a dragon or a tiger, extremely arrogant. After searching for a long time, Yang Kai finally found Ji Yao in one of the rooms. This was Su Yan's room, built against a cliff. Outside the balcony was a bottomless cliff with clouds swirling around it. When Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered, he saw Ji Yao standing by the railing, her eyes gazing out at the setting sun. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on her, dyeing her whole body a golden yellow. As the wind blew, her hair and dress fluttered, as if she could fly away at any time. Ji Yao didn't even turn her head, as if she didn't feel Yang Kai's arrival at all. Yang Kai closed the door and walked over. He stood beside her and looked at her side profile. Her snow-white skin, slender neck, tall and straight. She was as quiet as a virgin. She exuded a different kind of charm. "Junior sister Yao, you're here," Yang Kai smiled and rubbed his hands. Not understanding her current attitude, Yang Kai didn't dare to be too presumptuous. When a man and a woman did such a thing, from a psychological point of view, the man would feel like he had taken advantage of her, so naturally he felt somewhat guilty. I came to pick up something. Biyao turned her head and glanced at him. What are you picking up? Yang Kai asked curiously. Some change of clothes for little junior sister, Biyao replied. Yang Kai stared at her in a daze for a long time before realizing what she meant. That's it? Biyao nodded gently. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did you need to come here personally? As a cultivator, everyone had a space ring. Everyone's ring must have a lot of spare change of clothes. Yang Kai's space ring also had some, so he believed Su Yan must also have one. If it was just to pick up some change of clothes, there was no need for her to come here personally. You don't welcome me? Biyao raised her brow. No, absolutely not. How could I not welcome you? Yang Kai flatly denied. Biyao raised her chin and said, Go find it. I don't want to touch little junior sister's things. Then wait a moment. Yang Kai said before turning around and going to the wardrobe to search. Su Yan didn't care much about what she wore, but with her foundation, she was beautiful no matter what she wore. There weren't many clothes in the wardrobe, so Yang Kai took them all out and stuffed them into an empty space ring. When he turned around, he discovered that Biyao had also followed him in. She was sitting sideways on the bed, and she was unreasonably quiet. Chapter 32-22. With no other choice, he could only chat with Biyao for a while to prevent the atmosphere from becoming too awkward. Fortunately, now that he had Su Yan, they had some common topics to talk about. Yang Kai asked about Su Yan, and Biyao answered him one by one. She learned that Su Yan was living well in Iceheart Valley these days, and the senior sisters were also very kind to her. Of course, this was partly because of Yang Kai's face, but more so because they were fellow disciples. In any case, since Bingyun opened her mouth, Su Yan was now their little junior sister, and they would be family in the future. After Bingyun learned that Su Yan had a special constitution, the ice crystal jade body, she was overjoyed. When Yang Kai brought Su Yan to Iceheart Valley to acknowledge her ancestors, he didn't mention this. Originally, he wanted to mention it, but Bingyun readily accepted Su Yan, so Yang Kai didn't have to say much. The two of them, one sitting and one standing, Yang Kai turned his head to look outside from time to time. His meaning was obvious. It was getting dark, and she should leave. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for a man and a woman to be alone in a room in the middle of the night. Biyao didn't care about this at all. She sat there quietly, not feeling uncomfortable at all. As night fell, the rolling clouds outside the window became somewhat blurry, revealing a different kind of beauty. Yang Kai was a little speechless. He really didn't know what Biyao wanted to do. Could it be that she wanted to settle accounts with him because of what happened last time? But it didn't seem like it. If she really wanted to settle accounts, she could have just said it directly. Why was she still here? Standing here all the time wasn't a good idea either. It was as if he was listening to her lecture. Yang Kai thought to himself that he was now the dignified palace master of High Heaven Palace. He had some face and status, and this was his territory. What right did she have to sit while he stood? Turning around, he straightened his robe and sat on the edge of the bed, not too far from Biyao. By the way, how is junior sister Lu now? Yang Kai didn't know what to say. The so-called junior sister Lu was naturally Lu Xianyun, who had entered the star boundary through the starlight corridor with him and ended up in the Blue Feather sect. Later, by chance, she entered a small world with Yang Kai and met Bingyun there. After coming out of that small world, Lu Xianyun joined Iceheart Valley. Speaking of which, Lu Xianyun did not cultivate an ice attribute's secret art, so according to Iceheart Valley standards, she was not qualified to become a disciple, but she had no place to settle down, so Yang Kai could not just ignore her and asked Bingyun to accept her. Junior sister Lu has been in retreat recently to break through to the Emperor realm. I haven't seen her for many years, but I think she should be fine, Biyao replied faintly. A cultivator who came from a lower star territory had excellent aptitude and perception, so they were very likely to reach the Emperor realm. Lu Xianyun was also one of the top masters in the Great Desolate Star territory. After joining Iceheart Valley, she was given abundant cultivation resources and a good cultivation environment, so after accumulating enough strength, she suddenly had a chance to rise. Yang Kai nodded gently, feeling happy for Lu Xianyun. Jiyao's next words made Yang Kai's heart jump. Big brother is also interested in junior sister Lu? Yang Kai stared at her and said seriously, don't talk nonsense, you're ruining my reputation. Biyao leisurely played with her sleeves. Senior martial brother, haven't you done a lot of things to ruin other people's reputation? What do you mean? Wasn't it just because I couldn't control myself that day? And you can't blame me for everything that happened that day. If you think you've suffered a loss, how about I let you molest me right now? Turning his head to look at her, Yang Kai said seriously, Junior Sister Yao, I think you may have some misunderstanding about me. Ha. Jiyao's lips curled slightly, but she did not comment. Yang Kai suddenly became angry and leaned towards her, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Can you not laugh like that? It's very disrespectful to laugh like that. Originally, he was angry, but after he finished speaking, Yang Kai's expression became startled. Because a trace of panic suddenly flashed across Jiyao's face, and her long eyelashes quickly trembled a few times. When he came back to his senses, Yang Kai's expression twitched, only then did he realize that he had almost stuck his mouth on her face. This is King embarrassing again. He originally wanted to explain, but now he had the suspicion of taking advantage of her. It really was yellow mud falling into his crotch. If he didn't do that, then what? If he retreated now, it would make him look guilty. Yang Kai rolled his eyes, thinking about how he should quietly change the topic. But he saw a faint blush appear on Jiyao's fair little face, and a faint fragrance also lingered on the tip of his nose, entering his nostrils, as if an invisible little hand was scratching his heart. What's going on? Yang Kai was a bit confused. Why didn't she dodge? He had accidentally stuck himself so close to her, so logically speaking, Biyao should have dodged, but she clearly had no intention of dodging. Her eyes flickered with a bit of panic, and a small hand unconsciously twisted her snow-white sleeve, looking down submissively. Yang Kai's gaze swept across her fair face, delicate earlobes, and slender neck. From this angle, he could even faintly see a bit of the scenery on her chest, but her clothes were too tight, so it was a bit hard to see, but the darkness between the gaps of the clothes gave people unlimited room for imagination. He swallowed his saliva, turned his head to the side, and whistled as if nothing had happened. His butt moved to the side, and he was much closer to Biyao. Huh? No reaction. He moved a little more, and a little more. A warm feeling came from his side, and it was obvious that he had already touched her. Until now, Biyao still had no reaction, and did not even have any intention of dodging, but when Yang Kai stuck close to her, he clearly felt her body tremble. It can't be, right? Yang Kai shouted in his heart. A thought surged in his mind, and he couldn't suppress it no matter how hard he tried. One hand on the bed, the other hand quietly went around Jiyao's back, slowly pulling her back and hugging her. After the whistle stopped, Yang Kai sat up straight, looking straight ahead, but using the corner of his eye to size up Biyao. Biyao turned her head to look at him, her sharp gaze like a knife cutting Yang Kai's face. Even if Yang Kai's face was thick, he was still a bit flustered. How is that rogue? I haven't even said anything yet. Yang Kai chased her to the guardrail, so how could he still see her? Last time, he had taken advantage of her in Iceheart Valley's secret art pavilion, and this time, she came to High Heaven Palace to take advantage of him. Did she think she could just let it go like this? Yang Kai didn't know if he would have another chance in the future. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed that he hadn't hardened his heart and taken her today, mainly because he had seen her begging eyes and felt his heart soften. Letting out a long sigh, Yang Kai stepped out of the room, searched around the palace for a while, and directly came to a side room, pushed open the door, and entered. Inside the room, Shuiyu was meditating and resting. Seeing Yang Kai come in, she couldn't help asking, "Husband, why are you here?" Yang Kai didn't answer and instead walked over to her and picked her up. "Where are you going?" Shuiyu wrapped her arms around his neck and asked. "Looking for A Luo," Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Chapter 32-23. The next morning, Yang Kai woke up leisurely and yawned as he held a delicate figure in each of his arms, filling the room with a strange smell. Last night, it was another crazy night. Gently extricating himself from the two tender figures, Yang Kai waved his hand and opened the window, allowing a cool breeze to blow away the strange smell in the room. This action also woke up Shanqing Luo and Shuiyu. Shanqing Luo's face was thick as she straightened up and stretched seductively, her exquisite figure on full display as she glared at Yang Kai and snorted, "Are you satisfied now?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully before walking over and grabbing her chest. "You speak as if you were the one who suffered a loss. I wonder who was the one who acted so presumptuously last night." Shanqing Luo snorted, "Don't come looking for me these days. I need to enter retreat to break through to the Tao Source Realm. Elder sister is already a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator. If I don't work harder, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up with you." Saying so, she reached out and pinched Shuiyu's cheek. "Stop pretending to be asleep, hurry up and get up." Being exposed, Shuiyu blushed and could only get up, but unlike Shanqing Luo, she was not as bold as she grabbed a blanket to cover her chest. Shanqing Luo reached out and tickled her. "What are you doing? It's not like you haven't seen them before, why are you so shy?" "Ah Luo, don't make trouble." Shuiyu blushed. Although she was not as shy as her little senior sister, she was not as bold as Shanqing Luo. Sneaking a glance at Yang Kai, she saw him standing there naked and smiling, not showing any intention of stopping them, so she was immediately annoyed. "Elder sister isn't here, you're going to turn the world upside down. I'll tell elder sister when I get back." "Good, you dare to snitch." Shanqing Luo clenched her teeth and threw herself at Shuiyu, tearing off the blanket on her body. Her hand scratched Shuiyu until she cried out for mercy. She even called out to Yang Kai, "Husband, if the harem is not peaceful, how can the world be peaceful? Sister Yu needs to be taught a lesson, what are you waiting for?" Yang Kai thought about it seriously, then nodded and said, "That makes sense." He approached Shuiyu with a sinister smile, and with the help of Shanqing Luo, he trampled on Shuiyu. Of course, Shanqing Luo did not escape the clutches of the devil in the end. By the time everything was settled, it was already noon. The two women helped Yang Kai put on his clothes and let him sit in front of the mirror. One of them tidied up his clothes, while the other stood behind him and combed his hair. While Shuiyu was busy, she said, "Husband, Ah Luo is going into seclusion, and so am I. Please don't come and harm us for the next few days. If our cultivation really can't keep up with you and big sister in the future, it will be troublesome." And Yang Kai nodded. Although he was reluctant to part with love, the road to becoming a cultivator still required constant climbing. Shanqing Luo and Shuiyu had just arrived from the Star Territory, so it was a good time for them to accumulate enough strength. If they missed this opportunity, it might affect them for the rest of their lives. Yang Kai said, "Cultivate well, and if there is anything you don't understand, just ask someone. There are many people in the Emperor realm in the Imperial Palace, so teaching you won't be a problem." "Understood," Shuiyu nodded. Shanqing Luo suddenly smiled and said, "Big sister went to Iceheart Valley, Ning Cheng went to Medicine Pill Valley, Sister Yu and I are going into retreat to cultivate, so husband, you will probably be all alone for a while. Didn't you say you have a sister who is also a dragon race cultivator? Why don't you bring her here? That way, when we are not here, there will be someone to take care of you." Yang Kai murmured, "Let's talk about it later." Zhu Qing's matter wasn't easy to deal with. It was related to the prestige of Dragon Island, so the dragon race wouldn't let her go so easily. Moreover, he had caused havoc on Dragon Island last time, indirectly causing an 8th-order dragon race to die because of him. The best outcome would be if the dragon race didn't treat him as an enemy, so how could they let Zhu Qing come to High Heaven Palace? If he wanted to bring Zhu Qing out, he would need to have the strength to dominate Dragon Island. After tidying up, Yang Kai left High Heaven Peak and saw Hua Qingxi waiting outside. She came up to him with a grumbling face. It was fine when you weren't in the Imperial Palace before, but now that you are back, it's hard to even see you. What's the matter? Yang Kai asked. Take a look. Hua Qingxi handed over a jade slip. Yang Kai reached out and took it. After scanning it with his divine sense, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Why are there so many people complaining? Hua Qingxi said, there are too many monks and too little gruel. The instructors from Fire Dragon Palace are having a hard time these days. They don't even have time to rest, let alone cultivate. How can there be no time to rest? Yang Kai was stunned. Hua Qingxi rolled her eyes. You'll know when I take you there. Saying so, she led Yang Kai to a nearby spirit peak. The people living on this spirit peak seemed to be the cultivator from Shadowed Star. There were about 1,000 of them. In front of a palace on the peak, there was a long line. At least 200 to 300 people were waiting here. From time to time, a cultivator would walk out of the palace with a look of enlightenment on his face. Every time someone walked out, the person at the front of the line would walk in, and the cycle would repeat. Yang Kai's eyes twitched. Pointing to the palace below, he asked, is that where the instructors live? Yes. Hua Qingxi felt a little apprehensive when she saw this. The cultivators you brought here are all newcomers, so they aren't used to the star boundary yet. They will encounter all kinds of problems in their cultivation, and once they encounter a problem, they will look for the instructors of each peak to ask for a solution. However, each peak only has one instructor. Look at this line. How could the instructors have any time to rest? This is only the peak with 1,000 people. The peaks with 2,000 to 3,000 people are in a more serious situation. The peaks with only a few hundred people are in a better situation, but they are still very busy. A few of the instructors have already come to me, saying that they can't stand the life here. Even if they will be punished, they will return to Fire Dragon Palace immediately. They asked me to contact Palace Master Li. Ignore them. Hua Qingxi said, I have temporarily suppressed them, but how can the instructors teach their disciples well with this kind of attitude? The two of them had low statuses and low cultivations, so the difference between their statuses was like the difference between heaven and earth. Yet this elder Yang in front of them was acting so amiably towards them, causing them to feel excited. When they came back to their senses, Yang Kai had already stepped into the hall. This is Elder Yang. The girl in red looked at Yang Kai's disappearing back with a look of worship. He looks so young. The girl in green said, I heard people say in the early years that this Elder Yang may be the youngest elder here. It is said that he has only cultivated for 100 years. Really? The girl in red was shocked. Although their cultivation base was not high, they also knew how difficult it was to become the leader of the Emperor realm. It was simply unimaginable that he could achieve such a realm in just 100 years. This Elder Yang is said to have come from the lower star field. The green-clothed girl obviously had more information, and after she finished speaking, she exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Elder Gao said that when Elder Yang comes back, I have to say hello to her. I almost forgot. With that said, she quickly took out a communication compass. Chapter 32-24. After entering the hall, Yang Kai walked around and looked around. He found that this place was indeed quite neat and tidy. He wiped the table with his hand and found that there wasn't a single speck of dust. It was obvious that the two girls had put a lot of effort into this place. He turned around and sat down on a chair. Patting the back of the chair, he raised his head and saw the two girls walking in and bowing again. That's right, isn't there an old man living here? Where did that old man go? Yang Kai looked at them and asked. He was naturally referring to Tian Yen, who had reconstructed his physical body in the Divine Ascension Mirror. Back then, Tian Yen had received Yang Kai's help and used the flesh incarnation pill to reconstruct his physical body. Yang Kai had thought that he would have a great emperor as his backer, but that was not the case. Tian Yen was indeed a master comparable to the great emperors in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, but that was only in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. Even after he had reconstructed his physical body, he had to start all over again. He was practically equivalent to a newborn baby. The heavenly way was not to be bullied, and it was impossible for great emperors to appear out of nowhere. Yang Kai didn't quite understand at the time, but after talking with Yang Yen, he understood that the worldly bottle couldn't contain Tian Yen, so he had to start cultivating from the beginning. Wen Zishan originally wanted to find another place for him to live, but Tian Yen chose Spirit Sword Peak. After that, Yang Kai went to the frozen earth with Zhu Lai, entered the reincarnation world, made a trip to the Western Territory, entered Dragon Island, and returned to Hangluo Star Field. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. This time, he didn't see Tian Yen when he returned to Spirit Sword Peak. Aside from himself, there were only the two girls in front of him. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Senior has gone out to travel, a clear voice suddenly came from outside. Yang Kai raised his head and saw a tall figure walk in. She was wearing a pure white dress and her hair was tied up with a jade hairpin. She looked clean and neat, giving off a valiant feeling. Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists with a smile. Senior Sister Gao, long time no see. You're still as elegant as ever. He was not surprised that Gao Shueting would appear here so soon. Since the two girls were ordered by Gao Shueting to stay here, one was to take care of Lingjian Peak, and the other was probably to monitor him. As soon as he came back, Gao Shueting would definitely get the news. Clang! A clear and melodious sound rang out, and a cold glint flashed. A long sword was unsheathed, and Gao Shueting strode over. She placed her sword on Yang Kai's shoulder and sneered, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" The two girls next to her exclaimed. They never thought that Elder Gao and Elder Yang would be so fiery as soon as they met. Why were they pointing swords at each other? Could it be that there was some deep hatred between the two of them? He hesitated as to whether or not he should send a message to the other elders. However, the two of them had low cultivations and low statuses. How could they have the contact information of the other elders? Yang Kai's smiling face stiffened. He swallowed his saliva, pinched the sword with 2 fingers, and gently moved it away from his shoulder. He smiled apologetically and said, "Senior Sister Gao, what are you doing? You still have the face to come back." Gao Shueting snorted coldly, unmoved. Yang Kai's expression twitched. Junior brother doesn't understand. I hope senior sister can enlighten me. You want to die with an explanation? Gao Shueting looked at him expressionlessly. Fine, I'll let you die with an explanation. Let me ask you, are you still an elder of Azure Sun Temple? Naturally. Kai Yang hurriedly nodded his head and said in shock, could it be that someone fired me? Since you're an elder of the temple, why haven't you shown up for more than 10 years? It's only been more than 10 years. Yang Kai touched his nose weakly. Moreover, I'm just a guest elder. It doesn't make any difference whether the temple has me or not. A guest elder is still an elder. You ran away as soon as the temple finished conferring your title. There's no news about you since then. Do you still have the temple in your eyes? No. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. Gao Shueting was startled. She didn't seem to expect such an answer from him. There was a trace of disappointment in her eyes as she slowly withdrew her sword. Yang Kai smiled and said, I do have the temple in my heart. He patted his chest as he spoke. Gao Shueting immediately glared at him. Don't be so glib. If you don't give a reasonable explanation today, I'll ask the temple master to fire you as a guest elder. Anyway, it doesn't make any difference whether you're here or not. Why are you using my words to stop me? Yang Kai was speechless, but he could only smile and say, Senior Sister Gao, you know that I have the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. There are a lot of trivial matters there, so it's not very convenient for me to go back and forth. The Northern and Southern Territory are hundreds of millions of miles apart. It takes several years to go back and forth. It's not too much to come back once every 10 years. Gao Shueting snorted. I told you a long time ago. It's fine if you don't have the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. Just stay in the temple. A force can't be supported by a single person. Her tone was much gentler. Yang Kai naturally knew that a force couldn't be supported by a single person. If it was in the past, he might have given up the High Heaven Palace, but now that he had brought all the people in the Northern Territory here, how could he give up? Since he brought them here, he had to take responsibility. He winked at the two girls who were watching the scene and transmitted a message to them at the same time. Then he nodded and bowed. Senior sister, please don't be angry. Sit down and talk. Gao Shueting turned around and sat down. She also put away her long sword, which made Yang Kai breathe a sigh of relief. Not long after, the two girls served steaming hot tea. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and said, Senior sister, please drink tea. The place is simple, so there's nothing to entertain. Gao Shueting squinted at him and said, Are you complaining that the Lingjian Peak is not good? You chose this place yourself. If you're not satisfied, you can stay in my purple bamboo peak. Anyway, my place is very empty. This is not appropriate. Yang Kai wanted to slap himself, so he quickly changed the topic. Senior sister, I just heard that Senior Tian Yen went out to travel. What does that mean? It means what it means. Yang Kai was surprised. Did the temple send someone to protect you? Senior, you're wandering outside alone. You won't be in any danger, right? He was indeed a bit worried. Although Tian Yen had the foundation of the great emperors, he would have to start from scratch after reconstructing his body. After more than 10 years, his cultivation would definitely not be very high. The star boundary was not like the star territory. There were many masters, and if Tian Yen ran into some bad people, he might fail miserably. It would be a huge joke if a great emperor was killed by an origin-returning realm cultivator. This is Senior's own decision, so who can stop him? As for danger, you don't have to worry about it. When Senior left 3 years ago, he was already a saint. What? Yang Kai was shocked and almost suspected that he had misheard. There were a total of 7 great realms in terms of cultivation, starting from the initial element, Qi transformation, separation and reunion, true Qi, immortal ascension, transcendent, and finally saint. Before reaching the divine ascension mirror, each realm had 9 more minor realms, and each transcendent and saint had 3 more minor realms. Every cultivator would need to spend a lot of time accumulating their realms step by step. Even Yang Kai had spent 30 to 40 years on this path. However, how long had it been since Tian Yen reconstructed his body? At most, it had only been a dozen years, but he had already reached the saint realm 3 years ago. In other words, he had only spent 10 years cultivating from a poor beginner to the saint realm. Now that 3 years had passed, his cultivation would probably be even higher. After thinking about it, Yang Kai felt that it was only natural. After all, Tian Yen was not an ordinary person. He had the foundation of the great emperors, so it was only natural that his cultivation speed would be so fast. A normal cultivator might encounter bottlenecks in their cultivation, but not Tian Yen. Although Senior's cultivation isn't very high, don't forget what he's best at, so even if he travels outside, it's unlikely that he will encounter any danger. Yang Kai nodded. Tian Yen was born in the divine ascension mirror world and was born with only a soul avatar. His understanding of the power of the soul and the use of soul's secret techniques was unparalleled in this world. In this regard, even the great emperors of the serene soul were inferior to him. His physical cultivation was indeed not very high, but if he supplemented it with his strange soul's secret techniques, he would definitely be able to fight opponents several great realms higher. Senior's courage is really big. Kai Yang laughed. Gao Shueting said, the outside world is unfamiliar to him, so he naturally wouldn't want to cultivate behind closed doors. Traveling outside is also beneficial to him. She narrowed her eyes and said coldly, you, on the other hand, why are you running around for no reason? Why did the topic change to me again? Yang Kai was a little speechless and said embarrassedly, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles, don't laugh. Gao Shueting said in a low voice. Yang Kai straightened his back and sat up straight. Pfft. The two girls next to him laughed out loud. When they met Yang Kai's resentful gaze, they immediately lowered their heads, not seeing or hearing anything. Give it to me. Gao Shueting suddenly stretched out her hand, her fingers as white as jade. Yang Kai asked blankly, what is it? Gao Shueting sneered, stop playing dumb. You took away a lot of spirit flowers and herbs from the temple back then. You can't have forgotten what kind of mission you had, right? Oh, you're talking about that. Yang Kai came to a realization and said confidently, how could I forget? The mission was given to me by senior sister Gao, so I had to complete it no matter what. Take a look. As he spoke, he pushed a space ring over. While Gao Shueting was inspecting it, Yang Kai said, the reason why I stayed in the Northern Territory for so long was mainly to refine these things. I also went into secluded cultivation while I was at it. So many. Gao Shueting's eyes flashed with astonishment. There was nothing in the space ring other than the Emperor-grade spirit pills Yang Kai got from Ji Ying. Back then, he did take a lot of spirit flowers and herbs from Azure Sun Temple. It was a mission given to him by the temple to refine some Emperor-grade pills. Of course, he didn't forget to prepare in advance this time. Looking at Gao Shueting's reaction, he had passed the test. You still have the time to cultivate after refining so many spirit pills? Gao Shueting glanced at him in surprise. She thought that he had refined all these spirit pills himself, so she noticed something was wrong. She looked him up and down and said suspiciously, your cultivation. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Senior sister Gao's eyes are like torches. I can't hide anything from you. Circulating his emperor chi slightly, the aura of his cultivation became clear. Gao Shueting was really shocked this time. Second-order Emperor Realm. This guy is actually a second-order Emperor Realm Master. How is this possible? Chapter 32-25. After more than 10 years, Yang Kai was actually a second-order Emperor Realm Master, the same as her. Gao Shueting couldn't believe it, but she had to. That second-order Emperor Realm aura couldn't be faked. However, wasn't his cultivation speed a bit too fast? The first time she met him, it was because the Four Seasons realm was about to open, and Yang Kai used a bustling world token to exchange for a spot in the temple to enter. At that time, he was still in the first-order Dao Source realm. Years passed quickly, and when he returned from the Shattered Star Sea, he had already broken through to the Emperor realm. How many years had it been since then? He had actually made another breakthrough. Gao Shueting was a second-order Emperor Realm Master herself, so she naturally knew how difficult it was to break through in the Emperor Realm. There were many disciples in the Emperor Realm in Azure Sun Temple, but most of them were only first-order, with only 3 second-order. Other than her, there were only Vice Temple Master Qiu Ran and Grandma Yu, who was guarding the Divine Ascension Mirror. Yang Kai, a rising star, was actually able to keep up with their progress. From the looks of it, he would surpass them sooner or later. As for the disciples who were in the same generation as Yang Kai, such as Xia Sheng, Xiao Bai Yi, and Murong Xiao Xiao, they had only just stabilized their first-order Emperor Realm cultivations. Who knew how long it would take for them to break through to the second-order Emperor Realm? In comparison, the so-called genius disciples were just a bunch of mediocre people. Gao Shueting couldn't help but think of a saying, every generation brings forth new talents, and every new generation replaces the old. The young man sitting in front of her, smiling apologetically, was like a rising star. If there were no accidents, sooner or later, he would bloom into a dazzling light that would cover the entire star boundary. Not bad, Gao Shueting praised lightly. Gao Shueting praised him lightly. She knew that this wasn't not bad at all. It was simply a miracle. She really didn't know how he cultivated and what kind of martial arts he cultivated. Senior Sister Gao, how many elder contribution points do you think these things can be exchanged for? Yang Kai asked. Gao Shueting put away the ring and said indifferently, Emperor pills are hard to come by, and with so many Emperor pills converted into elder growth contribution points, it must be a lot. However, I don't know the exact amount. This matter is managed by Brother Chiu, so if you want to calculate it clearly, you'll have to ask him. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find Brother Chiu. Yang Kai stood up. You seem to be in a hurry. Gao Shueting glanced at him suspiciously. Yang Kai said, Not really. It's just that this is my first time contributing to the temple. Of course, I want to know how much this contribution is worth. Only when I have some achievements will I be motivated. Alright, I'll go with you to see Brother Chiu and ask him to calculate the number. Gao Shueting also stood up. Senior sister, please. Yang Kai gestured with his hand. When Gao Shueting reached the entrance of the hall, she suddenly stopped and turned her head to look at Yang Kai with a puzzled expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Yang Kai asked, puzzled. No. Gao Shueting slowly shook her head. Tell me honestly, how did you come back? What do you mean by how did I come back? That's how I came back. Yang Kai looked calm as he spouted nonsense in a serious manner. If you came back, why didn't the disciples guarding the mountain notify us? If you came back from outside, you would have to pass by my purple bamboo peak, so why didn't I notice you at all? Yang Kai said, Junior brother, I'm proficient in the law of space, so I came back in a few seconds. Senior sister, you didn't notice, right? Really? Gao Shueting glanced at him without saying anything, but she didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she led the way and flew away. Yang Kai looked at her back and rubbed his nose, wondering if he had made a mistake. Since he couldn't figure it out, he could only follow Gao Shueting. Unexpectedly, before he could catch up with Gao Shueting, he saw her suddenly turn around and fly in another direction. Senior Sister Gao, are you going in the wrong direction? Yang Kai shouted from behind. Although he didn't stay in the Azure Sun Temple, he knew that the Spirit Jade Peak where Chiu Ran lived was not in that direction. Gao Shueting ignored him and flew in that direction. Then, she landed in a valley. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly sped up a lot. In a cave in the valley, Gao Shueting stood in front of a space array, silent. Yang Kai walked in nervously and called out softly, but didn't get a response. He braced himself and walked up, exclaiming, Hey, what is this? Why is there a space array here? Gao Shueting turned to look at him. Keep pretending. Yang Kai said innocently, Senior Sister Gao, what are you talking about? How am I pretending? Gao Shueting sneered, This is the back mountain of your Spirit Sword Peak. Don't tell me you don't know what is here. Yang Kai complained, I don't know. He looked at Gao Shueting and said, Don't you believe me? I really don't know. You know that I don't live here, so how would I know the situation here? You really don't know? Gao Shueting asked. I really don't know. Yang Kai said with a serious face. Gao Shueting nodded. She looked ahead and said, It seems that this is a space array, and it hasn't been laid out for many years. I don't know who made it, and I don't know where this array is connected to. Junior brother, guard me while I go and check it out. Yang Kai didn't know how to persuade her, so he could only nod and say, Okay, senior sister, please be careful. Gao Shueting immediately walked up to the space array, took out some source crystals, and placed them in the grooves around it. She tried to activate the space array with her Emperor Qi, but there was no response. Yang Kai looked down and thought to himself, Who can activate the space array I arranged without a special token? Therefore, He wasn't worried that Gao Shueting would suddenly be teleported to the Northern Territory. Gao Shueting tried for a long time, but she still couldn't activate the space array, so she could only walk down. Yang Kai said, "It seems that this space array has been in disrepair for a long time and has probably lost its effect. Since it has lost its effect, it is useless. We don't need to worry about it." Gao Shueting shook her head and said, "Maybe there are other ways to activate it that we don't know. We don't know where this space array is connected to, but this is the hinterland of my temple. We can't leave this scourge here. Otherwise, if someone sneaks into the temple through this space array one day, we won't be able to detect it." Gao Shueting gripped her sword tightly, her emperor's qi surging around her. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched. "Senior sister, what are you doing? No matter what, let's destroy it first so that we don't have to worry about it." She raised her sword and was about to slash at the space array. "Wait!" Yang Kai shouted. Gao Shueting turned her head and looked at him. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai scratched his cheek and said seriously, "Senior sister, please don't be rash. After all, this is a space array. Although we don't know where it is connected to, what if it is connected to a place with good feng shui that the world doesn't know about? If senior sister destroys the space array like this, won't you cut off the connection to that place? Then what do you think?" Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Junior brother is not talented, but he happens to be proficient in the law of space. Let me study this space array for a while. Maybe I can figure out something from it." "How long will junior brother study it for? From January to February? Or 30 to 50 years? Yang Kai said, "It's hard to say. I can only say that I'll try my best." Gao Shueting waved her hand and said, "Don't bother. Just destroy it. Junior brother, please step aside. This space array looks a bit solid. I won't show any mercy when I attack it." "Senior sister Gao." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and touched his forehead. He wanted to cry but had no tears. "Do you have anything else to say?" Gao Shueting looked at him as if she had something to say. It was as if the sword was not going to cut the space array, but Yang Kai. Yang Kai lowered his head and said, "Senior sister Gao, do you know something?" Gao Shueting snorted and said, "That depends on what you want me to know." Alas. Yang Kai sighed. He knew that he could not hide it anymore. How did you find out? He felt that this space array was hidden well enough. Moreover, Lingjian Peak was covered by the space array activated by his elder jade disc. If she didn't look carefully, it would be impossible to find it. Gao Shueting said, "You came and went like a ghost the last few times, so it's hard for people not to be suspicious. Our temple master is a very bored person. In the past 10 years when you weren't here, he naturally studied Lingjian Peak carefully. Do you think a big array can hide you from his investigation? He has a more advanced space array in his hands. Tell me, where does this space array lead to?" Yang Kai lowered his eyes and said with a dull expression, "Northern Territory. High Heaven Palace." Gao Shueting raised her eyebrows. Yang Kai nodded. "It really is a space array that crosses territory." Gao Shueting snorted. "You made it?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Yes." "Why are you so sneaky?" "I'm not sneaky. I just wanted to wait for the right time to tell you." Yang Kai defended himself. Gao Shueting naturally didn't believe him. If they didn't confront each other in front of him this time, there would never be a suitable time. However, she could also understand Yang Kai a little. The existence of this space array was too amazing, so it couldn't be easily revealed. "Why can't I activate it?" It was not the first time Gao Shueting activated this space array. When Wenzi Shan discovered it before, she and Wenzi Shan tried to activate it, but they couldn't. It requires a token that I specially refined to activate it. Since it had been discovered, there was no need to hide it. Speaking of which, Azure Sun Temple treated him well. The reason why he was so sneaky was mainly because he was afraid of being used as a laborer by Gao Shueting. Everyone in Azure Sun Temple knew that he was an Emperor Pill Master, so they were eager for him to refine Emperor Pills for the temple. However, Yang Kai didn't have the time to do alchemy, so he could hide in High Firmament Palace and have some leisure time. Now that the spirit array was exposed, Gao Shueting could probably find him at any time. What token? Let me see it. Can I not see it? Yang Kai looked at Gao Shueting weakly. Gao Shueting stretched out her hand, looking like she wouldn't give up until she saw it. Yang Kai could only take out a token, but Gao Shueting had already reached out and snatched it. She held it in her hand and examined it, but she didn't find anything special about it. However, there was Yang Kai's sealed space force inside this token. She vaguely understood that the sealed space force was the key to activating the space array. With a flip of her hand, she put the token into her space ring. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, but he didn't dare to say anything. Chapter 32-26. Let's go. After putting away the token, Gao Shueting turned around and walked out. With her back facing Yang Kai, an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yang Kai stood in place and sighed for a while before catching up with her. He readily admitted that the spirit array was created by him for two reasons. Firstly, the other party had already discovered it, so there was no point in continuing to play dumb. Secondly, he came here to borrow some people to go to the High Heaven Palace. When the time came, he would definitely be exposed. Instead of thinking of ways to cover it up, he might as well reveal it now. As for whether Gao Shueting would go to the Northern Territory to ask him to perform alchemy in the future, it was no longer within the scope of his consideration. Anyway, Ji Ying was here, so he could just leave it to her. Spirit Jade Peak, where Azure Sun Temple's Deputy Temple Master Qiu Ran cultivated. When Yang Kai and Gao Shueting arrived, Qiu Ran was meditating and cultivating. After being notified, he walked out of his room and saw the two in the hall. Yang Kai stood up and saluted, "Greetings, Brother Qiu." Gao Shueting sat still. They were all family and often met, so there was no need to be so polite. What a rare guest, Junior Brother Yang. When did you come back? Qiu Ran looked at him expressionlessly and gestured for him to sit down on the main seat. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I just came back, but I didn't stop to visit Brother Qiu. I haven't seen you for many years, but brother is still as elegant as ever. Congratulations." He sat down as he spoke. Qiu Ran raised his eyebrows and said, "You flatter me. Junior Brother Yang is an extraordinary person, a dragon whose whereabouts are rarely seen. If you didn't come back soon, this old master was afraid he would have forgotten about you." His words were exactly the same as Gao Shueting's. Yang Kai wanted to roll his eyes, but he still smiled apologetically. "Brother, you're too serious. The temple has given me a new lease of life. I've always been thinking about the temple, brother, and senior sister." Qiu Ran didn't comment and just glanced at Gao Shueting. Gao Shueting nodded slightly and seemed to say something to Qiu Ran. Qiu Ran's face relaxed a little and he nodded, "Junior brother, it's good that you are considerate. You should pay attention to your safety when you are outside. You are an elder of the Divine Hall and represent the Divine Hall. No matter what, you can't lose the prestige of the Divine Hall." "I'll remember that." Yang Kai nodded seriously. Qiu Ran said, If there's nothing else, you can go ahead. This old man still has some matters to take care of." "What do you mean? You're asking me to leave already?" "I haven't finished my business yet." Yang Kai was stunned and hurriedly looked at Gao Shueting to signal her with his eyes. However, Gao Shueting just sat there with her eyes closed and her nose in her heart. She didn't move at all. "You're ruthless. How dare you burn the bridge after crossing the river? If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have given you that token." Gao Shueting didn't help him, so Yang Kai had to do it himself. He cupped his hands and said, brother, junior brother has something to report. What is it? Qiu Ran looked up at him. Yang Kai said, when I left, I took a lot of spirit flowers and herbs from the temple. Senior sister Gao asked me to refine them into pills for the temple's use. Now, junior brother has lived up to her expectations and returned with success. Oh. Qiu Ran raised his eyebrows. So you've finished refining the pills? Yes. Let me see. Gao Shueting said, they're all with me. She took off the space ring on her finger and handed it to Qiu Ran. Qiu Ran took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He was stunned. So many? And they were all emperor pills, and the quality seemed to be quite good. He knew that Yang Kai was an alchemy emperor and had agreed to let him take a lot of spirit flowers and herbs, but he didn't expect that Yang Kai would return with such a large amount of emperor pills after more than 10 years. It was good to have an alchemy emperor in the family. Qiu Ran was already considering whether to give Yang Kai more spirit herbs. As long as he could refine emperor pills, what harm would waiting for more than 10 years be? Oh, not bad, Qiu Ran said lightly. He couldn't praise him too much, otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to ask him to refine pills next time. Yang Kai said, it's junior brother's duty to serve the temple. After a pause, he rubbed his nose and said, brother, how many elder contribution points can I exchange for? Qiu Ran said, I still need to calculate it carefully. Then I'll ask brother to calculate it quickly. Qiu Ran blinked at him, are you in a hurry? It's not very urgent. Yang Kai clenched his fists and coughed dryly, of course, if brother can calculate it clearly now, it would be best. Qiu Ran frowned at him, not knowing what he was up to, but thinking about how he was counting on him to continue refining pills in the future, he had to give him some motivation, so he nodded and said, fine, this old master will calculate it for you. Many thanks, brother, Yang Kai beamed with joy. Qiu Ran didn't say much and took out all the emperor pills from his space ring and placed them on the table in front of him. Emperor pills naturally couldn't be stored directly. Each emperor pill was stored in a box with a different attribute, enough to ensure that its medicinal efficacy would not be lost for a short time. There were jade boxes, gold boxes, silver boxes, and even wooden boxes. There were all kinds of boxes. In an instant, the table was filled with boxes the size of osmanthus cakes. There were several layers of them, and there were at least 200 to 300 of them in total. Gao Shueting also came over, mainly because she had never seen so many emperor pills together in her life. It was really strange. In the past, if the temple wanted some emperor pills, they had to beg someone to refine them. Not only did they have to accumulate the materials themselves, but they also had to offer a large amount of remuneration. When the alchemist was busy, they even had to line up. To put it bluntly, the number of emperor pills Yang Kai took out was almost equivalent to the total number of emperor pills the temple had obtained in the past 500 years. Qiu Ran and Gao Shueting were both extremely happy and shocked, but they didn't show it on their faces. There has never been such a precedent before, but emperor pills are rare, so this old master will exchange them for elder contribution points for you today, Qiu Ran said as he opened a wooden box. As Qiu Ran spoke, he casually opened a wooden box and carefully observed the spirit pill inside. He nodded and said, this spirit pill can be classified as a medium-grade spirit pill. After deducting the materials, this old man will charge it 800 elder contribution points. Yang Kai did some quick calculations in his mind. He had heard from Gao Shueting, Yu Kuan, and the others that the temple's elder contribution points were quite difficult to obtain. Each person would only be able to accumulate 5,000 to 6,000 elder contribution points each year, and at the very least, they would only be able to accumulate 2,000 to 3,000 elder contribution points. Entering the Divine Ascension Mirror World once required 2,000 elder contribution points. Elder contribution points could be exchanged with source crystals, but only 2,000 elder contribution points could be exchanged each year, which was just enough to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror World. The exchange rate was 1 to 1,000, which meant that 1,000 high-rank source crystals could be exchanged for 1 elder contribution point. If one wanted more elder contribution points, they would have to do things for the temple. For example, when Gao Shueting led the team to the Four Seasons realm, she was able to obtain some elder contribution points. If 800 elder contribution points were converted into high-rank source crystals, that would be 800,000. This was after deducting the cost of the materials. After all, the materials for alchemy were obtained from the temple, so it was cheaper than buying them outside. However, Yang Kai was still a temple elder in name, so it was natural for him to receive a lower price. Although he reluctantly agreed, Yang Kai shamelessly asked, "Can't you give me more?" Qiu Ran said, "This old master is the temple's vice-temple master and is in charge of all matters of the temple. All I ask for is fairness. If you think it's too little, you can ask junior sister Gao." There was no need to ask. Yang Kai knew what he was doing, so he said, "How about 1,000 elder contribution points? Make it a round number. 800. Qiu Ran completely ignored Yang Kai and directly stuffed the jade box into his space ring after speaking. "Serves you right for not being able to find a cultivation companion," Yang Kai muttered with a dissatisfied expression. "What did you say?" Qiu Ran raised his head to look at him. "Nothing, nothing. Brother Qiu, please continue." Qiu Ran snorted and picked up another jade box. He opened it and nodded with a smile. "High-rank Emperor Pill, 1,000 elder contribution points." He stuffed it into his space ring and picked up another. He gave a simple evaluation of each jade box and then quickly calculated the contribution points. A high-rank Emperor Pill was worth 1,000 contribution points, a medium-rank Emperor Pill was worth 800 contribution points, and a low-rank Emperor Pill was worth only 500 contribution points. As the numbers continued to stack, Yang Kai's heart was bubbling with joy. From time to time, he would chime in on the benefits of this spirit pill from the perspective of a professional alchemist, explaining how difficult it was to refine and how long it took to refine it. He hoped that Qiu Ran would give him more contribution points. However, Qiu Ran's indifferent expression completely ignored him, causing Yang Kai to grit his teeth in anger. "Brother, please wait. Although this spirit pill is a medium-rank Emperor Pill, its fragrance is overwhelming and its veins are clear. At a glance, it's obvious that it's almost a high-rank Emperor Pill. Don't you think it's a little too much to give only 800 contribution points?" Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand. Qiu Ran said, "Then how much do you think it should be?" Yang Kai said seriously, "Since it's between a medium-rank Emperor Pill and a high-rank Emperor Pill, let's give it a discount. 900 contribution points will do. No one will suffer a loss, right?" Qiu Ran chuckled and pushed the jade box in front of him towards Yang Kai. "Junior brother, you're right. Why don't you help me appraise it? This old man can relax for a while." "I'd like to, but what's the point of using it after I appraise it?" He had no choice but to nod and admit it. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother, what are you talking about? I'm just stating facts. I don't mean to overstep my boundaries." "Humph." Qiu Ran's expression turned cold. He put away the jade box and said, 700 contribution points." "Wait." Yang Kai was shocked. How did it become 700 contribution points? It was 800 contribution points just now. 600. Yang Kai immediately fell silent. If he continued to speak, he was afraid that he would have to lower the price. He turned his head to look at Gao Shueting for help, hoping that she would say something fair. However, he saw that this woman was actually looking up at the roof ridge as if there were some kind of flower growing there. Yang Kai's expression twitched as he secretly gritted his teeth. "You guys are ruthless. I don't know who said the word fair just now, but you guys are simply going back on your words and acting recklessly." After an hour of counting, Qiu Ran said, "The total is 156,300 contribution points. Did this old man count wrongly?" "No." Yang Kai lowered his head and said weakly. This number was in line with his calculations. Gao Shueting said expressionlessly, "Congratulations, junior brother." Yang Kai snorted. "What's there to congratulate me for being suppressed by a miser like Qiu Ran?" However, If these more than 150,000 contribution points were converted into high-rank source crystals, it would be more than 1.5 billion, which was an extremely shocking number. So far, none of the elders of the Divine Temple had accumulated more than 10,000 contribution points. Compared to the others, Yang Kai could be said to have become rich overnight. Chapter 32-27. Qiu Ran put away the emperor pills, stroked his beard, and pondered for a moment. Junior brother, how do you plan to spend this large amount of contribution points? It was not a good thing to have too many contribution points. Normally, the elders' contribution points could be exchanged for anything from the Divine Hall, such as all kinds of cultivation materials, profound cultivation methods, and secret techniques. However, Yang Kai's contribution points were so huge that even Qiu Ran was a little scared. If they were to really exchange for materials, the Divine Hall's treasury that had been accumulated over the years would be greatly reduced. Of course, this was not what the Divine Hall wanted to see. The elders' contribution points were not small. If they were really exchanged for materials by Yang Kai, then the disciples would have to live frugally for cultivation in the future. Yang Kai already had a plan, so he said, "Brother, you know that I have a high heaven palace in the northern territory. I have taken in some disciples, but the high heaven palace's foundation is still shallow, so I want to ask the Divine Hall to copy some cultivation methods and secret techniques to bring back. I wonder if it's convenient." Of course, junior brother can exchange for them with contribution points. Qiu Ran said, "You are a Divine Hall elder, so it's not a problem for you to copy some cultivation methods and secret techniques. As long as they are not particularly important, you don't need contribution points." There was such a good thing. Yang Kai was immediately amused. Previously, Qiu Ran looked like a miser, so Yang Kai thought that he was targeting him. Now, it seemed that he had misunderstood him. He asked, "The more cultivation methods and secret techniques, the better. I also want to get some of those precious things." Qiu Ran said, "You can discuss this with junior brother D yourself. He is in charge of the cultivation method pavilion, so he knows best what needs contribution points and what doesn't." The junior brother he was talking about was naturally D Rong. Although Yang Kai was not as close to him as he was to Gao Shueting, they had drunk together and been punished together, so they were not strangers. "That's fine too." Yang Kai nodded. "Is there anything else?" Qiu Ran looked up at him. Yang Kai said, "Also, I want to borrow some people from the Divine Hall." "Borrow people?" Qiu Ran raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai said, "The disciples of my high heaven palace have recently arrived. Their cultivation isn't high, so they need some guidance. Therefore, I want to borrow some people from the temple to act as instructors. Of course, I won't borrow them for free. I can use the elders' contribution points to offset their remuneration." This was the main purpose of his trip here. The 100 instructors in the Fire Dragon Palace were already complaining incessantly. He needed to quickly replenish their manpower. Although there's no precedent, it's doable. "What do you think, junior sister Gao?" Qiu Ran turned to look at Gao Shueting. Gao Shueting said, No, they're not outsiders. But how many people do you want to borrow, and what are their cultivations?" 200, Yang Kai replied. "Yes. Dao Source Realm? PFFF. Qiu Ran, who had just taken a sip of tea, suddenly spat it out. He quickly put down the teacup and patted the water stains on his chest. He looked at Yang Kai in astonishment and said, "Junior brother, you want to borrow 200 Dao Source Realm cultivators?" "Brother, you didn't hear wrong. 200 Dao Source Realm cultivators." Gao Shueting said in astonishment, "Why do you need so many Dao Source Realm cultivators?" These people were going to the High Heaven Palace to act as instructors. Since they were instructors, they would definitely be teaching a group of people. Even if one instructor taught 200 people, 200 instructors would be enough to teach 4,000 people. The High Heaven Palace had 4,000 people. Didn't I just say that I'm going to invite them over to be instructors? Gao Shueting frowned. How many disciples have you recruited in the High Heaven Palace? Yang Kai sniffed. A few 100,000. Qiu Ran and Gao Shueting were both stunned. They almost thought that they had heard wrong. The two looked at each other and Qiu Ran transmitted his voice. How many did he say just now? Gao Shueting replied, I heard a few 100,000. I wonder how many did brother hear? A few 100,000, that's right. The corner of Qiu Ran's eyes twitched. Why did you recruit so many disciples? The key was that from Yang Kai's words, the cultivation of these disciples wasn't high. The strength of a sect didn't lie in the number of people, but whether or not they were elites. Azure Sun Temple only had 3,000 to 4,000 disciples, but it was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. But the High Heaven Palace actually had more than 100,000 disciples. That was more than 100,000 people, not 100,000 pigs. Could they afford to raise so many people? What's more, what was the point of raising more than 100,000 people with low cultivation? There had never been a sect that had so many disciples. It was simply unheard of and unseen. I had no choice. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. This matter was really inconvenient to explain to others. It was fine if his own people knew about it, but if others knew that he had brought those hundreds of thousands of people from the lower star field, he was afraid that Azure Sun Temple would snatch them away. More than 100,000 disciples and 200 instructors, this was really not a lot. Qiu Ran straightened his face and said, Junior brother, do you know how many Dao Source Realm cultivators my temple has? I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. Although he was qualified to know this, no one had told him, so how could he know? 352. Qiu Ran gave a very accurate number. Excluding the Dao Source Realm disciples who are guarding the various properties, there are only 289 people left in the temple. What he meant was, if you asked for 200 Dao Source Realm cultivators, what would the temple do? Yang Kai nodded and said, 289. The temple's heritage is really extraordinary. It can completely meet Junior brother's needs. Brother, please help me. Qiu Ran almost couldn't help but curse out loud. He suspected that Yang Kai was doing this on purpose. These 289 people had their own duties in the temple, and they weren't idling around. Everyone had their own duties. It wasn't a big problem to transfer some people out, but 200 people was too many. He believed that Yang Kai couldn't possibly not know this, but he still pretended to be ignorant. Taking a deep breath, Qiu Ran said, 200 Dao Source Realm cultivators is not enough. I can lend you 30 people at most. Yang Kai's eyes widened and said, 30 people? What do I need 30 people for? 30 people were not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Take it or leave it. Qiu Ran turned around and picked up the teacup. Just as he was about to take a sip, he suddenly remembered that he had just spat out some tea and put it down resentfully. Don't be like this, brother. We're all family. If there's anything, we can discuss it. Brother, you can't make the decision, right? If you can't, I'll discuss it with the temple master. Qiu Ran said, it's useless for you to talk to the temple master about this. Then we'll reduce it a bit. 180 people will do. Yang Kai took a step back. Qiu Ran said expressionlessly, 40. 170. 50. 160 should be enough. Brother, don't go too far. I'm asking them to be instructors, and I'm also paying them. I won't let them work for nothing. 60. Qiu Ran cast a sidelong glance at him. It seems that Junior Brother's High Heaven Palace is very rich. Not only can you support more than 100,000 disciples, but you can also pay them. Junior Brother is indeed very capable. I'm also tightening my belt to live. Brother, you're also the head of the family, so you should understand my hard work. 150 can't be any less. It's precisely because I understand your hard work that I have to think of you. 70 people, no more. The two of them talked back and forth like they were buying and selling vegetables at a market. Gao Shueting was speechless as she watched from the side. You two are talking about hundreds of Dao Source Realm disciples. Can you please be a little more serious? After a battle of wits and courage, Qiu Ran insisted on 80 people, not giving a single one more. Yang Kai slammed the table angrily. Brother, don't force me. Qiu Ran calmly lifted his sleeve. Junior brother, let's talk things over. Giving you 80 Dao Source Realm instructors is already the limit of my temple. How can you say that I'm forcing you? Is there really no more? Yang Kai's eyes flashed fiercely, as if he had a deep hatred for Qiu Ran. Qiu Ran slowly shook his head. Fine, Yang Kai pointed at him, you said it yourself. I don't want any instructors, not a single one. Qiu Ran was a little surprised and suddenly had a bad premonition. Yang Kai spread his hands and said, Brother, I'll have to trouble you to exchange all of my 150,000 contribution points for high-rank source crystals. Junior brother, I'm now raising more than 100,000 people, so I'm in urgent need of source crystals. Please help me a little. Qiu Ran's face darkened and he almost cursed out loud. What he feared had really happened. When he calculated the contribution points before, he felt that they were too large, so he wanted to let Yang Kai spend some of them, but he didn't expect that after so many twists and turns, he would still return to the starting point. More than 100,000 contribution points were equivalent to more than 1 billion high-rank source crystals. It wasn't that the temple couldn't afford it, but what would they do after that? Moreover, they would have to trouble him to continue refining emperor pills in the future. If they were stubborn, they would only make him angry. Ahem ahem. Qiu Ran clenched his fist and coughed lightly. Junior brother, don't be agitated. Let's talk things over. We haven't discussed it properly yet. Yang Kai snorted twice and leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs and saying, 140 Dao Source Realm instructors. Brother, do as you see fit. Qiu Ran's face darkened. That's too many people. Too many? I think it's okay. Yang Kai thought that Li Jiao was very straightforward and immediately arranged for the Dao Source Realm instructors to be sent over. On the other hand, the temple was dawdling, making it seem like he was trying to abduct them. A little less. Yang Kai said decisively, I'll have to trouble brother to exchange them for source crystals. Qiu Ran's face darkened again. Gao Shueting suddenly said, how about this, junior brother Yang? How about 100 Dao Source Realm cultivators and 300 Origin Kings? Since the cultivation of your disciples isn't high, the Origin Kings can teach them. Not everyone needs Dao Source Realm cultivators as instructors. Yang Kai glanced at her and knew that she was right. 100 Dao Source Realm instructors was about the same as what he had expected. The reason why he asked for 200 was to give Qiu Ran room to bargain. 300 Origin Kings wasn't a small number. If divided among the peaks, there would be 2 or 3 Origin Kings per peak. Although there were some Origin Kings from the Star Territory, they were currently cultivating hard and had no time to teach others. With the help of these 400 people, they should be able to improve the current situation of the High Heaven Palace. After pretending to ponder for a long time, he said, since senior sister Gao has spoken, then junior brother will give her some face. However, the number of Origin Kings is a little low, so let's increase it to 400. After saying so, he looked at Qiu Ran. Qiu Ran gritted his teeth and said, fine. Giving Gao Shueting face but not giving him face was simply outrageous. Yang Kai immediately smiled and cupped his fists. Many thanks, brother Qiu. Chapter 32-28. Now that the matter had been finalized, Yang Kai didn't want to delay and urged, there's no time to lose, so I'll have to trouble brother to quickly choose the right people. Qiu Ran raised his hand and said, there's no need to rush. Yang Kai was surprised, brother, are you going back on your word? Qiu Ran snorted, since I've promised you, how can I go back on my word? It's just that this old master said before that there is no precedent for this. Let me ask you, how many elder contribution points should I give you for each Dao Source Realm cultivator you borrow each month? Yang Kai immediately became vigilant. brother, don't ask for too much. Qiu Ran said, I can't decide on this matter alone. I need to call all the elders over to discuss it together and come up with a suitable plan. In addition, I need to inform the temple master. This was true. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. That's how it should be. Immediately, Qiu Ran and Gao Shui Ting each took out a communication artifact and informed the other elders of the temple. Not long after, a number of figures flew in from the outside. They were all familiar faces and were also the elders of the temple. Even the two new elders, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao, had also come. In the temple, as long as a disciple could advance to the emperor realm, they would be eligible to become an elder. Although it might just be a title without much real power, an elder was still an elder after all. Their status was completely different from that of a disciple, and the treatment they could enjoy was also different. Yang Kai greeted everyone one by one. Xiao Baiyi still had a cold look on his face and didn't say much, but Murong Xiao Xiao was smiling as usual and came to Yang Kai's side to say a few words. After asking Xia Sheng, Yang Kai learned that he was still guarding the Spirit Lake Palace and rarely returned to Azure Sun Temple. Brother Xia wants to thank you for what you did last time. If there's a chance, he wants to invite you to the Spirit Lake Palace for a drink. What happened last time? Yang Kai suddenly realized that it was referring to the southern swamp that had become the demon race cave. The palace master of the 100 Flowers Palace, Hua Yu Lu, was Xia Sheng's good friend. Xia Sheng had entrusted her to Yang Kai's care. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not disappoint and did not let Hua Yu Lu down. He smiled and waved his hand. It's just a small matter. At this moment, Qiu Ran stood up. The hall fell silent as everyone turned to look at him. Qiu Ran said with a helpless look, the hall master said that he won't be coming over. This matter will be left to us to discuss and resolve ourselves. It was reasonable to say that Wen Zishan would definitely be present for the hundreds of Dao Source Realm disciples, but Wen Zishan was used to being lazy. He usually did not pay attention to the matters of the temple and left them to Qiu Ran to settle. Naturally, he would not show up today. Everyone seemed to have expected this. Yu Kuan's hoarse voice exploded, it doesn't matter if the hall master doesn't come. It doesn't make a difference whether he's here or not. We can discuss it ourselves. No elder would talk about their own hall master behind his back like this. Only Azure Sun Temple would do this. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Everyone nodded in agreement. Qiu Ran had a pained look on his face as he cursed in his heart. Without saying anything, everyone took their seats. Yang Kai looked around and cupped his fists. Junior brother, please excuse me. Qiu Ran said, this is your business. There's no need to avoid it. Sit down and listen. Fine, there's no need to leave. Yang Kai turned around and sat down. He was the same as Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao, a newly promoted elder. However, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao were still proper elders of the temple, while he was just an honored elder. Even though he had contributed a lot to the temple, he was still seated at the back, right next to Murong Xiao Xiao. Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao were not qualified to participate in this kind of discussion for the time being, mainly because they lacked experience. The reason why they were called over was so that they could listen and make preparations for the future. Sooner or later, they would also hold great power in the temple and decide the future of the disciples. Qiu Ran cleared his throat and first told everyone about how Yang Kai had brought a large number of emperor pills in exchange for a large number of elder contribution points. This caused all the elders to look at him in surprise with envious expressions. 150,000 elder contribution points. This was a figure that had never appeared before. Even if one entered the Divine Ascension Mirror World once a year, they would only need to spend 2,000 elder contribution points. This 150,000 elder contribution points was enough to last them for 60 to 70 years. However, there was no point in being envious. Emperor pills weren't something that just anyone could refine. Everyone was more and more convinced that it was indeed easy to become an emperor pill refiner. Now that they had obtained 150,000 elder contribution points, how long would it take to spend them? Yang Kai sat there calmly with a calm expression on his face, but in reality, he was secretly chatting with Murong Xiao. After exclaiming in surprise, someone immediately began to worry about the problem that Xiao Ran had been worried about and asked how Yang Kai would spend these elder contribution points. Xiao Ran then told everyone about Yang Kai wanting to borrow 100 Dao Source Realm and 400 Origin Kings. In the end, they had already discussed this beforehand. Since Xiao Ran had already made the decision, no one had any objections. What they needed to discuss now was how many elder contribution points these people would be worth every month. Fortunately, Yang Kai was not an outsider, so when discussing this matter, everyone maintained a fair attitude. In less than half an hour, the results were out. Yang Kai needed to pay each Dao Source Realm disciple 10 elder contribution points per month and each Origin King Realm disciple 3 elder contribution points per month. In total, Yang Kai would have to pay 2,200 elder contribution points per month, or 26,400 elder contribution points per year. 150,000 elder contribution points was enough to pay for almost 6 years. This result was also within Yang Kai's expectations. When Xiao Ran asked, Yang Kai naturally had no objections and immediately decided on this matter. 6 years was almost enough for the disciples from the Star Territory to familiarize themselves with the Star Boundary and for some Origin Kings to break through to the Dao Source Realm. At that time, the older generation would teach the newer generation and pass on their cultivation experience, forming a virtuous cycle. What's more, if the elder contribution points were gone, Yang Kai could just go to Jiying and ask for some emperor pills to exchange for them. It's rare for us to gather here, so let's discuss the Southern Territory's martial meet next month. Xiao Ran picked up his teacup and took a few sips before putting it down and saying, the Southern Territory's martial meet is held once every 5 years, but everyone knows about the situation in the past few years. The appearance of the demon cave and the revival of the demon sense caused everyone to panic. Our Southern Territory's cultivator has been chasing down the escaped demon sense for a long time, so the martial meet has been delayed. Now that the dust has finally settled, the martial meet after more than a decade cannot be neglected. Martial meet? What martial meet? Yang Kai turned to look at Murong Xiao and asked. Murong Xiao replied, it's a tradition in the Southern Territory that is held once every 5 years. It is jointly organized by our Azure Sun Temple, Orthodoxy Temple, and Heavenly Martial Holy Land. The 3 sects jointly fund it and set up some valuable prizes. Star Soul Palace will also bestow some gifts. Throughout the Southern Territory, any cultivator below the Emperor Realm can participate. The martial meet is divided into 3 levels, Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and Origin Returning Realm. There is also an individual ranking and a sect ranking. Depending on the ranking, the prizes can be won. It can be regarded as a way for the great sects and families to test the cultivation results of their disciples. In any case, every sect attaches great importance to this martial meet, especially our 3 top sects. No one wants to fall behind, so every martial meet is very lively with many masters gathered. So there's such a thing. Yang Kai was amazed. Murong Xiao pursed her lips and smiled, brother, you haven't been in the Southern Territory for long, so you haven't heard of it. The last martial meet was held in our temple. Brother Xia, Brother Xiao, and I all participated. How were the results? Yang Kai asked with interest. Murong Xiao said embarrassedly, in terms of sect ranking, we were slightly higher than the other 2. In terms of individual ranking, Brother Xia was slightly behind Wu Chang, ranking 2nd. I only managed to enter the top 10. Yang Kai comforted her, victory and defeat are common, junior sister doesn't need to worry about it. The martial meet is held by the 3 sects in turn. Last time it was us, but this time it seems it's Orthodoxy Temple's turn. By the way, I heard Brother Chiu say that the Southern Territory has been chasing that demon spirit for the past few years. What's the situation? Yang Kai knew about the demon spirit. He, Huayu Lu, and the others could be said to be the culprits. During the trip to the southern swamp, the demon cave appeared and the former patriarch of the Gong family, Gong Yu, was eroded by the demon spirit and fell to become the demon race. He then sneaked into Azure Sun Temple and opened the demon cave, releasing thousands of demon spirits. However, Yang Kai was in a hurry to find Zhu Qing and went to the frozen earth, only coming back now. More than 10 years had passed, and he didn't know what the situation was like after that. However, Star Soul Palace was taking the lead in this matter, so there was no need to worry too much. Hearing Yang Kai ask about the demon spirit, Murong Xiao Xiao couldn't help but pale, as if she had thought of an extremely terrible scene, and said softly, "Many people have died." The demon spirit was mysterious and difficult to guard against. Yang Kai had personally faced it before. Gong Yu's cultivation was not weak, but he was quietly invaded by the demon spirit and become the demon race. The most terrifying thing was that Gong Yu did not feel anything wrong when he fell to become the demon race. Instead, his mind was distorted by the demon spirit and he did not hesitate to die in Azure Sun Temple to release thousands of demon spirits and bring chaos to the world. Murong Xiao Xiao said that many people had died, and that was probably the case. It was hard to imagine the situation in the Southern Territory in the past 10 years. At this moment, Gong Luo said loudly, "Since that's the case, then it's settled. This old man will stay behind to oversee the temple. This trip will be led by Lord Temple Master. The following elders will be Luo Chen." A white-faced man stood up and cupped his fists. "Understood." Yang Kai asked curiously, "The Temple Master is going too? Isn't he giving too much face to the Orthodoxy Temple?" Although the scale of this martial gathering in the Southern Territory was not small, it was still a matter under the Emperor realm. He thought that 1 or 2 elders would lead the team, but who knew that Wen Zishan would also go? Murong Xiao Xiao smiled and said, "Every martial gathering, Star Soul Palace will send someone over. The Temple Master is just going through the motions." "I see." Yang Kai nodded slightly. It seemed that they were not giving face to the Orthodoxy Temple, but to the Star Soul Palace. After all, the people from Star Soul Palace were here, so it would be unreasonable for Wen Zishan to not go. It was just going through the motions, so it was not a big deal. Qiu Ran called out again, "Gao Shueting." "Understood." Gao Shueting stood up and cupped her fists. "Xiao Bai Yi." "Yes." Chapter 32-29. Murong Xiao Xiao. "Yes." Yang Kai. Qiu Ran looked at him, and the others also looked at him. Yang Kai was stunned and pointed at himself, "I'm going too." Qiu Ran said with a dark face, "Didn't you hear the discussion just now?" Yang Kai didn't hear anything and only focused on chatting with Murong Xiao Xiao. The temple sent Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao to go with them, probably to let them gain more experience. Although they had participated in the martial gathering before, they had participated as disciples. Now that they had been promoted to elders, the situation was different, so they could go out and gain more experience and meet more people. In the future, they might be needed to lead a team, so they wouldn't be completely clueless. But what was he going to do? Qiu Ran had just named 5 people, including himself. Did they need 5 elders from the Emperor realm to lead a team for the Emperor realm and below? Wasn't this a bit too much of a fuss? What's more, there were many trivial matters to attend to in the High Heaven Palace, and the hundreds of thousands of disciples hadn't completely settled down yet. Yang Kai wasn't willing to participate in the martial gathering in the Southern Territory, so he hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother, please forgive me, but junior brother still has something to do." Gao Shueting said, "You are also a temple elder. It's fine if you don't show up for so many years, but this time, you should go. Otherwise, I'm afraid others will forget that the temple still has an elder like you." Every elder from the Emperor realm was the cornerstone of a sect, and the number of elders from the Emperor realm was directly related to the status of a sect. The significance of having one more or one less was completely different. Gao Shueting's intention was obviously for Yang Kai to show up more and let others know that the temple had an elder from the Emperor realm. At this point, Yang Kai could only nod and say, "All right, then junior brother will go." Yu Kun laughed out loud. "Junior brother, don't look so unhappy. You should know that every time there is a martial gathering, it is a gathering of people from the Emperor realm. There will be large and small exchanges and auctions in private. If you go there, you might be able to get some good stuff. Otherwise, why do you think the temple sent so many elders there?" However, Yang Kai could be considered to be quite wealthy now. He could afford to feed more than 100,000 people. There was no need for him to find anything good. He could only smile and nod. "Brother Yu is right. Then it's settled. Everyone, go back and make preparations. We'll set off in a month." With many matters settled, the crowd dispersed. Yang Kai stopped Di Rong and told him that he was going to the technique pavilion to copy some secret skills. Di Rong naturally agreed and personally led Yang Kai there. After being busy for half a day and paying some elder contribution points, Yang Kai walked out of the technique pavilion with satisfaction. He was not in a hurry to leave. He called a few elders he was familiar with and held a banquet on his Lingjian Peak to entertain them. Gao Shueting did not dare to call Yang Kai. It was not that she did not want to give him face, but that the last time Gao Shueting drank wine, Yang Kai was scared of her. This woman usually looked generous, but once she drank wine, it was as if she changed into another person. Yang Kai could not bear to look at her. Last time, Qiu Ran punished the elders with a lot of contribution points. Only Yang Kai was not punished for his first offense. This time, no one dared to call him. However, she came and sat at the table. Everyone looked at each other and put away their wine jars at the same time. The meal was tasteless. Yang Kai stayed in Azure Sun Temple for 2 days. On the third day, the 100 Dao Source Realm and 300 Origin King Realm cultivators had been counted and sorted out. They all came to Lingjian Peak to report. When Yang Kai appeared, a voice that could topple gold mountains and topple jade pillars sounded, "Greetings, Elder Yang." Sweeping the crowd with his divine sense, Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction with his hands behind his back. The spirit of these 400 people was good. In terms of cultivation, the temple was not careless. Both men and women were elite talents. In fact, the aptitude of a cultivator who could enter Azure Sun Temple would not be too bad. If it was too bad, the temple would not accept them. Qiu Ran and Gao Shueting stood aside. After Yang Kai saluted the two of them, he faced the 400 disciples and said, "You probably heard from the Deputy Temple Master. This time, I invite you to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory to serve as instructors. I hope you will do your best. This elder will not treat you unfairly." "Yes." Everyone roared in response. Yang Kai tilted his head and said, "Brother Qiu and Senior Sister Gao, do you have anything to say?" Qiu Ran stepped forward. "No matter what you see in a while, keep it in your stomach. Even if it's your brother or junior sister, you can't leak it at will. If you find out, this old master will not let you off easily." "Yes." The group of disciples was puzzled. They did not know why Qiu Ran had such an order. Yang Kai knew that it must be about the cross-territory space array. It seemed that the temple attached more importance to this cross-territory space array than he thought and tried to keep it a secret. Yang Kai did not care. After all, it had already been exposed. If he did not activate it personally or did not have the token, no one would be able to activate it. "Let's go." Qiu Ran waved his sleeves and took the lead to lead the way. The rest followed closely behind. In a short while, they arrived at the cave at the back of the mountain. Yang Kai asked the 400 people to enter in groups of 10 and stand on the space array. It could not be helped. The space in the cave was too small, and the scale of the space array that was set up was not large. Teleporting in groups of 10 was already the limit. Qiu Ran and Gao Shueting watched from the side. It was obvious that they wanted to see more clearly. Yang Kai was amused. He did not hide it. Instead, he asked Gao Shueting to take out the token and took the initiative to teach her how to activate it. 400 people were not a lot. They were all sent away in less than an hour. When Yang Kai appeared in the High Heaven Palace with the last group of people, the main hall was already packed with people. Gao Shueting also came. Not everyone had the opportunity to travel from the Southern Territory to the Northern Territory in an instant. Moreover, she was very curious about the High Heaven Palace, which was called Yang Kai. Naturally, she wanted to come and take a look. Hua Qingxi, who received the news, hurried over. She met Gao Shueting together with Bian Yuqing. Both sides chatted for a long time. Then, Hua Qingxi led the hundreds of people and left. It would not be long before they were assigned to the various peaks. At that time, the pressure on the instructors in the Fire Dragon Palace would be greatly reduced. Gao Shueting did not leave. Since she was already here, she naturally wanted to take a look around. Yang Kai personally accompanied her and led her around the High Heaven Palace. Although she did not show it on the surface, Gao Shueting was extremely shocked. First, the number of disciples in the High Heaven Palace was as Yang Kai said. There were more than 100,000 people. The spirit peaks were filled with people. It was hard to imagine where so many people were recruited from. Second, the number of masters in the High Heaven Palace. Gao Shueting clearly sensed the aura of many masters from the Emperor Realm. Among them, there were even 2 or 3 third-layer Emperor Realm masters. However, their aura was different from that of ordinary humans. Their demonic chi soared to the sky. They were obviously masters at the level of a monster king. She knew that Yang Kai had monster king subordinates. In the past, Yang Kai had brought into the Southern Territory and caused some rumors. However, she did not expect that there was more than one of them. Other than the monster king subordinates, the first chief and second chief were also from the Emperor Realm. There were obviously other masters from the Emperor Realm hidden in the other mountain peaks. Such a foundation was obviously not something that a newly established sect could possess. If these 100,000 disciples were allowed to mature, who in the world could compare to them except for the sects of the great emperors? There were also many natural formations. Although Gao Shueting was not proficient in the Tao of formations, she still had a good understanding of them. The formations covering the spirit peaks were extremely brilliant and were obviously the work of an expert. Out of curiosity, she asked and found out that Yang Kai actually had an Emperor Realm array master under him. Gao Shueting was so shocked that her mouth formed a circle. If she knew that there was an Emperor Realm weaponsmith and Emperor Realm pill master here, especially that Emperor Realm pill master, Wonder Pill Master, was a disciple of the great emperors, she did not know how to feel. Gao Shueting stayed in the High Heaven Palace for 2 days before leaving. She had to admit that what she had seen in the past 2 days had given her a great shock. Previously, Yang Kai's establishment of a sect was simply nonsense. She even persuaded him to stay in the lookout. Now, it seemed that she had thought too much. The High Heaven Palace was not inferior to the lookout at all. Being an elder in the lookout was not comparable to being the palace master of the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai sent her to the space formation. Gao Shueting turned around and said, "Junior brother, I've thought about it. Since your High Heaven Palace and the lookout are connected by a formation, it's convenient for you to go back and forth. Can you exchange materials with each other? If you can send the specialties of the Northern Territory to the Southern Territory, and then send the specialties of the Southern Territory to the Northern Territory, you will be able to earn a large sum of money." Yang Kai sneered in his heart. "I've been doing this for a long time, so I don't need you to remind me." However, since the existence of the space formation was exposed, it was not impossible to cooperate with the lookout. Although the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was not bad, the lookout was not weak either. With the lookout's strength, the materials collected by the lookout would not be too bad. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I was just about to talk to Brother Chiu about this." Chapter 32:30. Brotherly, you must be tired from the journey. Go back to the Fire Dragon Palace and rest. I will take care of the rest. Li Jiao was a little grateful when he heard this. He knew that Yang Kai cared about his friendship with Mi Qi, so he didn't plan to bring him to the High Sky sect. Otherwise, if Yang Kai really made a move on Mi Qi, it wouldn't be justifiable for him to just stand by and watch. However, after thinking about it carefully, Li Jiao still cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang, you worry too much. I'm not talented, but I'm willing to help Brother Yang." His friendship with Mi Qi was nothing. Previously, when the negotiations with Mi Qi broke down, that little bit of friendship was already gone. In the future, if the Fire Dragon Palace wanted to establish a foothold in the Northern Territory, they would have to rely on the High Heaven Palace. At this time, he naturally had to stand firm. Moreover, the friendship between him and Yang Kai was not something that Mi Qi could compare to. How could he not know what was more important? Yang Kai glanced at him and smiled. "Since Brotherly has such good intentions, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Wait a moment, I will go and gather the troops. Later, Brotherly will follow me to the High Sky sect." "Okay." Li Jiao nodded. Yang Kai's figure flashed and left. Standing in place and pondering for a moment, Li Jiao instructed Bian Yuqing, who was waiting at the side. He turned around and stepped into the space array, disappearing without a trace. Not long after, several figures rushed over and landed in the main hall. Yang Kai looked around for a while and didn't see Li Jiao. He asked curiously, "Where is he?" Bian Yuqing said, "Palace Master Li said that he will go back to the Fire Dragon Palace first and gather some people to cheer for Palace Master. He's quite considerate." Yang Kai smiled and looked back at the three figures behind him. They were none other than the three monster kings. Although there were more than 100,000 people in the High Heaven Palace and the Emperor Realm had many people, the only ones who could really fight were the three monster kings. Hua Qingxi was the general manager and wasn't suitable for fighting. It would be bad if an accident happened. Bian Yuqing was guarding the space portal and couldn't leave. Although Ji Ying, the South Gate Army, and Hou Yu were from the Emperor Realm, they weren't good at fighting. They only had outstanding results in their respective territories. Naturally, it wasn't suitable to bring them out at this time. Yi Hen had also broken through to the First Order Emperor Realm, but his presence wouldn't make much difference, so Yang Kai didn't call him over. Having three monster kings following him was enough. Just as he was about to call Ling Fei and the others to set off, he heard the sound of clothes fluttering behind him. Looking back, he saw Lu Yen pouting at the entrance of the hall, looking at him angrily. How could I forget about her? Yang Kai patted his head and took the initiative to wave at Lu Yen, motioning for her to come over. Lu Yen smiled, lifted her skirt, and jumped over, holding one of Yang Kai's big hands. The group of five stepped onto the space portal, and with a flash of light, they disappeared. In the Fire Dragon Palace, Li Jiao was very efficient. With a single order, 7 or 8 people from the Emperor Realm, 200 Dao Source Realm, gathered together and waited outside the space portal. Vice Palace Master Chongqing's clothes were untidy and his hair was messy, as if he had just crawled out of bed. He was also a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so he naturally didn't need to sleep. However, looking at the clear lipstick mark on his face, it was obvious what he had just done. While tidying up his clothes, he asked puzzledly, "Palace Master, where are we going?" A group of people gathered in front of a space portal that was directly connected to the High Heaven Palace. Could it be that they were going to attack the High Heaven Palace? Many people guessed this in their hearts and were startled. The High Heaven Palace was not to be trifled with. Everyone in the Northern Territory knew that the High Heaven Palace was guarded by 3 Monster King-level masters and the Southern Gate Army's sect-protecting array. The Fire Dragon Palace wouldn't be able to deal with them with just the few people they had. The Seeking Passions sect was a good example. The Fire Dragon Palace was not much better than the Seeking Passions sect. "Why are you asking so much? You'll know when we get there." Li Jiao coldly snorted and deliberately didn't say anything. The main reason was that the Emperor Realm and the Northern Territory often interacted with each other. The elders of the Emperor Realm had some friendship with many people from the High Sky sect. If they revealed this information at this time, it might be leaked. After being reprimanded, Changsheng looked embarrassed and didn't dare to say anything more. With a flash of brilliance, 5 figures appeared on the space portal. Before they could see the people clearly, the first to arrive was the demonic Qi, which shocked the people of the Fire Dragon Palace greatly. When they took a closer look, they were surprised to find that Yang Kai was coming over. They couldn't help but look solemn as they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this master isn't going to go against the High Heaven Palace. Good, good. Looking at the 3 figures next to Yang Kai, their hearts trembled. Even though they hadn't seen them before, they could infer from the demonic Qi that these 3 were the famous Monster King. There was also a 7 or 8-year-old little girl, which made them a little confused. Could this little girl be Yang Kai's daughter? But they hadn't heard of Yang Kai having a daughter with anyone. Could it be an illegitimate daughter outside? Many people looked at each other with strange expressions. Brother Yang. Li Jiao cupped his fists. Everyone followed suit and saluted. Greetings, Palace Master Yang. Yang Kai glanced around and was immediately amused. What a big lineup. In addition to Li Jiao, there were 8 people from the Emperor Realm here, and 200 Dao Source Realm cultivators. Combined with the situation in Azure Sun Temple, Li Jiao had mobilized all the cultivator above the Dao Source Realm in the Fire Dragon Palace. Li Jiao smiled and said, Brother Yang, if you think there aren't enough people, I can still recruit some more, but in terms of strength, no need. He didn't plan to bring many people with him. It was already a pleasant surprise that Li Jiao could mobilize so many masters under his command to help. If there were more, they would just be a burden. If they weren't strong enough, what was the point of bringing them? Then, shall we set off now? Li Jiao inquired. Yang Kai nodded. Let's go. Li Jiao shouted in a low voice and took the lead to fly into the sky, followed by everyone. The speed of flight between the Emperor Realm and the Dao Source Realm was completely different. The former was undoubtedly much faster. In order to take care of the Dao Source Realm cultivators, the group of people from the Emperor Realm and the Fire Dragon Palace also summoned their flight-type artifacts and pulled some Dao Source Realm cultivators with them. For a time, flying boats, flying swords, flying shuttles, chariots, windmills, and all kinds of flight-type artifacts turned into streams of light and flashed through the sky, like a meteor shower. Yang Kai also summoned his own flying boat and stayed inside with the 3 Monster King and Lu Yen. He followed behind Li Jiao and rushed to the High Sky Sect. The High Sky Sect wasn't close to the Fire Dragon Palace. The group flew non-stop for 2 days and still hadn't arrived at their destination. The group of people from the Fire Dragon Palace in the Emperor Realm saw some clues. This flight path seemed to lead to the High Sky Sect. Many of them had been to the High Sky Sect before, so they naturally knew the way. After communicating with each other for a while, they all felt a little nervous and asked Changsheng. Changsheng didn't refuse. He was the Vice Palace Master of the Fire Dragon Palace, so he was naturally duty-bound. Landing on Li Jiao's ship, he cupped his hands and asked, Palace Master, are we going to the High Sky Sect? Yes. Changsheng was surprised. May I ask, Palace Master, what is the purpose of this trip? Li Jiao said, to help Palace Master Yang subdue the High Sky Sect. At this time, there was no need to hide anything. After all, they still needed to contribute later, so they didn't want to mess up the situation. Ah. Changsheng panicked and said anxiously, Palace Master, please reconsider. You can't do this. Why not? Li Jiao looked at him expressionlessly. Changsheng said, the rise of the High Heaven Palace is very fast. A few years ago, they destroyed the Seeking Passion sect, and their reputation spread far and wide. In recent years, they have been silent, and their reputation has dropped a little. If we really help the High Heaven Palace subdue the High Sky sect, then the #1 sect in the Northern Territory will definitely be the High Heaven Palace. So what? Li Jiao thought that even if they didn't subdue the High Sky sect, the High Heaven Palace's current foundation was not something other sects could compare to. Changsheng said with a serious expression, "May I ask, Palace Master, how does my Fire Dragon Palace compare to the High Heaven Palace?" "Not as good," Li Jiao said honestly. He had seen Yang Kai's ability with his own eyes. He even suspected that Yang Kai could sweep through the entire Fire Dragon Palace by himself. Naturally, they were not as good, not to mention that there were 3 monster kings. "We are indeed not as good. My Fire Dragon Palace is already not as good as the High Heaven Palace. If the High Heaven Palace subdues the High Sky Sect, then where will my Fire Dragon Palace find a foothold in the Northern Territory? If the lips are gone, the teeth will feel cold. At that time, my Fire Dragon Palace will not be able to survive." Li Jiao looked at him and said, "Then, in your opinion, what should we do?" Changsheng said solemnly, "We should unite with the High Sky Sect and fight against the High Heaven Palace. With our 2 top sects joining hands, we should be able to contend with the High Heaven Palace, so as to prevent them from dominating." Li Jiao looked at him and didn't say anything. Changsheng was a little confused by his gaze. What did this subordinate say wrong? Li Jiao patted his shoulder and sighed. "It's not your fault that you think this way. It's human nature, but there are many things that you don't understand. Not to mention that Yang Kai had saved him time and time again, and he personally didn't want to be enemies with Yang Kai. Even if they really joined hands with the High Sky Sect, they would be able to fight against the High Heaven Palace? That was impossible. Yang Kai had the shadow of the dragon race behind him. Who would dare to provoke him? If it was a normal relationship, then it would be fine, but Yang Kai had done the deed of husband and wife with a level 9 giant dragon. "Palace Master, you didn't mention this, and I didn't hear it. Go back and tell them to put their hearts into their stomachs. This time, we don't need you to do anything. We just need to shout and cheer." Changsheng's expression twitched. "Palace Master means that Palace Master Yang and the others can destroy the High Sky Sect? You think they can't?" Changsheng shook his head. "It's not that I'm looking down on Palace Master Yang and the others. With the cultivation of the 3 great monster king, no one in the High Sky Sect is their match. However, sieging a city is a bit different. Not to mention that the High Sky Sect has many powerhouses, just the sect protecting barrier alone is not easy to break. Once the barrier is activated, even the 3 great monster king won't be able to do anything in a short time, right? Can't do anything about it." Li Jiao smiled mysteriously. "Just wait and see." Changsheng was in a daze. He didn't know why his palace master had so much confidence in Yang Kai. That was the High Sky Sect, one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. How could the sect protecting barrier be broken so easily? However, since Li Jiao was so insistent, he couldn't say anything else. In any case, Li Jiao had already said that this trip was just to wave the flag and cheer. Fighting had nothing to do with them, and they wouldn't encounter any danger. He cupped his hands and left. After conveying Li Jiao's message, the people from the Emperor realm looked at each other. Chapter 32-31. In the main hall of the High Sky Sect, there was singing and dancing, and the sound of stringed instruments lingered in the air. Below, a group of dancers in revealing outfits were dancing gracefully. In the main hall, a group of people from the Emperor realm sat in 2 rows. In front of each person was a table with exquisite fruits and nectar. Above them, the sect master of the High Sky Sect, Mi Chi, and an old man with white hair and beard were sitting side by side. They were entertaining the guests warmly. The old man was old, and his clothes did not show his wealth. He would not be conspicuous in the crowd. There were several bulging bags hanging from his waist. No one knew what was inside. Such an old man was personally entertained by a figure like Mi Chi. Moreover, this old man was sitting in the same position as him. It was clear how much Mi Chi valued this person. Below, the elders and protectors of the High Sky Sect also continuously raised their glasses to invite him. The old man did not refuse any of them. The rare bejeweled nectar slid down his snow-white beard, making the group of elders feel pain in their hearts when they saw this. In order to brew this spirit wine, they had spent a lot of energy and money. They were reluctant to drink it themselves, so they took it out to entertain the guests. However, the guests actually ruined it like this. However, this old man's identity was not something they could afford to offend. Even though they criticized him in their hearts, they could only smile apologetically. As the old man drank, he stared at the graceful and charming dancers below with lecherous eyes. He even grabbed a bunch of grape-like berries in his hand and stuffed them into his mouth one by one. He ate with a mouth full of saliva and was so happy that he forgot about his home. The berries looked very beautiful. They were blue and lustrous, and each one was like a crystal-clear gem. However, those who were familiar with this fruit knew that although it looked beautiful, it definitely did not taste good. The blue jade fruit was a kind of spirit fruit that could be used to refine spirit pills. However, it was not very useful. If eaten raw, it was extremely sour and difficult to swallow. Moreover, it was difficult to cultivate, so in the entire star boundary, this thing was very rare. It was not very useful, it did not taste good, and it was difficult to cultivate. Naturally, no one was willing to spend energy on it. The High Sky sect, on the other hand, had invested heavily in the blue jade fruit. Every year, they would cultivate a large number of blue jade fruits. There was no other reason other than the fact that this old man, Old Tao, liked them. Everyone had their own preferences. This blue jade fruit, which was hard to swallow in the eyes of ordinary people, was the most delicious thing in the world in the eyes of Old Tao. It was unknown why his taste was so unique. Old Tao had an extraordinary background, and Mi Chi had met him by accident. He had invited Old Tao to the High Sky sect as a guest. When he saw the blue jade fruit, he loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. Mi Chi naturally catered to his fancy and spent a lot of money to open up a blue jade orchard in the herb garden. He took care of it every year, and when it was time to harvest, he invited Old Tao to taste it. When he left, he even packed up all the blue jade fruits as gifts. Over the years, Old Tao had developed a habit. Every year, he would come to the High Sky sect for a few days to satisfy his cravings. After a few visits, they naturally became familiar with each other. That day, Li Jiao had left to deliver a message to Yang Kai. Mi Chi had immediately sent a message to Old Man Tao, informing him that the blue jade fruit was about to ripen and inviting him to come over. Old Man Tao naturally agreed and rushed over without stopping to rest. Immediately, good wine and good food were served. Mi Chi admitted that the High Sky sect was not a match for the High Heaven Palace. The three Monster King were not just for show. After he and Li Jiao were tricked by Yang Kai, he had always been brooding. Now, if he could use Old Tao to get rid of the High Heaven Palace's suppression, he could bear it no matter how high the price. The three Monster King was indeed extraordinary, but in front of Old Tao, they were probably not enough. He enthusiastically toasted and sneered in his heart. He couldn't wait for Yang Kai to come to him quickly and let him know that the High Sky sect was not something he could bully as he pleased. At this moment, someone suddenly walked in from outside the door and quietly said a few words to Mi Chi. Mi Chi's expression changed when he heard this. He quickly put down the wine cup in his hand and said, "Old Tao, please wait for a moment. I will be back soon." He had a terrified expression. Old Tao looked at him strangely. "What's the matter?" Mi Chi forced a smile. "It's just a small matter. Old Tao, you don't have to worry about it. I will take care of it myself." Old Tao threw a blue jade fruit into his mouth and chuckled as he chewed, revealing a mouthful of blue teeth. "Brother Mi, you are treating this old man as an outsider." "How would I dare?" Mi Chi quickly waved his hand. "It is an honor for Old Tao to come to my High Sky sect as a guest. How could I treat Old Tao as an outsider?" Old Tao said, "If it's related to the secrets of your High Sky sect, then it's fine if Brother Mi doesn't say anything. If you encounter any trouble, Brother Mi, don't hide it. Although this old man is not very strong, I still have some face. Perhaps I can help Brother Mi resolve some of it. He also saw that Mi Chi's expression was a little strange. Obviously, he had encountered some trouble. Mi Chi hesitated for a while when he heard this, as if he was struggling. After a while, he sighed and said, "Since old Tao doesn't treat this Mi as an outsider, then this Mi doesn't mind exposing my family's dirty linen." As he spoke, he picked up the glass of wine and drank it, as if he was drinking to drown his sorrows. Dirty linen? What happened? Old Tao was curious. Mi Chi sighed. It's still that high heaven palace. Old Tao was startled for a moment and said with a strange expression, "That high heaven palace that rose not long ago?" This old man remembers that the palace master of high heaven palace cheated you out of a lot of source crystals. Mi Chi had told him about this many years ago. At that time, it seemed that he wanted him to go to the high heaven palace to make peace and let Yang Kai forgive those gambling debts, but how could old Tao easily get involved in other people's quarrels? Although he came to the High Sky sect every year to taste some blue jade fruit and Mi Chi's hospitality was good, after all, it was just a small favor. It was not worthwhile to offend a top sect for this. His background was not small, but he couldn't get into any trouble. In that case, this Mi will go and investigate. I hope that this is really just a misunderstanding. Old Tao immediately said, "Brother Mi, come back early." The corners of Mi Chi's mouth twitched. Seeing that Mi Chi really had no intention of going out with him, he understood that the so-called friendship between the two was just a so-so. He couldn't help feeling sad and angry, but he couldn't fall out with him, so he could only say, "All right, old Tao, please wait a moment. I'll go out and take a look." Saying so, he flicked his sleeves and walked out. At the same time, he signaled the elders and protectors present with his eyes. The group of people immediately left their seats and followed behind him. In an instant, only old Tao was left in the hall. Looking at the young girls who were still dancing below, then looking at the blue jade fruit in front of him, he suddenly felt a little bored. High Sky Sect, outside the sect protecting array, Yang Kai stood calmly on the ground with his hands behind his back. Li Jiao stood next to him, and behind him were the three monster kings, their demonic chi soaring to the sky. Each of them had a fierce look in their eyes. Behind them were the Fire Dragon Palaces, the Emperor Realm and Dao Source Realm Masters. Their expressions were a little complicated. They didn't expect that he would really come to the High Sky Sect to cause trouble this time. What is this Palace Master Yang trying to do? Our Palace Master is really strange, actually cooperating with him. Inside the array, a group of High Sky Sect disciples who didn't have high cultivations were trembling. They gathered together and hugged each other for warmth, as if this would make them feel safer. The two sides looked at each other across the array. Facing the terrifying gazes of the three monster kings, they were suddenly a little scared and started sweating. Chapter 32-32. At first glance, Yang Kai's group was obviously aggressive and did not come with good intentions. Although the disciples of the High Sky Sect did not know what they were up to, they still had some common sense, so naturally, they were terrified. Yang Kai glanced over and said coldly, "This king and sect master Mi are old acquaintances. I have come from afar to visit him because I have something important to discuss with him. Why are you refusing to let this king in and not opening the spirit array? Can you bear the responsibility for delaying this king's and sect master Mi's important matter?" The disciples naturally wouldn't believe his nonsense. They all knew about the relationship between their sects and High Heaven Palace. The sharp decline in their sect's profits over the years was all because of High Heaven Palace, so they had long hated High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai to the core. They weren't enemies, but they were more like sworn enemies. Why would such a guy come to visit their sect master? He clearly did not have good intentions. What's more, the sect master had already ordered that the spirit array must not be opened without his permission, so naturally, he would not be scared by Yang Kai's words. The Dao Source Realm leader cupped his fists and said, "Please calm down, Palace Master Yang. Sect master is already on his way and will be here soon." Please wait for a moment, Palace Master Yang. If there is anything you need, you may as well wait for the sect master's arrival. Palace Master Yang can speak with him personally. These words were spoken in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, fully displaying the demeanor of a great sect. Yang Kai coldly snorted. It is said that the king of hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. Sure enough, what is your name? The Dao Source Realm leader's face twitched. What does this mean? Is he looking for trouble with me? After hesitating for a moment, he did not dare to hide and reported his name. Yang Kai nodded and pointed at him. I'll teach you a lesson later. The man immediately wanted to cry but had no tears. Palace Master Yang, this one is just following orders. Why lower yourself to my level? Yang Kai said, if you don't want me to lower myself to your level, then open the spirit array quickly and stop making noise. The Dao Source Realm leader shrunk his neck. How could he dare to open the spirit array? He was like an ant on a hot pan, completely at a loss for what to do. At that moment, a voice came from behind. I was wondering who it was that was so imposing. It turns out it was Palace Master Yang. This me has failed to greet you properly. I hope you can forgive him. Sect Master. The group of disciples turned their heads and looked over with joy on their faces. The Dao Source Realm leader was even more overjoyed as he felt a sense of relief. Led by his sect master, nearly 10 elders and protectors from the Emperor realm flew over together. Now that the sect master was here, there was nothing for him to do. He quickly took a few steps back and stood behind the group of people from the Emperor realm. Sect Master Mi. Yang Kai looked at Mi Chi with a smile. Long time no see, I trust you've been well. Mi Chi cupped his fists and said, Palace Master Yang is also as elegant as ever, his prestige undiminished. Although it was a compliment, it was hard not to hear it. Kai Yang's brow furrowed as he thought to himself, how could this guy be so fearless? Looking at the people from the Emperor realm behind him, and then turning his head to look at the lineup on his side, Yang Kai felt that their strength was completely unequal. Where did he get the confidence to speak to me like this? Is he relying on the mountain defending array in front of him? Mi Chi asked curiously, shouldn't Palace Master Yang be enjoying life in High Heaven Palace? How come you have time to come to this remote place? Yang Kai laughed and said, I was out on a business trip and passed by this place. I haven't seen Sect Master Mi for many years, so I came to pay you a visit. I see. Mi Chi cupped his fists again. Thank you for your concern, Palace Master Yang. This me is well. Yang Kai said, Sect Master Mi, are you going to talk to me like this? Are you not going to invite me in? Speaking of which, this is the first time I've come to your High Sky sect. I wonder how it compares to my High Heaven Palace. Mi Chi shook his head and said, the High Heaven Palace is a beautiful place. My High Sky sect is naturally far inferior. Silently cursing himself for having a screw loose in his head for inviting Yang Kai in, Yang Kai quickly changed the subject. However, today is a bit unfortunate. This me is currently entertaining an honored guest, so it's somewhat inconvenient. If Brother Yang is interested, you might as well come another day. This me will personally accompany you. Yang Kai looked at him, a guest from afar. Sect Master Mi's hospitality is a bit unreasonable. Mi Chi smiled slightly. Please forgive me, Palace Master Yang. It's really inconvenient. It wouldn't be good to offend that important guest. Which important guest is here? Why don't you let this king take a look? Mi Chi shook his head and said, that master doesn't like strangers. Palace Master Yang, I'm really sorry for today. Please go back. Yang Kai said lightly, what if this king insists on going in to take a look? Mi Chi narrowed his eyes and said, Palace Master Yang, please respect yourself. This is my High Sky sect, not the High Heaven Palace. It's not up to you to say what you want. If you want to show off, please go back to the High Heaven Palace. When the group of Mi Tian's sect disciples heard this, they were all very excited. They felt that their sect leader was really domineering when he spoke. It was fun to listen to him. The palace master of Ling Shao Palace had asked for it. There was no need to harp on and embarrass himself. Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully. It seems that sect master Mi has something to rely on. Aren't you afraid that this king will flatten your high sky sect in a fit of anger? Mi Chi said proudly, heaven is watching what people do. Justice is in the heart of the people. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, justice is not in the heart of the people, it is in my hands. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and directly shed all pretense of cordiality. Mi Chi, this king came here personally to bring you two choices. Mi Chi said with a smile, then this me would like to hear what the two choices are. I hope Palace Master Yang can speak seriously and not make people laugh. Yang Kai said expressionlessly, submit to my high heaven palace and hand over 70% of your annual income in the future, or, this king will make your high sky sect a branch of my high heaven palace. Mi Chi looked at him expressionlessly, waiting for him to continue. After a while, he said, that's it? Yang Kai said with his hands behind his back, you choose yourself. Mi Chi chuckled and turned his head to look around, saying, Palace Master Yang is joking. Everyone, please give him some face. A group of elders and protectors laughed, and the disciples also cooperated. The scene was indescribably strange. Yang Kai looked on coldly, and the three monster king also looked solemn. Mi Chi raised his hand and everyone's laughter came to an abrupt end. He looked at Yang Kai coldly and said, there is nothing to worry about in this world. Palace Master Yang, you can still save face if you retreat now. Otherwise, when the time comes, you will really become a joke. He seemed to be advising him out of goodwill, but in fact, he was eager for Yang Kai to humiliate himself. He was determined to resolve this grievance today so that he would not have to send a large number of source crystals to the High Heaven Palace every year in the future. Sect Master Mi's words are full of confidence today. Yang Kai nodded slightly, I hope you won't regret it. Mi Chi shouted, this king has never regretted anything in his life. Good. Yang Kai shouted, since Sect Master Mi refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame this palace master for ignoring our old friendship and flattening your high sky sect. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures rushed out from his left and right, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed to the front of the sect protecting array. No one could even see what happened. They only felt a violent energy fluctuation, followed by a loud rumbling sound, and the earth shook. The sect protecting array shook violently a few times, and layers of ripples appeared. The 3 monster kings' fierce attack was terrifying. The demonic chi rolled and soared into the sky, startling many people. They all summoned their artifacts and urged their strength, as if they were facing a great enemy. Mi Chi, on the other hand, was calm and composed. He just looked forward with a smile and said, although my high sky sect protecting array is not the best, it is not so easy to break. Palace Master Yang should save his strength. As soon as he finished speaking, an array flag suddenly appeared in his hand. With a light wave, the shaking array immediately stabilized, and even the ripples disappeared. No matter how the 3 monster king attacked, there was no reaction. It was not that there was no reaction, but that all the attacking power had been dispersed and transferred elsewhere. This was the power of the sect protecting array. When the array was activated, even the 3 monster king couldn't break it in a short time. If the people of Seeking Passion sect had hidden inside the array, Yang Kai wouldn't have had the ability to destroy them. What was worse was that they ran to Ice Heart Valley in full force, giving Yang Kai an opportunity to attack. The 3 monster kings didn't hold back in their attacks, and after a series of fierce attacks, their strength was exhausted and they quickly retreated to Yang Kai's side, each of them wearing a look of shame on their faces, feeling that it was all Yang Kai's fault. On the other hand, the people of the High Sky sect laughed, their laughter full of ridicule. Mi Chi said, Palace Master Yang still hasn't given up. If this continues, it will be even more embarrassing. Previously, he was also afraid that the 3 monster king would break his sect protecting array, but now that the array was safe and sound, his heart immediately calmed down. It seemed that there was no need for Old Man Tao to make a move. The High Heaven Palace couldn't do anything to him. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have given them the source crystals from a few years ago. Yang Kai looked at him and said, "If this is what you are counting on, this king is very disappointed." Mi Chi coldly snorted and said, "Shameless boasting. A mere array is nothing. Watch as this king breaks it." Yang Kai's arms shook, and the people behind him all retreated 1,000 feet away. Mi Chi frowned. He didn't know what Yang Kai was doing. Although he knew that Yang Kai's strength was not weak, it hadn't been long since he ascended to the Emperor realm. How could he do something that even the three-monster king couldn't do? Just as he was wondering, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the void. A simple-looking stone man suddenly appeared in front of them. The group of people stared with their eyes wide open. No one saw how the stone man appeared. They only saw Yang Kai grabbing at the void, as if it had been hiding there all along. The stone golem was about half the height of a human and had sharp edges all over its body. It looked silly, but its pair of eyes were extremely quick-witted. As soon as the stone man appeared, it turned around and faced the high sky sect protecting array. Immediately, it roared like a beast and pounded its chest with its fists. The group of people was stunned again. What was this guy doing? The momentum of his appearance was not weak, but what the hell was this self-mutilation? But soon, the shock turned into horror. Pairs of eyes slowly moved up, and one by one, they slowly raised their heads. As the earth shook, the stone man, which was only half the height of a person, grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3 feet, 5 feet, 10 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet, it grew to a height of 400 to 500 feet before it slowly stopped. It was like a mountain in front of the high sky sect protecting array. Chapter 32-33. An unimaginable pressure hit him in the face. It was as if the mountain-like monster was not standing in front of him, but was pressing on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. What was even more terrifying was that sharp stone pillars had grown out of the stone man's body. They were like barbs, and there was evil fire all over his body. Stone fire. Mi Chi's eyes narrowed. He had some eyesight and recognized some traces from the aura emitted by the embodiment. But why would the stone fire appear here? He had heard in his early years that there was a Holy Spirit stone fire in the savage wilderness ancient land in the Eastern Territory. It had even destroyed a black tortoise sect. He did not know if it was the one in front of him. What made him even more puzzled was, when did the stone fire become so huge? The information about the Holy Spirits was public. Anyone could collect some information as long as they wanted to. Therefore, Mi Chi was not unfamiliar with the stone fire, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. As far as he knew, even if the stone fire had some secret techniques that could make its body bigger or smaller, it was absolutely impossible for it to become so huge. It was really strange. However, he did not know that the stone fire in front of him was the stone mongoose. It had once swallowed a floating continent. Although it had used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to quench all the impurities, if the embodiment wanted to, it could become even bigger. So what if it was 400 to 500 feet? Yang Kai's 200 feet dragon body could only carry its shoes in front of it. The roar stopped, and the embodiment's eyes were wide open. It was ferocious like an angry King Kong as it looked down. A fist bigger than a palace was clenched tightly. It bent its arm back and smashed down. Before the attack arrived, the ear-piercing sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Mi Chi's expression changed drastically. He was no longer as calm as before. The high sky sect protection formation was indeed extraordinary. If he personally presided over it, it could withstand the attacks of the 3 monster kings without any damage. However, in the face of such a fierce attack, he had no confidence at all. Most of the formations in the world could be broken by force. If it could not be broken, then it meant that there was not enough force. Mi Chi couldn't imagine how powerful this unimaginably huge stone fire was, nor did he dare to imagine it. In a hurry, He waved the array flags in his hand again and again, sending out beams of mystic light that struck the light screen of the array. The light screen lit up and seemed to become much more dazzling. Boom, the practicing body's fist smashed down, and the entire high sky sect shook. Countless houses collapsed in an instant, and dust flew everywhere. Many figures rushed up to the sky and looked around blankly. When they saw the huge figure in the distance, they were all dumbfounded. Although the high sky sect was protected by the formation, and as long as the formation was not broken, outsiders would not be able to force their way in. However, the Dharmakaya's punch was made up of the purest form of power. Even the sect protection formation could not completely eliminate it. Instead, under the influence of the formation, it spread to all parts of the high sky sect. Near and far, the high sky sect was a mess. The place where Michi and the others were standing was even more terrifying. When the huge fist smashed down, everyone could not help but feel that the sky was falling. The power of the fist turned into a shockwave, causing sand and stones to fly around in a large area, and the sun and moon to dim. Asterisk puff puff puff, asterisk a series of muffled sounds rang out as blood and flesh splattered. Some of the high sky sect disciples with low cultivation were shattered into pieces by the invisible shockwave, exploding into a bloody mist on the spot. Only the cultivator above the Tao source realm managed to survive, but their faces were pale and their eyes were filled with horror. Michi was shocked. He did not care about the life and death of some of the disciples with low cultivation at the moment. His eyes were fixed on a spot on the formation's light screen, where the practicing body's fist had smashed down. Countless tiny cracks appeared on the seemingly impregnable formation's light screen, spreading wildly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the cracks had stretched for thousands of meters. Michi was shocked. Although he knew that the power of the monster's punch was absolutely not to be underestimated, he did not expect it to be so violent. Is this the power of the stone fire? The stone fire does not seem to be strong. Seeing the monster raise its fist again, Michi did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly waved the array flag in his hand, and under the surge of his emperor chi, a stream of light shot out. The shaking light screen gradually stabilized, and the cracks that appeared gradually disappeared under his efforts. Before he could catch his breath, the second punch had already smashed down. This punch did not seem to have hit the high sky sect's sect protecting array, but rather Michi's heart. It made his hair stand on end, and he felt the aura of death rushing towards him. The same situation as before appeared again. The entire high sky sect shook violently again, and more buildings collapsed. Fortunately, seeing that the situation was not good, the cultivators of the Emperor realm behind Michi cast their spells to resist, blocking the shockwave that came from afar, preventing the disciples with low cultivation from suffering any more damage. Kacha. There was a crisp sound, and cracks appeared on the light screen of the grand array that had just been repaired. There were more and more cracks than before, and the distance was even longer. Michi was scared out of his wits, and once again waved the array flag to stabilize the grand array. The embodiment's fist that was raised again made him feel desperate. The sect protecting array that he was so proud of did not seem to be able to protect the high sky sect. It could be said that 90% of the arrays in the world could not withstand such indiscriminate bombardment. He roared, "Elders, help me." As his voice rang out, the cultivators of the Emperor realm behind him seemed to have woken up from a dream. They hurriedly took out their array flags, which were all array flags that controlled the sect protecting array. However, the one in Michi's hand was the main array flag, and the ones in their hands were just sub-array flags. Everyone's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. As the array flags were waved, the light screen of the grand array rippled with a dim light, and the cracks were slowly mended. The embodiment shook its head. He originally thought that following Yang Kai to the High Sky sect would be a piece of cake, but who would have thought that Flying Eagle would be captured in just a single exchange? Flying Eagle's capture was a disgrace to the savage, desolate ancient land. How could Shilei let this go? In the face of Shilei's raging anger, Old Tao's expression did not change. His reply was incomparably direct as he threw the cloth bag in his hand again. Shi Lei's rushing figure came to a sudden halt. He looked up and saw that the cloth bag had opened up above his head and was emitting a powerful suction force. That wasn't all. With his strength, he could completely resist the suction force. The key point was that the big cyan handprint shot out from the cloth bag. As soon as the handprint shot out, Shi Lei felt his monster chi become somewhat chaotic. This scared him out of his wits, and he immediately understood how Flying Eagle had fallen for it. Before he could resist, the cyan handprint grabbed him and directly dragged him back into the cloth bag. This time, Old Tao did not put the cloth bag away. Instead, he made a hand seal and the cloth bag turned, aiming at the poisonous fog in the air. The poisonous fog was released by Xia Wuwei. As soon as the battle started, he dragged several High Sky Sect disciples from the Emperor realm into it. No one knew what was going on inside, but from the cries of a group of High Sky Sect elders, they knew that Xia Wuwei had the upper hand. The cyan handprint appeared again, but it was slightly dimmer than before. It seemed that this cyan handprint was a consumable that would disappear after a few uses. However, with Flying Eagle and Shi Lei as an example, Xia Wuwei did not dare to lower his guard. The poisonous fog rolled, and Xia Wuwei's figure suddenly rushed out, quickly escaping toward Yang Kai. The cyan handprint was like a maggot that could not be shaken off. Moreover, it was extremely fast. Before Xia Wuwei could escape far, it caught him and quickly pulled him back. After Xia Wuwei was put into the cloth bag, Old Tao made a hand seal, and the cloth bag tightened. It floated back to his hand, and he hung it on his waist. This unforeseen event could be said to have happened in a flash, and it made people's eyes unable to connect. The three monster kings were full of fighting spirit, and they came with great momentum. The people of the High Sky Sect originally had no power to resist, but the situation was resolved by a white-haired old man in a strange cloth bag. Everyone was stunned. Li Jiao and the group of Fire Dragon Palace disciples from the Emperor realm did not dare to rush forward. They just looked like they were going to attack, and they retreated in horror. The three monster kings were not the white-haired old man's match, so how could they be strong enough? Michi obviously did not expect things to be so easy. After being stunned for a moment, he laughed out loud and was extremely arrogant. Yang Kai, who was standing beside Old Tao with his fingers twitching, said, "Little thief, how dare you offend the High Sky Sect? Today is the day you die." Old Tao raised a wine gourd and poured wine into his mouth. When he heard this, he glanced at Michi. He knew that Michi was using his power to intimidate others, but he did not say anything. Anyway, they had gained a lot from this trip, and it was not a loss to let him borrow some power. Yang Kai acted as if he did not hear anything. He just stared at the white-haired old man who did not look very good. This trip was originally to make an example of the High Sky Sect, but before he could do so, the three monster kings were taken in by them. What the hell was going on? It was not that he did not want to save Xia Wuwei, but it happened too fast. He did not have time to react when Ying Fei and Shi Lei were caught. When Xia Wuwei fled to his side, he was stopped by Lu Yan when he wanted to save Xia Wuwei. He watched helplessly as Xia Wuwei was taken away. Otherwise, with his space divine technique, it should not be a problem to save Xia Wuwei. Who was this old man? What kind of secret treasure was that cloth bag? Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, Lu Yan suddenly walked past him step by step. Yang Kai looked down at her and said, "Be careful." Lu Yan was not weak, but the cloth bag was also very strange. Yang Kai did not know whether Lu Yan could deal with it. Lu Yan looked calm and did not change her pace. Tao Laoding, who was holding a wine gourd and pouring wine into his mouth, suddenly looked and his eyes widened. The wine in the gourd flowed down the corner of his mouth and wet his clothes. He hurriedly patted his clothes and then carefully looked at Lu Yan. The corner of his eyes could not help but twitch. Why did she look so much like that person? His thoughts drifted and he recalled the events of more than 10 years ago. More than 10 years ago, when he returned to the island to report to a certain master, he glanced at a figure sitting at the mouth of a volcano while chatting with the master. Although it was very far away, he still saw that the figure was a little girl, only 7 or 8 years old, who was also dressed like this. At that time, he was curious and asked the master about the little girl's identity. The master only replied with an unfathomable smile, so he did not dare to ask more. Although it had been more than 10 years and he did not see clearly at that time, the figure of a 7 or 8-year-old girl was too deep. When he suddenly saw it at this time, he could not help but think in that direction. Looking carefully again, she did look like her. "Little thief, don't you have any subordinates? What's the meaning of sending a little girl here?" Mi Chi was intoxicated by his success, clinging tightly to Tao Laoding's side and shouting wildly. After seeing Tao Laoding's methods, he became more and more fearless, but he did not dare to be too far away from Tao Laoding, lest Yang Kai seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. "Shut up!" Tao Laoding shouted. Mi Chi was suddenly silenced and glanced at Tao Laoding in amazement, only to find that he was looking at the little girl with a dignified expression, cold sweat gradually flowing from his forehead. This discovery startled Mi Chi, wondering if he could not provoke this little girl. Otherwise, why would Tao Laoding have such an expression? Suspiciously, Mi Chi looked carefully and saw that the little girl walking towards him had an indifferent expression. Her eyes were clear and pure. At a glance, he could tell that she was a beauty. She had such an elegant demeanor from a young age. What would happen when she grew up? Seeing the two sides getting closer and closer, but the little girl still had no intention of stopping, Mi Chi also became a little nervous, secretly circulating his emperor chi, ready to attack at any time. Lu Yen stopped 10 meters away. Chapter 32-35. Lu Yen had lived on Spirit Beast Island for a while. Since she said so, it shouldn't be wrong. Yang Kai didn't expect this white-haired old man to have such a background. He had come into contact with a few people from Spirit Beast Island and had even seen the martial beast. They had wreaked havoc on Dragon Island together, so he naturally knew how powerful they were. Although there weren't many people on Spirit Beast Island, none of them could be underestimated. Whether it was Li Wu Yi or Jiu Feng, they were all famous figures. In the past, Yang Kai only thought of them as ordinary third-layer Emperor realm cultivators. However, after meeting and talking with Yang Yen, he had some guesses that Li Wu Yi and Jiu Feng were a group of people sandwiched between the Emperor realm and the Great Emperors. Because of the limited capacity of the Bottle of Heaven and Earth, they couldn't become Great Emperors. Otherwise, they might have been figures who were on par with the Great Emperors. However, this was all Yang Kai's guess. He wasn't sure if it was true or not. However, the white-haired old man opposite him was from Spirit Beast Island. After asking a few more questions, Yang Kai learned the situation. The white-haired old man seemed to have seen Lu Yen once from afar. However, Lu Yen was comprehending the mystery of the Fire Phoenix's origin at that time and didn't pay attention. That was why Lu Yen said that the old man knew her, but she didn't know him. What made Lu Yen see the clues was the pouch secret treasure used by the white-haired old man. She had seen this secret treasure in Jiu Feng's hands. The people of Spirit Beast Island called it the Spirit Beast Pouch. It was a very strange secret treasure that had a very obvious restraining effect on the monster clan. However, it didn't have much effect on other clans. The Spirit Beast Pouch sealed the Imperial Beast Seal, which was derived from the martial beast. Once the Spirit Beast Pouch was used, as long as it was related to the monster clan, it wouldn't be able to escape the Spirit Beast Pouch's binding. This was the fundamental reason why the three monster kings were easily captured. If they really fought, the white-haired old man might not be a match for any of them. However, with the Spirit Beast Pouch, the white-haired old man could easily capture the three monster kings. Spirit Beast Island is in the Eastern Territory. Why did this old man come to the Northern Territory? Yang Kai was puzzled. Today, his face had been slapped so hard that he felt a little depressed. If the white-haired old man wasn't from Spirit Beast Island, he definitely wouldn't have let this matter go. Lu Yan explained, Spirit Beast Island collects all the exotic beasts in the world, so those exotic beasts were naturally captured. There are people on the island who do this, and he is one of them. He probably came to the Northern Territory to look for exotic beasts. Yang Kai nodded gently. Michi's expression became uncertain when the two were communicating. Although he didn't understand the development of the situation, he saw the secret communication between Lu Yan and Elder Tao. He suddenly had a bad feeling. He didn't dare to hesitate and cupped his hands. Elder Tao, if you can help me again, I will be very grateful. I will give you a big gift after this. He could only count on Elder Tao to help. Otherwise, his High Sky sect would never be a match for Yang Kai. Elder Tao sighed and patted him on the shoulder. Forget it. Give them whatever they want. Michi's eyes widened. He didn't expect Elder Tao to say such a thing. He didn't know that Elder Tao was also very helpless. I will talk to you in detail later. Yang Kai smiled at Elder Tao. His body suddenly flashed and disappeared in an instant. Space Divine Technique. Elder Tao's eyes narrowed. As a member of Spirit Beast Island, he naturally knew about the Space Divine Technique. Li Wui was a master of this technique. Elder Tao had seen Li Wui use the Space Divine Technique many times, but he never thought that he could see such a divine technique from someone else. Looking at the level of mastery, it seemed that he was not much worse than Li Wui. Elder Tao felt a chill in his heart. He knew that the reason Li Wui did not make a move just now was probably because of that little girl. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. A person who used the Space Divine Technique was not to be trifled with. They were both third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, but Li Wui had the reputation of being the strongest person under the Great Emperors. It was all because of the Space Divine Technique. On the other side, the rapidly escaping Michi's vision blurred. Yang Kai had blocked his way with a cold expression and shouted, "Where do you think you are going?" Michi gritted his teeth and put on a desperate stance. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand and a cold light flashed. Then, the spear shot out like a dragon. A humming sound rang out incessantly, covering a large area. He was also a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, so he naturally had some life-saving skills. This move of his showed his powerful foundation. The murderous aura of the spear that filled the sky was extraordinary. The people from the Fire Dragon Palace and the Emperor Realm felt their eyelids twitch. They knew that there was no way they could survive such an attack. However, Yang Kai just stood there without any intention of dodging. He turned his head and glanced at Li Jiao, only to see his palace master standing there calmly, not worried in the slightest. Of all the people present, Li Jiao knew Yang Kai's ability the best. He even dared to face the dragon race head-on, so how could he be afraid of Michi? There was nothing to worry about. Facing this crazy attack, Yang Kai's expression became strange. This was the first time he had fought with someone as a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and his opponent was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Although Michi's attack was not weak, it did not seem to be that scary in his eyes. Yang Kai leisurely stretched out his hand into the sky full of spear shadows and suddenly grabbed at the void. As the spear phantoms collapsed, Michi's movements also froze, his eyes going wide as if he had seen a ghost. This was because Yang Kai's casual grab had actually caught the tip of Michi's spear in the midst of countless feints. With his spear in hand, how could he use his killing move? Michi's expression changed drastically, but his reaction was also extremely fast. He shook his spear and a rotational force was transmitted through the spear's body. He shouted in a low voice, "Let go." He was hoping to use this move to shake off Kai Yang, and he wasn't able to do so without relying on himself. What he was relying on was that his cultivation was higher than Kai Yang's by one realm. The rotational force was transmitted to Yang Kai's palm in an instant, and as expected, Yang Kai's wrist was rotated. Michi was about to continue, but he saw a vicious look appear on Yang Kai's face as he suddenly turned his wrist back. It was quite an imposing manner. The rotational force, which was completely opposite to the previous one, rebounded along the spear's body. Before Mi Chi could figure out what was going on, his whole body was sent spinning several times by the huge force. He forcibly pushed his Emperor Qi to stabilize his body, but the spear in his hand was snatched away by Yang Kai. Mi Chi was dizzy for a moment, and his face was filled with shock. Such great strength. He clearly felt that he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could he have such great strength? This is true brute force. He didn't know the current situation of Yang Kai's body. How could he resist a half-dragon body? If it was Li Jiao, he would never have wrestled with Yang Kai. That was simply asking for trouble. Not waiting for him to regain his footing, a gust of wind whistled above his head. Looking up, he was frightened out of his wits. He saw that Kai Yang was still holding onto his spear, using his own artifact as a club, ruthlessly smashing down towards him. Mi Chi crossed his arms over his head and two arm guards appeared out of thin air on his arms. Kong, the end of the spear smashed into the arm guard, causing it to flash wildly before quickly dimming. This Emperor artifact had lost all its spirituality after being struck by this tyrannical blow, and Mi Chi was suppressed by an irresistible force and fell down like a meteor, smashing directly into a nearby mountain, creating a large crater in its wake. Chapter 32-36. The members of the High Sky sect from the Emperor Realm who had fallen to the ground were all stunned. Their eyes were blank, and they felt that this was unbelievable. Their own sect master couldn't even take a single blow from the other party. The people of the Fire Dragon Palace were also stunned. They felt that this was extremely ridiculous. Mi Chi was a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, so how could he be so weak? The three Monster King looked at each other in shock. They could see that Yang Kai seemed to be much stronger than before. Old Tao gulped, picked up his wine gourd, and poured it into his mouth. He had to drink to calm himself down. Mi Chi, who had been smashed to the ground and flattened a mountain, felt dizzy. The blood in his body was tumbling, and after suppressing it with great difficulty, he saw Yang Kai landing lightly in front of him. He stood in front of him and flicked the spear in his hand, thrusting it towards him. "Spare me!" Mi Chi shouted, "Palace Master Yang, spare me!" At this time, saving his life was the most important thing. He couldn't care less about face. If he lost his life, what was the use of face? The tip of the spear brushed past his cheek, cutting off a few strands of his black hair. Mi Chi's eyes widened, and he almost wet himself in fear. "Chi!" Yang Kai curled his lips and stabbed the spear in his hand into the ground. He then turned around and said, "Who else refuses to accept this? Who wouldn't accept this?" The members of the High Sky sect from the Emperor Realm had already been dealt with by Ying Fei and Xia Wuwei. At this moment, they were all lying on the ground and wailing. The few from the Emperor Realm who fought Ying Fei had claw marks all over their bodies and were dripping with blood. Unfortunately, their cultivations were sealed by Ying Fei, so they couldn't even use their arts to heal themselves. As for those who fought with Xia Wuwei, their bodies were covered in a green glow, and large blisters appeared on their exposed skin. Their faces were green, and it was obvious that they had been poisoned. It could be said that the upper echelons of the High Sky sect from the Emperor Realm had all been wiped out. From beginning to end, the entire battle took less than a cup of tea's worth of time. "Palace Master Yang, please spare us." The disciples at the Tao Source Realm and below knelt down one after another, each and every one of them looking as if they had just lost their parents. Mi Chi's eyes dimmed as he stared at the figure with his back to him, glancing over at the long spear artifact in front of him, but he couldn't even summon the courage to launch a sneak attack. Yang Kai unscrupulously exposed his back to him, which seemed to be full of flaws, but it made him even more fearful, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Glancing around coldly, Yang Kai snorted, "Whether you can live or not will depend on your sovereign's choice." Mi Chi staggered to his feet and clutched his chest. He turned around and saw many familiar faces looking at him. Their eyes were filled with the desire to live. Since things had come to this, what else could he say? His fist was not as big as theirs, so he had to surrender. Although he was in a bit of a sorry state this time, fortunately, no one died because of it. It could be seen that Yang Kai's people were quite restrained. Sighing in his heart, Mi Chi turned his head and cupped his fists. The High Sky sect is willing to follow Palace Master Yang's lead. I ask that Palace Master Yang be magnanimous and let us live. Yang Kai turned his head and squinted at him, saying expressionlessly, "This is a serious matter. Sect Master Mi, please consider carefully before making a decision. This king is not in a hurry and can give you some time. If you are sincere in pledging your allegiance, that's fine, but if you are not, there is no need to force yourself, lest this king is accused of bullying others. My life is in your hands, what's there to consider?" Mi Chi cursed in his heart. How could he not be firm at this time? If he had any other thoughts, he was afraid he wouldn't have a good end. Moreover, several of the elders here were poisoned and wouldn't last long. If they weren't detoxified quickly, their lives would be in danger. Is he King going to do that again? Although Mi Chi cursed in his heart, he didn't dare to show it on the surface. He said in a deep voice, "Palace Master Yang's divine technique is unparalleled. The High Sky sect has eyes but failed to see. Please forgive us if we have offended you. From today onwards, the High Sky sect will sincerely pledge their allegiance to you." The corners of Yang Kai's mouth rose slightly. Sect Master Mi is the sect master of a sect. Your words carry enormous weight. I naturally believe what you say. Since Sect Master Mi is so sincere, this king will accept your kindness. The corners of Mi Chi's mouth twitched. He finally realized how despicable and shameless this person in front of him was. Didn't he bring so many masters here just to subdue the High Sky sect? He even had Li Jiao come over to greet him before, and they even fought just now. Now, he actually had the face to say such words. It was as if he had taken the initiative to pledge his allegiance and Yang Kai had reluctantly accepted it. He was simply shameless. He just couldn't understand. Although the High Sky sect was good, why was Yang Kai so fixated on it? He already owed Yang Kai a large debt, and every year, he sent him a large sum of money, so why did Yang Kai insist on subduing his High Sky sect? Was it just to show off the strength of the High Heaven Palace? Mi Chi put on a forced smile and said, "Thank you, Palace Master Yang." What was this? His people from the Emperor realm had been brutally beaten up, and he had lost all face. Even the escort array had been broken, and he was forced to pledge his allegiance, yet he still had to thank Yang Kai. Mi Chi's heart was filled with grief and indignation. He only hated that his strength was not as good as Yang Kai's, otherwise, he would have definitely taught Yang Kai a lesson. Yang Kai said, "Words are no guarantee. I ask Sect Master Mi to show some sincerity." Mi Chi was startled and asked cautiously, "What kind of sincerity does Palace Master Yang want?" He was already so humble, yet Yang Kai still wanted to be so aggressive. Mi Chi secretly swore that if Yang Kai really did ask for something too excessive, he would reconsider. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "I ask Sect Master Mi to write an order and inform the High Sky sect that from today onwards, the High Sky sect is a subordinate sect of the High Heaven Palace." Ah! Mi Chi heard this and suddenly raised his head, his face alternating between red and green. Today's matter was indeed embarrassing, but it was only limited to the High Sky sect. Even if news spread out afterwards, as long as the High Sky sect didn't admit it, the world would only speculate. However, if he took the initiative to send an order, then the nature of the matter would be completely different. The High Sky sect had many cities under its jurisdiction and many families and subordinate sections. After all, it was one of the top forces in the Northern Territory. As the saying goes, good news doesn't spread far and wide, but bad news spreads far and wide. Once this order was sent out, it wouldn't be long before the entire Northern Territory knew about it. This would cause the High Sky sect to lose face in the entire Northern Territory. A dignified top sect in the Northern Territory had actually fallen to the point of becoming someone else's subordinate sect. How could he endure this? Yang Kai's face became cold. It seems that Sect Master Mi is a little unwilling. Or perhaps what you said just now was just a casual remark. No, Mi Chi quickly waved his hand, it's just that. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai suddenly looked up at the sky and said lightly, Sect Master Mi is so indecisive. It seems that you are not suitable to be in charge of the sect. Sect Master Mi should abdicate. What did this mean? Was he forcing him to abdicate his position as sect master? If it were anyone else saying this, Mi Chi definitely wouldn't have taken it seriously, but since it was Yang Kai saying so, it was different. He was a fish on the chopping block, so Yang Kai could easily kill him and then choose a suitable elder to be in charge of the High Sky sect. He believed that there would definitely be someone willing to cooperate with him. Feeling a chill in his heart, Mi Chi no longer dared to bargain, clenching his teeth and saying, right, I'll write. Yang Kai said, don't force it, it won't be interesting if you force it. Mi Chi said seriously, this Mi is very sincere. Sect Master Yang, please understand. Since that's the case, then, let's write it and see. Yang Kai rubbed his chin. Mi Chi immediately took out a jade slip and poured his divine sense into it, writing the order. Yang Kai raised his chin and said, heal them. Ing Fei's figure flickered, and he swayed around a few of the High Sky sect elders, slapping each of them and releasing their seals. Xia Wuwei opened his mouth wide, and the few poisoned the Emperor Realm elders on the ground immediately emitted a dark green aura, which he swallowed into his mouth. The seals were released, and the poison was cleared. A group of the Emperor Realm elders took out healing pills and stuffed them into their mouths, each with a complicated expression. After a while, Mi Chi finished writing and handed the jade slip to Yang Kai, saying, Sect Master Yang, take a look and see if it's okay? Yang Kai took the jade slip and scanned it. He frowned and threw the jade slip back. Your High Sky sect is one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Don't write it in such a lowly manner and make others look down on you. Mi Chi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Their lives were in your hands, how could they not be lowly? But since Yang Kai wasn't satisfied, they had no choice but to write it again. He was the dignified sect master of the High Sky sect, but he was forced to write such a shameful order, and he was even picked on by others. How could he reason with them? Not long after, another order was written. Yang Kai checked it and nodded slightly. That's more like it. Write the same order. He looked up at the High Sky sect elders and protectors who were healing their wounds and counted the number of people. 8. Mi Chi didn't dare to disagree, and he obediently wrote 8 more orders. Yang Kai said, tell the people of the Emperor Realm of the High Sky sect to take the order and go to different places in 8 directions. Pass through the city, enter the city, and enter the sect. Read the order in a crowded place and announce the High Sky sect's allegiance to the Northern Territory. Hearing this, the group of Mi Tian sect elders widened their eyes and stared at them in a daze. Mi Chi's expression also changed. Anger and humiliation flashed across his face, and there was also a trace of ruthlessness. He thought that even if he wrote the order, it would take some time for the news to spread. Who knew that Yang Kai would be so ruthless and ask the elders of the High Sky sect to personally take the order and read it to all the major cities and sects in the Northern Territory? This was simply humiliating the High Sky sect. How would he, the sect master of the High Sky sect, be able to establish himself in the Northern Territory in the future? How would the elders of the Emperor Realm, who would read the order, be able to do so? How would the entire Northern Territory view the High Sky sect? As the saying goes, a gentleman prefers death to humiliation. At this moment, Mi Chi had the impulse to fight Yang Kai to the death. He felt that Yang Kai was deliberately humiliating him. But when he saw Yang Kai's cold eyes, he couldn't help but shiver. Those eyes looked at him as if he was looking at a dead person. Mi Chi didn't doubt that if he dared to make a move again, Yang Kai would definitely not let him go. He clenched his fists, but in the end, he didn't dare to make a move. He comforted himself. It was better to live than to die. What was the big deal? He reached out and patted Mi-Chi's shoulder, not knowing what to say. Mi-Chi transmitted his voice. Brotherly, you and I have known each other for many years, and our friendship is not ordinary. Tell me, why does Palace Master Yang have to humiliate my High Sky sect? This me does not think that I have offended him, and I have paid him the annual debt on time, but why does he have to do this? He does not care about my High Sky sect's face at all. Furthermore, he did not even give him any time to breathe and immediately sent the elders of the Emperor realm out. He had originally planned to delay for a while and then think of another way to see if he could resolve this disaster, but now, where would he find the chance? Li Jiao looked up and thought, what is the use of being friends with me now? Last time, I was still kicked out by you, but this time, he was not in the mood to ridicule him. He only smiled bitterly and said, Brother Mi, do you think that Palace Master Yang is humiliating you? Is he not? Mi-Chi glared. If he was not humiliating him, why would he write the order himself and let the elders of the Emperor realm read it everywhere? That is not the case. Li Jiao shook his head. Mi-Chi asked, then why? To establish dominance. Li Jiao spat out 2 words. Mi-Chi was stunned. Establishing dominance? What dominance? Although the High Heaven Palace had not been established for a long time, it was already a top sect in the Northern Territory. This was recognized by the entire Northern Territory. Since it was already a top sect, its dominance was already there, so what was there to establish? Who was it for? Li Jiao pondered for a moment and said, Palace Master Yang wants to unify the Northern Territory. The main thing was that this matter could not be hidden. Li Jiao believed that Yang Kai would make a move soon, so there was no harm in saying it now. He was not afraid that Mi-Chi would find out in advance. Mi-Chi was stunned, and his mouth opened wider than an egg. After a while, he recovered and said in shock, Unify the Northern Territory? This ambition was huge. The Northern Territory was not like the other 3 territories, which had great emperor sections. Although Medicine Pill Valley had the great emperors, Medicine Pill Valley did not interfere in the matters of the Northern Territory, so the entire Northern Territory could be considered a headless dragon, unlike the Southern Territory where Star Soul Palace was the leader, the Western Territory where Shadow Kill Hall was the leader, and the Eastern Territory where Spirit Beast Island was. Mi-Chi did not expect Yang Kai's ambition to be so great, and he really dared to do such a thing. He said in a daze, is he not afraid of provoking public anger in the Northern Territory's heroes to attack him? Li Jiao pursed his lips and said, that's why he wants to establish dominance. Mi-Chi was not a fool. Although he was a little cowardly, being able to cultivate to the 3rd stage Emperor realm meant that his brain was not too bad. He did not understand what establishing dominance meant before, but now that Li Jiao explained it, he could not understand. The High Sky sect was also one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, but so what? They were beaten by the High Heaven Palace to the point that they could not fight back and had no choice but to submit to protect themselves. If even the High Sky sect was like this, what choice did the other sects and families have? As long as this news spread out, when the High Heaven Palace wanted to invade other territories, no one would dare to resist. Mi-Chi did not know whether to laugh or cry. Because of this, my High Sky sect suffered an unexpected disaster. Li Jiao patted his shoulder again and sighed, don't worry, at least you're still alive. Speaking of which, the High Sky sect was also unlucky. Among the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory, Iceheart Valley had a close relationship with Yang Kai. Mi-Chi and Yang Kai had been traveling for many years and had established a good friendship. If Yang Kai wanted to establish dominance, the High Sky sect was his only choice. It could be said that Mi-Chi deserved to be unlucky. The High Sky sect was a top sect in the Northern Territory, and if it was any other smaller sect, the effect would definitely not be as good. Mi-Chi sighed, but it was useless to say anything now. However, after learning about Yang Kai's plan to unify the Northern Territory, he felt much better. After all, Yang Kai was not deliberately humiliating him and the High Sky sect. It was just a part of the plan. Not long after, a group of people entered the main hall. As the owner of this place, Mi Qi naturally arranged for the banquet to be replaced with a new one. He ordered the musicians to play music and the dancers to dance. Immediately, the main hall was filled with a scene of singing and dancing. However, the main seat was replaced by Yang Kai. Other than him, the sect master of the High Sky sect, there were no other members of the Emperor realm of the High Sky sect in the main hall. Instead, there were the 3 Monster King and the people of the Fire Dragon Palace. Yang Kai raised his glass and invited everyone to drink, and everyone agreed. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai began to chat with Old Man Tao. On the way, they chatted for a while, so he knew the other party's name. The reason why Yang Kai invited him to stay and entertain him was mainly to inquire about Dragon Island from him. After creating havoc on Dragon Island, he left the Dragon Palace and entered the territory of the lower plains. He did not know what happened after that. He also did not know if Martial Beast took Fu Xian away. He also did not know if Dragon Island punished Zhu Qing. Unfortunately, Old Man Tao did not know about this either. He stayed in the Northern Territory to search for exotic beasts for Spiritual Beast Island. He had not returned for more than 10 years. He did not even know that Martial Beast brought people to Dragon Island. He did not know, and Yang Kai did not say much. However, his mysterious behavior made Old Man Tao suspicious. However, no matter whether Martial Beast took Fu Xian away or not, Zhu Qing definitely did not have to worry too much. Zhu Qing was now a rank 9 giant dragon. According to the purity of her bloodline, she was qualified to be an elder of Dragon Island. After the havoc he made last time, Dragon Island would not punish her. Her situation was somewhat similar to Fu Xian's. They were both married with humans. If Dragon Island really wanted to punish her, Fu Xian would definitely not be spared. Martial Beast naturally would not sit back and do nothing. If Dragon Island wanted to trigger Zhu Qing, they would definitely punish Fu Xian as well. Otherwise, it would be unfair. Old Man Tao was more curious about Lu Yen. Chapter 32-38. Inside the main hall, pairs of eyes looked at Mi Qi. Mi Qi was tactful and immediately stepped forward. He cupped his hands and said, "Palace Master Yang's divine technique is unparalleled, and you have the world in your heart. This Mi is convinced. The entire High Sky sect is willing to submit to High Heaven Palace. We will follow your orders in the future, regardless of danger." Whether he was sincere or not, his words were beautiful and made everyone in High Heaven Palace have a good impression of him. The corner of Li Jiao's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Mi Qi to be so straightforward. Although the two of them had some dealings before, he didn't realize that Mi Qi had such a side. Previously, when Yang Kai wanted him to submit, he resisted several times. Now, he had accepted his fate and was able to adjust his position and attitude well, which made Li Jiao look at him in a new light. However, he couldn't help but feel some sympathy for him. The Fire Dragon Palace and High Sky sect were similar in strength. Li Jiao estimated that if he and Yang Kai hadn't gone out to live and die together several times, the High Sky sect would have ended up like the Fire Dragon Palace. It was also because of his friendship with Yang Kai that Yang Kai didn't attack the Fire Dragon Palace. But then again, the Fire Dragon Palace was now not much different from the High Sky sect. They were more like subordinates than subordinates. Everyone has heard Sect Master Mi's words. Let's get to know each other. Yang Kai waved his hand. Hua Qingxi smiled and stepped forward. She bowed and said, "I am the Chief Steward of High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi." "Greetings, Sect Master Mi." Chief Steward is too polite. Mi Qi returned the courtesy. He was a little curious. What kind of bullshit position was Chief Steward? How come he had never heard of it before? However, seeing that she was standing in front of everyone, even the 3 great monster kings were below her, It seemed that her position in Yang Kai's heart wasn't low. He couldn't afford to offend her in the future and had to maintain a good relationship with her. Otherwise, he didn't know when she would make things difficult for him. He even had some suspicions in his heart. Yang Kai and this woman wouldn't have a dirty relationship, right? Otherwise, how could a first-order emperor like her have such a high position? Hua Qingxi didn't know what he was thinking, but if she did, she would definitely fight with him. She pointed to the side and introduced, "This is Rhino Monster King, Sect Master Mi, of course, of course." Mi Chi smiled and cupped his fists. How could he not have seen him before? Back in the Mi Tian sect, it was Shi Lei who had fought with him. Mi Chi clearly felt that he was not his opponent. Rhino Lei grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of fangs, making Mi Chi feel a little scared. Hua Qingxi continued, "This is Flying Eagle Monster King." Flying Eagle nodded lightly. "And this is," Mi Chi introduced them one by one with a smile on his face. No matter how high the cultivation of the other party was, he always felt inferior. There was nothing he could do about it. Who told the High Sky sect to submit to the High Heaven Palace? Facing these mainstays of the High Heaven Palace, he naturally didn't dare to show any disrespect. Xiao Wei, Yi Hen, the Southern Gate Army, Hou Yu, the Emperor Realm, Qin Chaoyang, Qiu, Aio, Gui Zhu, Gutsang Yun, Ruan Bai Ting, and a group of other Dao Source realms. After getting to know them one by one, there were quite a lot of people. Mi Chi knew the Southern Gate Army, but it was the first time he knew that this famous array master was actually serving in the High Heaven Palace, so he couldn't help but be surprised. One had to know that the Southern Gate Army was famous in the Northern Territory. However, the High Heaven Palace couldn't transfer any useful manpower. When the time came, the High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace's people would be the ones leading the charge. The other party would definitely hold a grudge against these two sections. However, the High Heaven Palace could safely hide behind them and enjoy endless benefits. It was really vicious. In other words, the High Heaven Palace didn't need to do anything at all. They only needed to send some people to supervise. Yang Kai was observant. How could he not know what Mi Chi was thinking? He was too lazy to care about him. Yang Kai wasn't planning to monopolize this matter. Since the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect were involved, he definitely wouldn't let them work for nothing. He would share some of the benefits with them. As for how much, that would depend on his mood. Hua Qingxi thought for a while and said, "Palace Master, should we inform Iceheart Valley about this matter?" Of the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory, 3 had joined forces, but Iceheart Valley was the only one who didn't know about this. If Yang Kai didn't have a friendship with Iceheart Valley, then it would be fine, but the key was that they had a good relationship. It would be unkind of him not to involve Iceheart Valley in this matter. Yang Kai's expression twitched when he heard this. "I have also thought about Iceheart Valley, but I don't know what they want." The group of women from Iceheart Valley cultivated ice attributes secret arts and stood aloof from worldly affairs. Yang Kai really couldn't ask them to do something that would incur public anger. It wouldn't be nice if he was reprimanded by Bing Yun. In his plan, if he obtained any benefits in the future, he would share some with Iceheart Valley. After all, Su Yan was cultivating there, so it would be a good gesture to Iceheart Valley. It was nothing more than the 4 great sects working together, and then with High Heaven Palace as the center, they would spread out to the entire Northern Territory and announce the High Heaven Palace's position as the overlord of the Northern Territory. In return, the various sects and cities in the Northern Territory would have to provide some cultivation resources to High Heaven Palace every year. After the discussion was done, Jiyao, Li Jiao, and Mi Chi immediately returned to their respective sects to mobilize their forces. The next day, in front of High Heaven Palace's sect defending array, a group of people arrived. On the left was a group of beautiful women. Most of them had extraordinary appearances, and their temperaments were all different, dazzling anyone who saw them. This group was naturally the disciples of Iceheart Valley. On the right were the people from Fire Dragon Palace, while behind them were the disciples of High Sky Sect, each numbering over 1,000. Altogether, there were 3,000 people. This was not a large number, but the proportion of masters among them was extremely terrifying. Dao Source Realm masters could be found everywhere in the Emperor Realm, and even the weakest was an Origin King. The people from High Heaven Palace were in the middle, led by the 3 Monster Kings. Yihen and the other Dao Source Realm masters were also dispatched, but the remaining people were not enough. Basically, all of them were Origin Kings, completely incomparable to the other 3 great sects. It was really because the disciples who had come from the Star Territory were temporarily useless that the High Heaven Palace side was seriously polarized. The strong were ridiculously strong, while the weak were ridiculously weak. Hua Qingxi summoned Li Jiao, Mi Qi, and Ji Yao and spread out a map. The map was marked with red dots, and each red dot represented a city, a sect, or a force that wasn't small in size. After some discussion, the thousands of people were divided into groups of 8 and dispersed. Each of these 8 groups had 2 disciples, each led by a Dao Source Realm Master or above. The goal of these people was naturally the locations marked on the map. The only purpose of this trip was to make these cities, sects, and families recognize High Heaven Palace's position as the overlord, then pay tribute every year. Yang Kai had already spread the word. If they knew what was good for them, that would be good, but if they didn't, they would fight if they could, and if they couldn't, they would send a message back. The masters from the Emperor Realm were not to be trifled with. However, the teams led by Dao Source Realm masters mostly went to places that were easy to deal with. The harder ones would be taken care of by the Emperor Realm. With the power of the 4 great sects working together, not many people would dare to act rashly. Yang Kai also led a group of people and rushed straight to the headquarters of the few first-class forces in the Northern Territory. 5 days later, in the main hall of Myriad Ancestor Sect's headquarters, Sect Master Hua Yu stood in front of the hall and cupped her fists in farewell. Chapter 3240. The matter in the Northern Territory had been settled, and there were still some loose ends that he didn't need to worry about. With Hua Qingxi presiding over and the cooperation of the other 3, it wouldn't take much time to solve them all. It was almost time, so Yang Kai greeted Hua Qingxi and led Bian Yuqing to Azure Sun Temple through the space array. They didn't return to Spirit Sword Peak, but flew directly to Spirit Jade Peak where Qiu Ran was. It was the first time Bian Yuqing came to Azure Sun Temple, so she couldn't help but be a little curious. Looking around, she secretly compared Azure Sun Temple and found that the environment of Azure Sun Temple seemed to be worse than her own High Heaven Palace. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. She was born in the Southern Territory, and the Blue Feather sect she was in was just a small sect that didn't even have the Emperor Realm. Azure Sun Temple, on the other hand, was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. It was much stronger than Blue Feather sect, so she naturally admired Azure Sun Temple. If she was still in the Blue Feather sect, it was impossible for her to be qualified to set foot in Azure Sun Temple, but now that she was the second chief steward of High Heaven Palace, she was qualified to do so. Looking at Azure Sun Temple from a different perspective, she naturally had a different feeling. Staring at the heroic figure in front of her, she secretly rejoiced that she had met a noble person. If she hadn't met Yang Kai, how could she have the ability to be promoted to the Emperor Realm? She was afraid that she would have been killed outside the Spirit Lake Palace, not to mention now that she had great power. In the entire High Heaven Palace, she was only below Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi. She was the second chief of High Heaven Palace. There were guests at Spirit Sword Peak. Qiu Ran woke up from meditation and summoned Yang Kai and Bian Yuqing in the hall. After introducing both sides, Bian Yuqing saluted in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "Greetings, Deputy Temple Master Qiu." She had also heard of Qiu Ran, the Deputy Temple Master of the Azure Sun Temple. He was a real person above all others. Before she came, she was still a little nervous. She naturally thought a lot when she saw this master, whom she had never met before. But after meeting him in person, she realized that he was nothing more than this. She suddenly realized that she was no longer the same person she was in the past. She lived in the High Heaven Palace all year round, and even the three great monster king were often seen. A mere second-order Emperor Realm Master could no longer give her much pressure. Second Chief Steward. Chiao Ran cupped his hands in greeting. Yang Kai said, "As for the specifics of the cooperation, Brother Chiao, you can discuss it with Second Chief Steward Bien. I won't accompany you." The main reason he brought Bien Yuqing here was to discuss the cooperation with Azure Sun Temple. Gao Shueting had mentioned this before. Since it was Gao Shueting who brought it up, he naturally couldn't ignore it, lest that woman got hold of his weakness and kept nagging. Hua Qingxi was currently coordinating the affairs of the Northern Territory. He had no time to spare, so the matter of discussing the cooperation with Azure Sun Temple naturally fell to Bien Yuqing. Chiao Ran was startled. "Junior Brother Yang, don't you need to personally make such a big decision?" What he meant was, "You sent a second chief steward to discuss with me. Can you really represent me?" This involved a lot of interests. It would be awkward if Yang Kai didn't admit it when they reached an agreement. After all, he had seen Yang Kai haggling over every ounce with him. Yang Kai smiled heartily. "Brother Chiao, you can rest assured that as long as you reach an agreement, I have no objections." Wen Zishan seemed to realize this as well. He reached out and grabbed the stubble on his chin, looked up at the sky, and said with a look of vicissitudes, "Today's wind is very noisy." Elder Luo, Elder Shao, Elder Murong. Yang Kai greeted the other three people from the Emperor realm one by one. Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao Xiao naturally didn't need to be mentioned, but Luo Chen was a middle-aged man with an indifferent expression. Yang Kai wasn't familiar with him, but because this person's personality was relatively cold, he didn't communicate much with the temple elders. Yang Kai only knew of such a person, but had never had much contact with him. The three people also returned the greetings one by one. "These are the disciples who are going to participate in this martial meet?" Yang Kai looked up at the dozens of people standing neatly behind him. The dozens of disciples cupped their fists in unison. "Greetings, Elder Yang." Among these dozens of people, there were Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and even Origin Returning Realm cultivators. After all, the martial meet in the Southern Territory was divided into several levels. Dao Source Realm cultivators were compared to Dao Source Realm cultivators, Origin King Realm cultivators were compared to Origin King Realm cultivators, and Origin Returning Realm cultivators. The temple naturally had to select the best cultivator from each level to participate in this martial meet. The dozen people in the front row were naturally Dao Source Realm cultivators, followed by Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm cultivators. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, finding that many of them were familiar faces. It seemed that they had participated in the Four Seasons Realm trial together, but they didn't communicate much and were only familiar with each other. Back then, they were all Dao Source Realm cultivators, and now they were still Dao Source Realm cultivators. Breaking through to the Emperor Realm was not a simple matter, and many people were stuck in the third-order Dao Source Realm for their entire lives. Xia Sheng, Xiao Bai, and Murong Xiao Xiao were able to break through to the Emperor Realm partly because of their good aptitude and perception, and partly because of the benefits they obtained in the Four Seasons Realm and Shattered Star Sea. Looking at them, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly paused on a young man's face, because he really knew this person and knew his name. Shui. Back then, Yang Kai came to the temple with Qin Chaoyang holding the red dust token for the first time, asking for a spot to enter the Four Seasons Realm. When the red dust token was issued, the temple could not refuse, so naturally, they gave him a spot. However, the spots to enter the Four Seasons Realm had long been allocated, and since the temple had also given out a spot, there was naturally one less. And the spot that was missing belonged to this guy named Shui. When the news spread, Shui refused to accept it and went to fight with Yang Kai, but the result was that he was naturally not Yang Kai's opponent. Many years ago, if Yang Kai had not seen this person, he would not have remembered it. For eyes met, and Shui's expression was a little awkward, but there was also a kind of viciousness that came from knowing shame. Back then, everyone was in the Dao Source Realm, but now Yang Kai had become an Emperor Realm Master, while he was still struggling in the Dao Source Realm, so it was inevitable that he felt inexplicable. Yang Kai smiled indifferently, realizing that this guy had not been wasting his time all these years. Back then, he was only in the second order Dao Source Realm, but now, he was already in the third order, and his position was extremely high. Obviously, he was the candidate that the temple had high hopes for. As they reminisced about the past, the two looked away as soon as their eyes met. Shui secretly sighed. As one of the top sects, they naturally had to put on airs. Although Wen Zishan was not very reliable, he still knew the importance of this kind of thing. Today, the sect defending array of Orthodoxy Palace was not activated, but there were many people outside welcoming guests. As soon as the group from Azure Sun Temple landed, an elderly man dressed in black immediately greeted them. Beside him was a young man with a refined temperament. Both of them were the Emperor Realm cultivators. The elderly man was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, while the young man was a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Temple Master Wen's visit brings light to Orthodoxy Palace's humble dwelling. Please forgive us for not coming out to meet you, the elderly man greeted with a smile and cupped his fists. Wen Zishan also put on the air of a temple master, as if the chatterbox on the way here was not him at all. He smiled lightly and said, "Elder Feng is too polite." Is Elder Feng the one welcoming guests this time? The elderly man was none other than Elder Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Palace. Yang Kai had seen him more than once, so he was not unfamiliar with him. He had also cooperated with Gao Shueting many times. Back in the Four Seasons realm, when the demonic Qi invaded Maplewood City, and when the demonic spirit was revived in the southern swamp, he had appeared. However, the two were not of the same generation, so they did not have much interaction. Yang Kai, however, had dealt with the young man behind him. The young man obviously also noticed Yang Kai. His eyes lit up as he cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang, you're here too." Yang Kai returned the greeting, "Brother Zhuang." This young man was the rising star of Orthodoxy Palace, Zhuang Bufan. He had appeared in the Four Seasons realm and shattered Star Sea. He was from the same generation as Yang Kai, Xiao Bai Yi, and Murong Xiao Xiao, so naturally, they were not unfamiliar with each other. Now that they were gathered together, it was natural for them to have a chat. With this, no one paid attention to Luo Chen, but he was naturally indifferent, so he did not feel awkward and just stood there without saying a word. While they were talking, they suddenly heard a swishing sound coming from afar. Everyone looked back and saw a huge sword rapidly approaching from the horizon. The terrifying sword Qi it exuded seemed to be able to hurt people from a distance, so no one dared to underestimate it. Feng Ming smiled slightly and said, "Holy Master Ma is here." Wen Zishan curled his lips in disdain. He really knows how to pick the right time. He seemed to feel that he had suffered a loss by coming early. Star Soul Palace had sent people to observe the martial gathering in the Southern Territory, so Wen Zishan had personally led a team to give face. As a top force in the Southern Territory, Heavenly Martial Holy Land naturally would not be ignorant, so Holy Master Ma Qing had personally led a team here. Chapter 32-42. Why are you scolding me? Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Wu Chang sneered, "He doesn't even dare to see me, isn't that cowardly?" Murong Xiao Xiao said angrily, "Brother Xia is busy, it's not that he doesn't dare to see you." Wu Chang clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Everyone has excuses, he's just afraid of being embarrassed by this king again, right?" "That's not it." Murong Xiao Xiao still wanted to argue, but Yang Kai raised his hand to stop her and said flatly, "I have also heard about what happened at the last martial gathering. A moment of pride is nothing, but before I came, Brother Xia said that junior brother Wu Chang is a very enthusiastic person, so I must accompany you." He hadn't even seen Xia Xing recently, so it was impossible for him to give such an explanation. However, he was now representing Azure Sun Temple, so how could he allow himself to be slapped in the face? Naturally, he had to refute and stabilize his momentum first. You? Wu Chang looked at Yang Kai from head to toe and nodded slightly. You have some qualifications. I hope you won't disappoint me too much. Maybe it'll be a surprise. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. This son of a bitch, don't fall into my hands, or I'll teach you a lesson. Shameless boasting. Wu Chang sneered. Chen Wenhao turned his head and shouted, Wu Chang, shut up, this is Orthodoxy Temple, don't be presumptuous. Gao Shueting also said, stop talking. Wu Chang's face was filled with resentment, but he knew he couldn't refute his elder's face in front of outsiders, so he simply waved his hand and turned his head to the side. Yang Kai and the others naturally didn't bother to continue arguing, so the disturbance disappeared. After all, everyone knew that in this situation, no one could fight. Arguing would only make them look like fools. Wen Zishan chuckled, young people are really full of youthful vigor, not bad, not bad. Feng Ming was non-committal as he cupped his fists and said, most of the southern mountain ranges' fellow Taoists have arrived. The hall master is currently accompanying them. This way please. He then turned to Zhuang Bufan and said, Little Fan, lead the two seniors to the guest hall. Yes, Zhuang Bufan responded and stretched out his hand, everyone, please. Feng Ming said, Temple Master Wen, Holy Master Ma, please forgive me. I have duties to attend to, so it's not convenient for me to accompany you. Elder Feng is too polite, let's chat later. Wen Zishan smiled slightly and followed behind Zhuang Bufan towards the top of the mountain. Ma Qing also nodded at him. He led the group of people from the heavenly martial Holy Land and followed closely behind. This time, there was no competition. As the group of people walked further and further away, Feng Ming suddenly looked back and fixed his eyes on Yang Kai. He frowned slightly. When there was no one around, he took out his communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. No one knew who he was sending a message to. When the group was halfway there, they came to a fork in the road. On both sides, there were disciples of the Orthodoxy Palace waiting. When they saw people, they bowed and extended their hands in invitation. Zhuang Bufan turned his head and said, Seniors, please make arrangements for the disciples participating in the martial meet. This group of people was going to rest at the top of the mountain, and only those from the Emperor realm were qualified to do so. The disciples behind them naturally couldn't follow. Everyone was well aware of this. Wen Zishan turned his head and gestured to Gao Shueting. Gao Shueting immediately arranged for a group of disciples from Azure Sun Temple to follow an attendant to the right path. Heavenly Martial Holy Land naturally chose the left path. The disciples of the two forces didn't get along very well. If they were really arranged to stay together, it was likely that a fight would break out before the martial meet began tomorrow. One must know that at this time, there were no elders from the Emperor realm to suppress them. The remaining group of people followed Wu Chang up the stairs again. The people from the two forces were divided into two groups. Not long after, they arrived at the top of the mountain. A magnificent palace with an extraordinary aura came into view. There were already attendants waiting outside the palace. Zhuang Bufan led a group of people into the palace. When they entered, a burst of noise came, causing Yang Kai, Murong Xiao Xiao, and the others to look at each other. They didn't expect it to be so lively. Looking around, they were a little surprised. There were no less than 500 to 600 people gathered in the palace, most of whom were masters from the Emperor realm. Attendants shuttled back and forth, and the palace was filled with tables with fruits and delicacies, as well as fine wine. The palace was full of guests, and it was very lively. From time to time, there would be people shuttling back and forth, raising their cups and inviting people to drink. In the middle of the palace, a group of more than 40 young girls were dancing. Their clothes were not revealing, and each of them was full of youthfulness. Their faces were also beautiful, and their waists were graceful. As they danced, some people smiled and looked at them. Although these dancers had been arranged by the Orthodoxy Hall to liven things up, the Orthodoxy Hall's status was still there, so they wouldn't spend too much effort in this aspect. If they were dressed too skimpily, others would inevitably look down on them, so the current arrangement made the orthodoxy hall look even more imposing. However, most people's attention was not on them. This was the emperor realm in the Southern Territory, and the sect masters and patriarchs of various sects were gathered here. This was the time to build relationships, so who would have the time to pay attention to them? It was not easy for people from the emperor realm to gather together, and the martial gathering in the Southern Territory was a good platform for this gathering. As soon as Wen Zishan and Ma Qing led a group of people in, someone put down the wine cup in his hand and stood up to salute, Temple Master Wen, Holy Master Ma. As soon as the voice came out, the noisy hall quieted down. Everyone turned their heads and greeted him. Wen Zishan had a smile on his face as he bowed to everyone. Under Zhuang Bufan's lead, he walked all the way to the front. Ma Qing, on the other hand, was looking straight ahead with a cold expression. However, those who were familiar with him knew that he was like this. It was not that he did not give face to others. At the head of the table, a burly man in black clothes looked over with a smile. He turned his head and said to a middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance sitting on his right, "I told you, those two would definitely arrive within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Look, aren't they here now?" The scholarly man smiled and said, "Brother Lei is truly a genius." Besides Orthodoxy Temple's temple master Lei Gu, no one else had the qualifications to sit at the head of the table here. This scholarly man was obviously a sect master from one of the Southern Territory's sects. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and his seat was very close to the front. "Brother Lei." Wen Zishan and Ma Qing stepped forward and cupped their fists. Lei Gu stood up and said, "The two of you must be tired from the long journey. Please take a seat first." Although there were many tables in the hall and many people were seated, the 4 tables at the front were empty and no one dared to occupy them. These 4 tables were obviously reserved for people from Azure Sun Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Wen Zishan and Ma Qing separated to the left and right, each leading their respective elders to sit on the left and right. Wen Zishan and Ma Qing naturally each occupied a table, while the few elders they brought along squeezed together in one corner. Azure Sun Temple's side had one more person than Heavenly Martial Holy Land's side, so one table was full. Immediately, a maid came forward to pour wine for everyone. Lei Gu slowly stood up, raised his cup high, and said in a clear voice, "This is the Southern Territory's martial gathering, a grand event. I am indebted to the Southern Territory's fellow Taoists for holding this martial gathering in my Orthodoxy Temple. This Lei and my Orthodoxy Temple will do our best to create a fair competition for everyone in the Southern Territory. We will not show any favoritism. Here, I wish all of your sect's disciples victory and prosperity in the martial Tao, passing down the torch of our Southern Territory. This little wine is not enough to show my respect, please drink to your heart's content." "Thank you, Temple Master Lei." In the hall, everyone responded in unison, raised their cups, and drank together. The scene was lively. A toast was Lei Gu's etiquette as the host, followed by everyone's free time. Tomorrow was the day of the martial gathering, and at that time, it would not be so harmonious. Casualties and losses among the disciples were inevitable. Many people from Azure Sun Temple's table came to toast, but most of them came because of Gao Shueting's face. Luo Chen did not have many connections, so he did not have this privilege. Yang Kai, Xiao Baiyi, and Murong Xiao purely came to broaden their horizons and did not know many people from the Emperor realm, so naturally, no one paid attention to them. Yang Kai took the time to ask Murong Xiao about it and understood why the relationship with Heavenly Martial Holy Land was a bit stiff. Things were as he expected. It was indeed because of the previous martial gathering. In the individual and group battles, both sides fought for first and second place, so naturally, there was some competition. Half an hour later, Lei Gu, Wen Zishan, and Ma Qing left early. The 3 of them gathered together to discuss tomorrow's martial gathering. Although Orthodoxy Temple was in charge of the roster and the layout of the venue, Wen Zishan and Ma Qing still had to check it out. After the 3 of them left, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became livelier. It was obvious that the three of them gave off some pressure. Yang Kai drank and ate while looking around, looking a little bored. To be honest, he was a little interested in the martial gathering at first, but after coming here, he found that it was just a so-so. If this matter had not been brought to him, he would have wanted to go home now. Although there wouldn't be any major problems with the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, the dust hadn't settled yet, so he couldn't be at ease if he didn't personally oversee it. The main reason was that his cultivation was high now. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so the competition between Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and Origin Returning Realm Masters couldn't arouse his interest. He had already killed a lot of people from the Emperor Realm, so how could he be in the mood to watch these small fights? However, since Azure Sun Temple had given him the nod, he could only accompany them. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to Gao Shueting, Senior Sister Gao. What did that guy Wu Cheng mean when he said that Brother Xia was afraid of losing to him again? Is this martial gathering going to have a competition between people from the Emperor Realm? Gao Shueting said, there won't be a martial gathering, but there will be after the martial gathering. Participation is voluntary, and there are no rewards. It's purely an exchange. Yang Kai nodded and secretly made up his mind. If Wu Cheng provoked him again, he would definitely teach him a lesson. No matter what kind of special constitution he had, he couldn't be stronger than a third-order Emperor Realm Master, right? Yang Kai thought that with his current strength, it shouldn't be much of a problem for him to face a third-order Emperor Realm Master. If he used all his cards, even a third-order Emperor Realm Master would have to stand aside. He just didn't know if Wu Cheng would give him this opportunity. Raising his cup to his lips, Yang Kai glanced sideways and saw Wu Cheng looking in his direction. His blue and red eyes were extremely strange. Yang Kai sneered and showed a look of disdain, which almost made Wu Cheng's nose crooked. Chapter 32-43. Late at night, the banquet was over. The people from Azure Sun Temple were led by a maid to their lodging. It didn't take long for them to reach a mountain peak that was full of world energy. The scenery was beautiful, and the soft moonlight poured down on the earth, illuminating the surroundings. There was a brightly lit palace on the peak. It was where the people from Azure Sun Temple were staying. The disciples had also come here to rest. The maid led everyone here and left respectfully. Someone else led them to the guest room. Not long after, everything was arranged. After a little tidying up, Yang Kai's heart moved. He took out a communication artifact and checked it. He frowned, opened the door, and walked out. He turned a corner, came to another room, and gently knocked on the door. Come in, Gao Shueting's voice came from inside. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. He saw Wenzi Shan, Luo Chen, Xiao Bai-yi, and Murong Xiao Xiao in the room. He couldn't help but ask suspiciously, what's wrong? Wenzi Shan shook a jade slip in his hand. I have something to do. Saying so, he flicked the jade slip over. Yang Kai reached out and caught it. He closed the door and scanned it with his divine sense. He was surprised. What is this? Inside the jade slip was a list of names, each name corresponding to a number, causing Kai Yang to be confused. He saw his own name on the list, and it appeared more than once. Gao Shueting explained, we led the team here not only to urge the disciples to work hard, but also to act as judges. Judges? Yang Kai was stunned. Yes. Gao Shueting explained, the martial gathering is divided into 3 levels, Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and Origin Returning Realm. Let's not talk about the Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm for now. The fights between Dao Source Realm disciples can't be underestimated. They need the Emperor Realm to be the judge. First, to ensure the fairness of the competition, and second, to ensure that no one dies during the competition. After hearing what she said, Yang Kai understood a little. Although the martial gathering was in the nature of a competition, if they really fought, the situation would change in an instant. It was very likely that there would be some unnecessary casualties, and if they wanted to avoid this, they would naturally need a stronger cultivator to stand guard. A competition between Dao Source Realm cultivators could only be stopped or rescued by the Emperor Realm. Otherwise, if 100 or 80 people died in a martial assembly, no one would look good. After knowing this, Yang Kai carefully looked at the jade slip and said, in other words, I need to be in charge of combat ring number 8 for a total of 5 days? Gao Shueting nodded and said, yes, the martial gathering will last for a month. In the individual battles, Junior Brother Yang, you'll be in charge of arena number 8. Remember the time, and the others will take turns to guard the arena. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he remembered. This time, there were so many people from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, so even if the martial gathering lasted for a month, he only needed to watch for 5 days. Naturally, the rest would be taken turns. He couldn't be the only one watching for 30 days. After thinking about it, Yang Kai said, wouldn't this give some people a chance to cheat? If one of their own sect's disciples went up, it would be inevitable that they would take care of him. Wen Zishan chuckled, they're all people who care about face. Even if there's an opportunity, no one will do it too obviously. They will try to ensure fairness. Besides, other than you referees in charge of each arena, there will be others who will be watching the various arenas. It won't be easy to cheat. Gao Shueting said, in any case, just remember one thing. Don't let anyone die. Chapter 32-44. The rewards for every martial gathering were extremely generous, and if the rewards weren't good enough, it wouldn't attract people to risk their lives. Under normal circumstances, the rewards were pooled together by the 3 great sects. Star Soul Palace would also contribute half of the rewards, which included pills, secret techniques, and so on. What made the tens of thousands of participating cultivators even more excited was that not only would the first place in the individual and group battles receive generous rewards, they would also be able to enter the secret lands of the 3 great sects to cultivate for a month. Each of the 3 great sects of the Southern Territory had their own unique foundation. Azure Sun Temple's Divine Ascension Mirror World, Heavenly Martial Holy Lands Martial Intent Palace, and Orthodoxy Temple's Outer Astral Winds all had their own benefits. The Divine Ascension Mirror World was a place to cultivate one's soul, Martial Intent Palace was a secret land to comprehend various concepts, and Orthodoxy Temple's Outer Astral Winds were an excellent place to temper one's physical body. The secret lands of the 3 great sects contained a cultivator's essence, chi, and soul. If one could pass through one of these 3 places, their future would be limitless. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a reward? Resources were all external forces, and one's own strength was the foundation. Not only would the first place receive these rewards, but they would also be able to choose any sect to join and be directly nurtured as a core disciple. When this reward was announced, the tens of thousands of cultivators in the mountain valley all breathed rapidly, unable to contain their excitement. But then again, in the past martial gatherings, the first place winners were always from the 3 great sects, and they were all core disciples. Thus, although this reward was very attractive to 90% of the participants, it was just icing on the cake for the disciples of the 3 great sects. There was no need to pay too much attention to it. The reason why this reward was given out was to show the other cultivator apart from the 3 great sects, to attract them to use their full strength and strive for the best ranking. Over the years of the martial gatherings, there had been people who had done this, and it wasn't just once. Originally unknown cultivators had stood out in the martial gatherings, been accepted by the 3 great sects, and finally achieved extraordinary results. The second place winner's reward was slightly less attractive. They could only choose a sect to join as a core disciple, so the reward for the 3 secret lands were reduced to 2. The third place winner could choose a sect to join, and the reward for the secret lands. Below that, there were only resource rewards. There were no opportunities to join a sect or cultivate in the secret lands. When such a reward was announced, the tens of thousands of cultivators in the mountain valley naturally rubbed their palms together. They secretly made up their minds that they had to perform well this time. Perhaps they would really be able to leap over the dragon gate. Thong. Thong. The sound of gongs and drums resounded throughout the entire valley, deafening everyone's ears. Halfway up the mountain, silhouettes appeared one after another, each with a different color flowing light on their bodies. It was as if a meteor shower was falling from the sky, one after another. They landed on the chest-like high platform in the valley. Kai Yang was also among them. As the referee, he naturally had to take the stage first. This was the first time in Yang Kai's life that he was acting as a judge, but with his knowledge and experience, he was able to remain calm. Standing on the 8th arena, Yang Kai held a jade slip in his hand and scanned it with his divine sense. Inside the jade slip was a series of numbers, each number representing a cultivator. The order of appearance and their respective opponents had already been arranged, so all Yang Kai needed to do was call out the numbers of both sides and wait to see what would happen. Raising his eyes and looking around, he said in a clear voice, "The first match, number 308 against number 1561. As soon as his voice fell, a petite figure flew out from under the stage and landed firmly on it. Bowing to Yang Kai, she said in a crisp voice, "Greetings, senior." Yang Kai sniffed. He wondered if he was older than the other party, but with his strength, there weren't many people in the star boundary who could stand on equal footing with him or call themselves his senior. The newcomer nodded and smiled before taking a closer look. The one on the stage was a petite woman with two delicate ponytails tied behind her head. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind. She wore a decent dress that accentuated her exquisite figure. She didn't look too old and still had some youthful aura. Her cultivation was also quite good, a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator. Yang Kai wondered which sect she came from. While he was still sizing her up, another person jumped onto the stage. It was a handsome man dressed in black robes that fluttered in the wind. His aura was imposing, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He didn't look like someone to be trifled with. He was in the third-order Tao Source Realm. Kai Yang glanced at him, secretly thinking that this number 301 was in trouble. Not everyone was like him, able to fight above their own realm, beheading opponents who were stronger than them as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. The difference in cultivation between two realms was often a huge disparity in strength. If that wasn't the case, what was the point of cultivating so hard? Of course, this kind of thing couldn't be generalized. In a life-or-death battle, one's own mentality, grasp of the situation, and the ability to adapt to changes were all key to victory or defeat. There were many examples of the weak defeating the strong. Seeing her opponent come on stage, number 301 cupped her fists and politely said, "Rakshasa Sex Jade Chalice." No matter how they fought later, she still had to show proper etiquette. The referee was watching from the side. The man in black robes didn't think so. He just raised his hand and pointed at the Rakshasa Sex Jade Chalice, saying expressionlessly, "Get down, you're not my opponent." His tone wasn't arrogant, as if he was stating a fact. He was indeed qualified to say so. After all, his cultivation was one minor realm higher than his opponent's. Hearing this, a trace of anger flashed across Jade Chalice's face. Biting her lower red lips, she said, "We haven't fought yet. How do you know I'm not your opponent?" The man in black robes said, "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Jade Chalice was furious, but she suddenly took a deep breath to calm the anger in her heart. Turning her head to look at the calm Yang Kai, she asked, "Senior, can we begin?" Since she had come here, how could she be scared off by a few words? However, the other party's condescending attitude really made her angry. If it weren't for her good upbringing, she would have taken the initiative to attack instead of asking for Yang Kai's opinion. Yang Kai lowered his eyes and crossed his arms in front of his stomach, looking calm and composed. He nodded and said, "Yes." In fact, the two of them could have started as soon as they entered the ring, but Jade Chalice's scholarly appearance won her some favor. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black robes suddenly rushed towards Jade Chalice like a whirlwind, a large saber as tall as a grown man appearing in his hand out of thin air. The saber flashed with electric light as he rushed in front of Jade Chalice and chopped down without the slightest intention of showing mercy. Looking at his posture, it was as if he would only stop after cutting Jade Chalice in half. Jade Chakram was shocked. She didn't expect the other party to attack so suddenly. There was no warning at all. In a hurry, she flicked her wrist and lashed out with a soft whip, turning it into a series of afterimages to protect her vital points. A series of clanging sounds rang out and sparks flew everywhere. The two people in the ring, one in front and one behind, rapidly dashed forward, face to face. The man in black robes closed in step by step, the large saber in his hand giving off an extraordinary aura. His attacks were bold and fierce, as if he didn't care about defending at all, suppressing Jade Chalice until she was a little breathless. His cultivation was one level higher than Jade Chalice's, and since he had taken the initiative, he naturally had the upper hand. However, Jade Chalice was obviously not bad. That soft whip in her hand was like an extension of her arm, and even though she had lost the initiative, she was able to block hundreds of fierce attacks from her opponent in an instant. Although she was a little out of breath from the pressure, she was not so weak that she couldn't withstand a single blow. This scene made Yang Kai raise his eyebrows slightly and watch seriously. He couldn't help but take it seriously. He was the referee of the 8th ring, and had to do his best to ensure that no one died. Once he sensed that something was wrong, he had to stop it. This was the first day of the martial meet, and he didn't want anything to go wrong in the first match. To be honest, from a personal point of view, he was biased towards Jade Chalice. This had nothing to do with gender, but mainly because Jade Chalice was very polite to him. On the other hand, the black-robed man's arrogant look made him feel uncomfortable. I am the referee of the 8th ring, and you don't even call me senior. What do you mean by not even looking at me when you come up? But the referee couldn't side with anyone, and could only wait and see. At the same time, he sighed slightly in his heart, thinking that Jade Chalice was doomed. Her cultivation was not as good as the others, and she had lost the initiative. If nothing unexpected happened, the winner would be decided very soon. On the ring, the two people flew quickly, one in front and one behind. In the blink of an eye, they retreated to the edge of the ring. Jade Chalice was forced to retreat, so she couldn't pay attention to the situation under her feet. When she realized that something was wrong, it was too late. Once she fell out of the ring's range, she would lose. This sudden change made Jade Chalice panic, and she cried out in alarm. Her body suddenly leaned back, and her center of gravity was unstable. The black-robed man who was chasing after her had already expected this. After all, the angle of vision was different, and he could see clearly what Jade Chalice couldn't see. Seeing this, he sneered, "Get lost." As he spoke, he slashed at Jade Chalice. Yang Kai almost couldn't help but make a move. But in this instant, Jade Chalice's body bent to an unbelievable angle, one foot hooked on the edge of the ring, and her bent body just happened to dodge the black-robed man's slash. Then, with a shake of the soft whip, she wrapped it around the broadsword, and with a twist, she floated behind the black-robed man. The two people's positions were switched in an instant. Many of the cultivator watching below the ring were stunned, and a group of cheers rose and fell. Obviously, it was Jade Chalice's fellow disciples who were cheering. Yang Kai was also a little stunned. He didn't expect Jade Chalice to find a way out of a hopeless situation. He saw clearly that this wasn't Jade Chalice's plan, and her reaction after missing the step and the panicked expression on her face weren't fake. She was able to escape the danger of falling out of the ring all because of her own adaptability. Chapter 32:45. Yu Chao, who had escaped from the crisis, did not stop and flicked the whip in her hand, causing it to shoot out like a snake from its lair towards the back of the black-robed man. The black-robed man's saber missed its target, but his figure had already noticed that something was wrong, so he quickly turned around and slashed out with his saber. Guang, with a loud bang, the black-robed man's figure swayed for a moment before he recovered. On the other hand, Yu Chao was sent flying by a huge recoil, coughing up a mouthful of blood mid-air before she staggered to the ground. Yang Kai secretly lamented. If Jade Chakram also had the same cultivation as her opponent, that blow just now would have been enough to clinch victory. However, because of the difference in cultivation and Jade Chakram's hasty attack, she was unable to grasp the opportunity and was instead injured by her opponent. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the two of them had already walked around the checkpoint where they had failed. It was truly a dazzling sight to behold. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his spirits. He hadn't expected to encounter two such people on the first day of the competition. He could see that whether it was Yu Chakram or the black-robed man, both of them were extremely strong in the Tao Source realm. Even if they were placed in the top 3 forces, they would be highly valued figures. Yang Kai really didn't know how they cultivated to have such a heritage. He suddenly realized that he had underestimated all the sects in the world. A sect that could survive for less than 10 million years must have its own reasons for existing. It was not only the top sects that could produce outstanding talents. In a trance, Yang Kai remembered Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. The 4 Seasons realm trial had brought fame to 2 people. One was himself, who had refined a heaven-defying extraordinary treasure pill with his Tao Source realm cultivation, and the other was Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. The octagonal door was a small sect in the Southern Territory, inferior to Blue Feather sect in the past, but Luo Yuan, who came from the octagonal door, was not even afraid of Wu Chang and was able to fight him head-on without suffering much of a disadvantage, which was a testament to his strength. Thinking of Luo Yuan, Yang Kai had seen a guy who looked somewhat similar to Luo Yuan yesterday, but because he had been too far away, Yang Kai hadn't paid much attention to him, so he wasn't sure if it was him. Maybe it really was that guy. The octagonal door was from the Southern Territory after all, so there was no reason for them not to participate in the martial gathering. Just as he was lost in thought, Jade Chakram and the black-clothed man began to exchange blows again. On the stage, the 2 men's silhouettes intertwined non-stop, a blade and a whip clashing against each other, producing clanking sounds. One of them had a ferocious aura, and the other was agile. They were actually fighting back and forth, and it was not a one-sided situation. The situation here also attracted the attention of many cultivators. In a short while, the surroundings of the 8th arena were actually filled with people. All of them looked at the stage with a serious expression, secretly wondering how they would win if they encountered these 2 opponents. Yang Kai was also excited to see this. If it wasn't for the fact that the High Heaven Palace didn't need to open their doors to accept disciples, he would probably have asked Hua Qingxi to hold such an exciting competition. Although this kind of competition was a little complicated, it was indeed the best way to select outstanding talents. However, he couldn't guarantee their character. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the black-clothed man's expression became more and more ruthless. After all, in his opinion, his opponent's cultivation was slightly lower, so he should be able to easily deal with her. However, the fact was that the woman who was jumping up and down was actually the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. This made him feel a little embarrassed, and his attacks became more and more fierce. Although Jade Chakram relied on her own quick reactions and agile movements to constantly contend with him, after all, the difference in cultivation was her biggest shortcoming. It was already very difficult for her to fight until now, and it was almost impossible for her to win. Her 2 ponytails were a little messy, and many places were broken in half, which was caused by the opponent's astral island. She looked quite miserable, gasping for breath, her chest rising up and down, and her face was covered with fine beads of sweat. However, she gritted her teeth and refused to admit defeat. However, Yang Kai could clearly see that her hand holding the whip was trembling constantly as she continued to exchange blows with her opponent's broadsword. The violent force transmitted from the whip was not something she could withstand for a long time. The black-clothed man obviously knew that using his advantage to attack was a disadvantage, so he didn't give Jade Chakram any time to breathe, forcing her to fight him head-on. Finally, when the saber came into contact with the soft whip, a soft cracking sound rang out. The soft whip was actually cut in half by the saber, and the tip of the whip shot out. The black-clothed man was overjoyed when he saw this. He had had enough of his opponent's whip. Now that he had broken her artifact, how could she still have the strength to fight back? Looking up, a cold light flashed across Jade Chakram's face as she hurriedly tried to retreat. But how could she retreat? Die! The black-clothed man shouted as he swung his broadsword downwards, a look of victory on his face. Winning is not easy. Before this thought had even crossed his mind, he suddenly saw the panic on Jade Chakram's face disappear and a sly light flash across her eyes. Forming a seal with one hand, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out behind her. Not good. The black-clothed man's expression changed. Although he didn't know what kind of trick Jade Chakram had used, it was obvious that he had been careless and it was too late for him to withdraw his hand. A fierce light flashed across his eyes as he swung his broadsword at an even faster speed. Jade Chakram hurriedly used the remaining half of the whip in her hand to block, but her opponent's all-out attack was too fierce for her to block. The broadsword slashed down from her shoulder all the way to her abdomen, nearly cutting her in half. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a rag sack. While in midair, she changed the hand seal in her hand again. The black-clothed man only felt his body tighten as he finally realized what Jade Chakram was doing. The half of the whip that he had sent flying had taken advantage of the moment he was unprepared to wrap around him, catching him off guard. An inexplicable force emerged from the whip, suppressing his cultivation, causing the source chi in his body to become somewhat sluggish. When he raised his head again, a look of despair appeared on his face. Because Jade Chakram had been sent flying backwards, the half of the whip in her hand had been sent flying straight towards his forehead. If this hit, he would undoubtedly die in his current state. I admit defeat. He hurriedly shouted. The long whip suddenly stopped, stopping an inch away from his forehead. Just a little bit more and it would have pierced through his head. The energy coming out from the tip of the whip was like an awl piercing his forehead, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. The half of the whip had been thrown out by Jade Chakram. The fact that it stopped in front of him was naturally not because of Jade Chakram's control, but because of Yang Kai's actions. The moment he shouted the word, admit defeat, Yang Kai had reached out and grabbed the whip, protecting his life. At the same time, he raised his other hand and Jade Chakram's flying body stopped in midair. The black-clothed man looked over in shock, his face suddenly becoming ugly. Because Jade Chakram's body was floating at the edge of the ring, just a little bit away from leaving the ring. Everything had been for naught. If he had shouted just a little bit slower, Jade Chakram would have lost. But at this critical moment of life and death, how could he dare hesitate? It was useless to be upset now. When Yang Kai released his hand, the whip that had stopped in front of the black-clothed man's forehead fell to the ground. His other hand was slightly pulled back, and Jade Chakram, who was supported by an invisible force, slowly floated in front of him. Looking down at the woman at his feet, Yang Kai frowned. This first battle could be said to be incomparably tragic. Although the black-clothed man didn't suffer too much injuries, he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. After suffering such a great loss, he probably wouldn't dare to underestimate people whose cultivation was weaker than his. Jade Chakram was even more miserable. She was already at a disadvantage in the head-on confrontation, and now her two arms were shaking uncontrollably. There was a bloody wound from her shoulder to her waist, and blood was gushing out. It was a terrible sight to behold. This could be considered a serious injury. Although it was not life-threatening, if she was not treated properly, she would not be able to face the next battle. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai squatted down and pressed one hand on Jade Chakram's shoulder, urging his Emperor Chi to stabilize her injury. His other hand flicked out a healing pill and stuffed it into Jade Chakram's mouth. Jade Chakram's eyes were a little dazed. Obviously, she had just been hit hard and was still a little dazed. When she saw that it was Yang Kai who was treating her, she could not help but feel a little embarrassed and asked in a trembling voice, Did I win? Yang Kai looked at her with an expressionless face and declared in a clear voice, Contestant 301 wins. Hearing this, Jade Chakram's eyes bloomed with surprise and she smiled happily. When the black-clothed man shouted that he had admitted defeat, she had not fallen out of the ring, so naturally she had won. But soon, Jade Chakram could not smile anymore because of the severe pain from the wound on her waist. She forced herself to look up and suddenly blushed. Where the black-clothed man had cut her, her clothes were tattered and her delicate undergarment was exposed. Others might not have seen it because of the angle, but the referee was squatting in front of her, so how could he not see it? For a moment, Jade Chakram had the urge to faint. Yang Kai really didn't pay attention to this, only thinking that this woman was trying too hard. After noticing that her complexion wasn't right, he followed her gaze and his brow twitched. Taking out a piece of clothing from his space ring, he covered her wound before looking down and shouting, "Who is her fellow disciple?" Immediately, two beautiful women rushed up and cupped their fists. "Senior. Take her away and treat her." Yang Kai waved his hand. The two women thanked him and put away Jade Chakram's artifact before helping each other away. Below the ring, everyone was silent. When Jade Chakram walked down, everyone involuntarily parted to make a path for her, their faces filled with respect. On the ring, the defeated black-clothed man stood for a while before shaking his head sadly, cupping his fists to Yang Kai before also flying down. Although he had lost his first battle, it was not a complete loss for him. He would have another chance later, so he was not too worried. Yang Kai stood on the ring and acted like a referee, his expression meticulous as he gripped the jade slip and shouted, "Number 605 against number 8036. Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, Yang Kai spread out his divine sense and focused on perceiving this world. It was a wonderful feeling. His whole body felt warm and indescribably comfortable. It was as if his whole body had integrated into this world, but also as if he was lying in his mother's womb, undisturbed by any external disturbances, allowing his body and mind to drift endlessly. There was no need for him to deliberately feel anything. The world had turned into a hotbed, making him willing to sleep here and never wake up, forever maintaining this wonderful state. Invisible and formless power gathered from all directions, like a silkworm spitting out silk, surrounding him in layers. The world was quiet. Yang Kai closed his eyes and maintained this wonderful state. Suddenly, a chill came from his mind, and all the warmth and comfort disappeared. An indescribable sense of crisis descended from the sky, causing Yang Kai to open his eyes. He felt dizzy and only sensed that the divine sense he radiated showed signs of merging with this world. His face changed drastically and he hurriedly urged his spiritual energy to force himself to wake up. His divine sense, which had spread like a tide, suddenly returned with a loud bang. His ears went deaf, his vision went black, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body stiffened and fell to the ground. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai's lifeless eyes gradually regained focus. An indescribable pain spread throughout his body, as if he was being cut by 1,000 knives. This was especially true for the depths of his head, which felt like it was being torn apart. His fingers twitched for a moment before he slowly regained his senses. Finally, he sat up cross-legged and began meditating. At this moment, Yang Kai's whole body was soaked in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water, a look of lingering fear on his face. He didn't know what had happened. He just wanted to use this mysterious small world to comprehend the world force, but his soul had actually shown signs of dissipating. If it weren't for the soul-warming lotus playing a role at the critical moment, Yang Kai was afraid this time he would have been in deep trouble. What was going on? It was just a small meditation session, but he had almost failed miserably. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he faintly felt that the so-called world force was not something he could touch right now. It was precisely because he had come into contact with the existence of this world force that he was unable to bear it. The Emperor Qi in his body was a little chaotic. Yang Kai wanted to investigate, but he found that he was unable to condense his spiritual energy, so he could only give up. After resting for a while, Yang Kai slowly regained his strength and with a single thought, he appeared directly in the medicine garden. The entire mysterious small world had undergone tremendous changes, but the medicine garden had not changed at all. This was the core area of the mysterious small world, and also the restricted area of the entire mysterious small world. The existence of the medicine garden had long been concealed by Yang Kai using some methods. From the outside, this large area was hazy and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Without his permission, even those from the Emperor realm would not be able to break in. After entering the medicine garden, Yang Kai found that there were many people gathered around, all of them origin kings. Obviously, they were the cultivator from the cultivation stars that had been swallowed by the rolling stones. They had probably also discovered the strangeness of the medicine garden and wanted to see what was going on, but unfortunately, their strength was insufficient. At this moment, they had all gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, discussing how to enter the medicine garden. This scene amused Yang Kai greatly as he did not expect his medicine garden to be so attractive to these people. He had placed the hundreds of millions of living beings in the mysterious small world for 2 reasons. Firstly, when the rolling stones devoured the cultivation stars, he had no qualms about swallowing these living beings as well. Although Yang Kai had the means to expel them, it would take a lot of time, so he simply let them go. Secondly, he wanted to see what changes would happen to the mysterious small world after these hundreds of millions of living beings moved in. Facts proved that the mysterious small world had indeed changed. If the previous mysterious small world was just an empty shell, then the current mysterious small world had become more substantial. It was like a walking corpse that had its own consciousness and had truly become a world of its own. This could be seen from the changes in the world force. However, Yang Kai would not allow them to have any improper thoughts about his medicine garden. Gently raising his hand, Yang Kai released an invisible force from the ground. In the next moment, the many cultivators gathered around the medicine garden showed looks of horror on their faces because everyone was pushed back uncontrollably, as if there was a giant invisible hand dragging them. Whether they were third-order origin kings or second-order origin kings, no one could resist this force. In front of such a force, everyone felt small and insignificant. Chapter 32:47. If you dare come any closer, you will be killed without mercy. A majestic voice rang out between heaven and earth, like rolling thunder, deafening everyone. Everyone who had just steadied themselves had a drastic change in expression. They could tell that the owner of this voice was the so-called Lord of the World. Who would dare to stay where they were? They all fled. 2 delicate little people noticed the situation here and flew out from the medicine garden like dancing butterflies. When they saw Yang Kai, they bowed, "Master." These were Mu Zhu and Mu Lu that Yang Kai had brought out from the ancient desolate lands. Mu Zhu swept her eyes over Yang Kai and covered her red lips. "Master, are you injured?" With Yang Kai's pitiful appearance, it was difficult not to notice. Yang Kai weakly waved his hand at them and continued to regulate his breathing. The 2 wood spirits glanced at each other and nodded at the same time. Suddenly, their figures flickered and one stood in front of Yang Kai while the other flew behind Yang Kai. At the same time, they formed hand seals, constantly changing their positions. Suddenly, a dark green light curtain appeared and enveloped Yang Kai. From the dark green light curtain, firefly-like lights flew out and filled Yang Kai's body. As Yang Kai breathed in and out, these lights were swallowed into his stomach. Yang Kai also knew what the 2 were doing, but he had no intention of stopping them. He had long heard that the Wood Spirit clan was extremely good at healing, so how could he not understand their intentions at this moment? As the dark green light swallowed and exhaled, Yang Kai felt the pain all over his body gradually disappear, replaced by a burst of soreness and itchiness. His body gradually regained its strength and even his soul that could not be condensed quickly recovered. Looking inside himself, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little surprised as he discovered that there was actually a green light inside his body. This light was full of vitality and was repairing his damaged flesh and meridians. The green light was clearly the work of the two wood spirits. Narrowing his eyes, he saw that the tiny person floating in front of him had a solemn expression. Sweat was slowly dripping down the tip of her nose. It seemed that doing this was a burden for them as well. To be honest, it was difficult to tell if these two wood spirits were Yang Kai or not. But, judging from the person in front of him, it was likely that she was Mu Zhu. If she was Mu Lu, it would be easier for her to be embarrassed. As if sensing Yang Kai's peeping, Mu Zhu pursed her lips and smiled at him. Yang Kai closed his eyes without batting an eyelid. With two wood spirits assisting him in healing, he was able to relax. In less than an hour, when Yang Kai opened his eyes again, he had already recovered. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu clearly sensed it as well. They both stopped, and the green light screen that had been enveloping Yang Kai suddenly dissipated, along with the green light. "Thank you." Yang Kai thanked him. Mu Zhu pursed her lips and said, "Master, you are too polite." Yang Kai stood up and swept the medicine garden with his divine sense, raising his brow. Although he had planted many spirit flowers and rare herbs in this medicine garden, Yang Kai had never carefully taken care of them because there was the immortal tree here. The immortal tree was full of vitality, and coupled with the heavy earth and many earth-veined stones in the medicine garden, anything he planted here would not wither. But now, looking at it again, such a large medicinal garden had been taken care of in an orderly manner. The spiritual grasses and medicinal herbs were not spaced apart, but they were arranged neatly. Some of the short plants had already borne fruits. Those fruits were cyan, green, and red, looking extremely pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai was sure that this was the work of the two wood spirits because he had only casually arranged these herbs when he was planting them before, so there was no need for him to carefully plan them like this. He even saw many plants that he had never seen before, but they all seemed to have just sprouted and looked very young. The immortal tree and the firmament tree were particularly conspicuous as they were located on both sides of the medicine garden. Yang Kai looked over and saw a leaf of the immortal tree curled up like a small bed. Looking at the firmament tree, there seemed to be a similar situation. Yang Kai chuckled and asked, "Do you usually sleep on those leaves?" Mu Zhu and Mu Lu glanced at each other and the former said, "Is it not good?" "If it is not good, we..." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "You are the experts in this area. Do whatever you want." "Thank you, Master." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Why are you thanking me?" "I should be thanking you." The Wood Spirit clan was an existence that specialized in taking care of medicine gardens in ancient times. If there was a wood spirit in a medicine garden, the yield would increase by at least 30%. Yang Kai did not expect that Mu Lu would force two of her people to stay with him. From this, it could be seen how attractive these rare plants were to the Wood Spirit clan. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were not very willing to be separated from their clansmen, but after coming to this medicine garden, they understood why their patriarch wanted them to do this. The legendary immortal tree and the incomparably wondrous firmament tree were existences that could only be seen in the records of ancient books. Who would have thought that they would be gathered in this small medicinal garden? When they entered this medicine garden that day, the two wood spirits were stunned, and only then did they understand their patriarch's intentions. These two precious treasures could only be carefully taken care of by the Wood Spirit clan, and by taking care of them, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu could also obtain great returns. This was related to the special cultivation method of the Wood Spirit clan, so it was not something that outsiders could understand. Mu Zhu bit her red lips and said with some apprehension, "Master, we decided to plant some things here." "I see." Yang Kai had long discovered that there were many sprouts that had just broken through the ground in this medicine garden. Although he didn't know what they were, since they were planted by them, they must be rare spirit medicines. If they wanted to plant them, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't stop them. In any case, once they matured, he would be the one to benefit. Seeing that Yang Kai had no intention of objecting, Mu Zhu couldn't help but feel relieved. Every wood spirit had collected many strange seeds and planted them in this medicine garden. If Yang Kai objected, even if they couldn't bear to, they would still have to eradicate them. Fortunately, Yang Kai had no intention of objecting. Plant whatever you want, there's no need to tell me. Since the medicine garden has been handed over to you, you can make the decisions here. Thank you, Master. Mu Zhu smiled, but hesitated to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to hesitate. Mu Zhu glanced at Mu Lu and pushed her. Mu Lu blushed and said shyly, Master, can you expand the medicine garden a little? The place now is a little small. The medicine garden wasn't small. Many of the herbs that Yang Kai had collected over the years were planted here. How could it be small? But to the wood spirits, it was still small. Such a medicine garden, whether it was Mu Lu or Mu Zhu, could be managed by one person. It was a little difficult to expand. Of course it can be expanded. How much do you want to expand it? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Mu Lu thought for a moment and said, double? What other requests do you have? Mu Lu lowered her head and said, if Master can find more seeds for us from outside, that would be great. No problem. Now that the High Heaven Palace was powerful, it was naturally easy to collect some seeds. The two wood spirits only had these requests, so after mentioning them, they were satisfied and warmly invited Yang Kai to take a look. They weren't asking for credit, but just wanted to show their results. Yang Kai didn't refuse and immediately strolled around the medicine garden with them. The two wood spirits accompanied him on his left and right, explaining a thing or two from time to time, allowing Yang Kai to gain some knowledge. It had to be said that the wood spirit clan's understanding of flowers and plants was unparalleled. They knew the characteristics of each spirit medicine, its growth environment, its maturity cycle, and how to harvest it like the back of their hand. After half a day, Yang Kai left. Before leaving, he naturally doubled the size of the medicine garden according to their wishes. There was nothing in the new medicine garden, so Yang Kai left it to them to deal with. The next few days were uneventful. Yang Kai spent most of his time in retreat, meditating in his room. While cultivating, he recalled the insights he gained in the small sealed world. Although he was quite embarrassed at that time, it wasn't without gains. At the very least, he gained a better understanding of the world force. After a few days, Yang Kai acted as a referee for another day. That night, he called Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao to participate in the exchange meeting. Last time, Yang Kai just came to join in the fun, but this time, he came prepared and had a target to exchange with. It was rare for so many people from the Emperor realm to gather together, so Yang Kai could exchange some strange seeds from them to satisfy the needs of the two wood spirits. As for what he wanted to exchange, he had a variety of monster cores in his hands. If he took them out, they would definitely cause a commotion. There were also various artifacts and pills, but Yang Kai still chose Emperor pills. 2 bottles of Emperor pills were thrown out, and sure enough, it attracted the interest of many people. As he wished, he was able to exchange them for some plant seeds. After returning to his room, he tossed them to Mu Zhu and Mu Na. Seeing Yang Kai get the seeds so quickly, the two wood spirits were naturally happy. Although they had also collected some seeds themselves, the medicine garden was now expanding, so they didn't have enough seeds on hand. The seeds Yang Kai exchanged just happened to solve this urgent problem, so they kept urging Yang Kai to bring them more. Yang Kai naturally agreed. However, he probably wouldn't be able to exchange for anything at the exchange meeting. Seeds, even if someone had them, they would just collect them casually. It was impossible for them to be treasured like the wood spirits, so naturally, there wouldn't be too many. Chapter 32-48. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. If he remembered correctly, it should be the woman who fought in the 8th arena on the first day of the martial meet. Seeing that she wasn't stupid, Yang Kai smiled lightly. His first thought was to refuse. That day, he was the referee, so when the jade chakram was sent flying, he naturally had to lend a hand. He didn't expect the other party to repay him, but after thinking about it for a moment, since the other party was already here, it would be unreasonable to refuse, so he quickly changed his mind and said, "Bring her here." "Yes." The maid nodded and left. Outside the hall, Yuchuan stood there respectfully, her hands held flat, holding a piece of washed clothing. She looked a little nervous, wondering if Elder Yang would see her. After receiving Yang Kai's help that day, she had recovered after a day of rest. She wanted to thank him immediately, but she didn't know who Yang Kai was or which great force he came from. She had been inquiring about him for the past few days and had finally found some clues. The referee who saved her and secretly fed her a spirit pill turned out to be an honored guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai's name was not unfamiliar to many people in the Southern Territory. He had refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm, he had been conferred the title of guest elder by Azure Sun Temple, and he had clashed with an elder of Star Soul Palace during the coronation ceremony. It was just that he had kept a low profile for more than a decade and was gradually forgotten. Yuchuan didn't expect that she would be lucky enough to meet such a person and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Now that she had inquired about Yang Kai's identity, she immediately rushed over. Many disciples of Azure Sun Temple came in and out, and after seeing her, they all looked at her strangely. Some people even asked her why she was here, but after learning that she was here to visit Elder Yang, they didn't ask any more questions. Just as she was worrying about her gains and losses, the maid returned. Jade Chakram's expression turned serious as she looked at her nervously. Fortunately, the maid smiled slightly and said, "Elder Yang invites you in." "Many thanks," Yuchuan nodded politely. The maid didn't say anything more and turned around to lead the way. Jade Chakram followed behind without looking sideways. Not long after, they came to a side room. The maid gestured, and Jade Chakram took a deep breath and stepped in. There was only one person in the room, standing by the window with his hands behind his back, looking at the scenery in the distance. After hearing the sound, he looked back, and when their eyes met, Yuchuan immediately recognized him as the referee of the 8th arena. Rakshasa sex disciple Yuchuan greets senior. Yuchuan stepped forward quickly and bowed. Yang's eyes, Yuchuan's eyes met, Yuchuan's eyes, and smiled, Use Chuan. Yuzhua raised her head and stared at him with her big bright eyes. She said respectfully, "A few days ago, I was saved by Senior and received the help of the elixir. Yuzhua is here to thank you." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "It's my duty." "Miss you, you're too serious." Jade Chakram pursed her lips and smiled, "Senior, saving me is your duty, but giving me the spirit pill is a kind act." Although Jade Chakram's consciousness was hazy at that time, I didn't completely lose consciousness. If it weren't for Senior's spirit pill, Jade Chakram wouldn't have been able to continue the next few days of the competition. This was the truth. Although she didn't know what grade of spirit pill Yang Kai had secretly given her, without that spirit pill, she definitely wouldn't be able to go all out in the following matches. She suspected that the spirit pill was an emperor pill, because only an emperor pill would have such a powerful effect, allowing her to recover on the second day. Yang Kai smiled lightly, but didn't comment. Logically speaking, as a judge, he shouldn't have given the contestants any spirit pills. However, he did it secretly and believed that no one would notice. The jade pendant also wouldn't spread the news. Moreover, it was given after the competition, so it didn't matter. Jade Chakram took a step forward and raised the clothes in her hands slightly. "I've washed Senior's clothes and have come to return them." Yang Kai nodded, "Put them down." He didn't reach out to take them. It was just a set of ordinary clothes. At the time, he had casually taken them out to cover Jade Chakram's wounds and didn't think of taking them back. However, this woman's actions made Yang Kai have a good impression of her. Jade Chakram obediently put the clothes in her hands to the side and turned her head, curiously looking around the room. She didn't show any fear, but instead appeared natural and unrestrained. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and said, "Is there anything else?" Although the door wasn't closed to avoid suspicion, it wouldn't be good for a man and woman to be seen in the same room. Not to mention, he was now a judge. How could he privately interact with the contestants participating in the martial meet? If word of this got out, it would be hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be slandered. Yang Kai's words had the intention of sending her off. Obviously, Jade Chakram wasn't stupid and understood the meaning behind his words. Quickly taking out a set of beautiful clothes from her space ring, she said somewhat embarrassedly, "Senior's great kindness, Jade Chakram will always remember. I didn't know what to give Senior as a thank you gift, but I just happened to see a set of good clothes in the market and bought it. If Senior doesn't mind, please accept it." Her voice became softer and softer, obviously feeling that it wasn't appropriate for a woman to give a man clothes, but she really didn't know what to give Yang Kai as a thank you gift. Yang Kai's cultivation was obvious, and he had given her an emperor pill to heal her wounds. Obviously, he was quite wealthy. With her financial resources, even if she went bankrupt to buy something, it would probably be of little value to Yang Kai. Rather than waste it, she simply bought a new set of clothes. She had dirted one of Yang Kai's clothes, so giving him a new one could be considered returning the favor. Regardless of whether it was expensive or cheap, it was still a token of goodwill. Glancing at the extremely beautiful clothes, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time someone had given him clothes, and it was someone he hadn't had much contact with, and a woman at that. If this scene were seen by others, it would be difficult for them not to misunderstand. Staring at Jade Chakram thoughtfully, Yang Kai said lightly, "As the referee of the martial meet, I will be impartial on the stage. Saving you is only part of my duty. Giving you a spirit pill was only a small gesture because the martial meet was already over. If it had been anyone else, I would have done the same." The implication was that she shouldn't think too much. Yang Kai suspected that this woman had approached him for some special purpose. If that was the case, then this woman was simply too realistic. Jade Chakram nodded, "Senior is right." Yang Kai stared at her without blinking. Although Jade Chakram didn't meet his gaze, the corner of her eye clearly sensed something. Suddenly feeling uncomfortable, she lowered her head and said, "If Senior doesn't like it, then I will take it back." Her mood couldn't help but be a little gloomy. She bowed and said, "Sorry for disturbing Senior, Junior will take her leave." Speaking of which, it was only a set of clothes, how could she have the nerve to take it out? Now that she thought about it carefully, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Since it is a gift of thanks, there is no reason to take it back." Jade Chakram looked up at him with a stunned expression. Without waiting for her to recover, Yang Kai took the clothes from her hand. He didn't try it on, mainly because the clothes were too beautiful. If he wore it, he would definitely look flashy. Yang Kai didn't dare to wear it. Seeing that he really took it back, Jade Chakram suddenly smiled, revealing two small dimples on her cheeks. Her eyes were clear. It seemed that he had thought too much. Yang Kai observed her expression and made a judgment in his heart. Then Senior should rest, Junior will take her leave. Jade Chakram bowed again, feeling both physically and mentally happy. Wait a moment. Yang Kai raised his hand. What other instructions does Senior have? Jade Chakram half turned and looked at him curiously. I heard you mention a city square just now. Is there a city square nearby? Jade Chakram nodded and said, There is a large city square inside the Orthodoxy temple. Everything is sold there. Senior hasn't been there before? Yang Kai shook his head. He really didn't know about this, so he asked, Where is it? It's just below a canyon, not far from here. If Senior wants to go, I can take you there. Jade Chakram volunteered. Just point me in the direction, I'll go there myself. Jade Chakram smiled and said, It doesn't matter, my competition today is over anyway, there's nothing else for me to do. Yang Kai didn't know what she was thinking, but she didn't know what the word avoid suspicion meant. When she heard that Yang Kai wanted to go to the city square, she became extremely enthusiastic, even adding, I don't know what Senior wants to buy. I'm quite familiar with the city square so I can show Senior the way. Since she had such good intentions, Yang Kai couldn't refuse, so after hesitating for a moment, he simply nodded and said, "All right, then I'll have to trouble you." Jade Chakram quickly waved her hand. "Senior is too polite." After reaching an agreement, the two of them walked out. Yang Kai wrapped Jade Chakram in his Emperor Chi and followed the direction Jade Chakram pointed towards the city square. Casually asking about the situation of the competition over the past few days, Yang Kai learned that Jade Chakram had actually passed all the challenges without suffering a single defeat, which made him look at her in a new light. In fact, Yang Kai had seen this on the first day. Based on her performance at that time, no matter what the final result of this martial gathering was, she would definitely enter the eyes of many people. As long as the Rakshasa sect was willing to let her go, Yang Kai estimated that the top 3 great forces in the southern territory would not refuse her joining. The question was, would the Rakshasa sect be willing to let her go? Of course not. It was not easy to cultivate such a disciple, so how could they give her up so easily? Moreover, whether she was willing to leave the Rakshasa sect was still unknown. Chatting along the way, Yang Kai had more or less grasped her personality. She was quite lively and cheerful, and indeed not a scheming person. Yang Kai didn't reject such a person, not to mention she was quite beautiful and had a clear voice, so it would be nice to have her by his side. The martial gathering has always been a place for fish to leap over the dragon gate. If at the end of the martial gathering, someone invited you to join a better sect, what would you choose? Yang Kai asked casually. Jade Chakram suddenly said with a solemn face, "The sect has been very kind to me, and my honored master has treated me like her own parents. I will not leave the Rakshasa sect." After a pause, she looked at Yang Kai and said, "Senior, do you want me to join the Azure Sun Temple?" She looked embarrassed, as if she didn't know how to choose. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "I just asked casually, that's not what I meant." "Oh," Jade Chakram nodded and suddenly pointed down, "We're here, that's the city square." You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.